one more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to our coverage of the Vancouver Regional Championships for the Pokemon video game. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined this morning by Gabby Snyder and Scott Glaza to get you all ready to go for our final day of competition here and crown our next regional champion. How are you guys?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, I think it's been a very unique weekend here in Vancouver. We've seen a lot of really cool Pokemon do well, a lot of newer trainers, newer faces to the competition, having breakout performances, and, you know, a little bit of luck on the side, which is always fun.
Yeah, I think a fun first day. A lot of those 3-game sets were just 2-game sets, so maybe we'll see a few matches on stream go a little bit longer this time as we narrow it down to the very best trainers of the weekend.
More games, yes please. This is the Vancouver Regional Championships though, and as we take a look at the schedule for the rest of the season, this is just past the halfway point. We only have 3 more North American regionals left, and then we turn our sights to New Orleans for the North America International Championships, then of course to Anaheim for the World Championships. And qualifying for Worlds this year does look a little bit different versus the 2024 season. We only have a certain number of slots available depending on your region, and the way that you're going to be able to get those is by being in the top X players with championship points.
And the pressure's really on for a lot of trainers as seeing those events dwindle, you know, your opportunities to max out your points, maybe even max out your locals, which are so important in these ranking format qualification systems, are running out. And I think that's kind of a lot of pressure to put on yourself if you're competing.
Yeah, maybe for a little bit more pressure. You know, if you have had a hard time racking up those championship points, you do get that automatic invitation if you win the tournament this weekend. So, you know, maybe if you can't finish in the top 75, just got to get that one big win, and then it doesn't matter what your championship point total is.
And we still got the North America International Championship, so maybe you shoot for the top 4 and you get your invite that way. Yeah. Let's look back a little bit onto the competition we had yesterday, though, because I know, yes, we had a lot of 2-game sets, but Some of these sets were pretty hype, and also something that sticks out is the fact that we had a lot of single restricted diversity and all of our sets that day.
Yeah, great to see Trapagos showing up here. You don't get to see it every event, but looked really strong early on. We see a few players kind of using variants of this defensive Trapagos team where you got the substitute, you got the coal mine, you got the leftovers. It felt like Trapagos' Terrace Shell ability activated about 7 times during this set. Really masterful play by Abdullah, our champion of this event 2 years ago. Did not try to defend it last year. I think has already moved on to the top cut this year, so probably be seeing him later. And just a really dominant set here in what was round 2 yesterday. Plays really well, kind of just ahead the whole match. Really great control-based gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, one of Terapagos' biggest struggles, I think, was the presence of Zamazenta on the field, but that team in particular with Heatran has found a way around that weakness, so it's really exciting to see it do well, and who knows? I mean, Abdullah has already proven he can win once. I think he's in a great shot to win it again.
Well, we got the James showdown yesterday as well between James Beck and James Evans, and that was such a titanic match. I mean, you've got 2 of the strongest players that have ever played this game, and having to play something that was pretty difficult, a Calyrex Shadow Rider mirror, obviously a little bit different in terms of the sets as well as the items, but still have to figure out how to approach this very delicate matchup.
Yeah, you have to worry about the speeds of the Calyrex Shadow Riders relative to each other. You have to worry about the different techs present on both of the teams. You know, we saw James Beck run the Clefairy, and I think more importantly the Mienshao, which really allowed him to get a huge advantage in game 2. It has wide guard, it can block the Astral Barrage from James Evans' own Calyrex Shadow Rider, and sometimes that's honestly enough to just win the match.
And I love that Mienshao also is able to provide you with some of those big fighting type attacks as well. We've seen Mienshao used in a couple of different regulations, and now to be able to see it again stand amongst giants in terms of these single restricted Pokemon is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's super cool where, you know, we see some Pokemon kind of show up in these restricted formats, especially where, you know, maybe they're not like as good of a brawler as some other Pokemon, so you kind of don't see them in formats where all the Pokemon are kind of more equal value. But here, where you're kind of all supporting a restricted Pokemon, some stuff like Mienshao and the Clefairy can really shine.
Our final replay I want to look at is from the match between Joseph Ugarte and Brian Collins. And this match was just so cool because we had a Ditto in play.
Yeah, and what was really cool for me was that, you know, Joe Ugarte ran this team at the European International Championships a couple of weeks ago, did very well with it. And I think he was just able to utilize this Ditto both as a offensive Pokemon here against the opposing, or copying the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider, but then later on in the match defensively copying the Indeedee. It takes a lot of skill to feel comfortable being able to like modify your team on the fly like that.
I think Ditto's kind of another one of those cool Pokemon, you know, like Mienshao and Clefairy, where we don't normally see it in more standard regulations, but it makes a lot of sense here. You know, I think it's kind of more conventionally used the way it was in that game 1, where you're having a second restricted Pokemon in a format where you're only supposed to have one, really powerful. But turning into this Indeedee in the second game was amazing. I think the first game was a little scary, where the game kind of came down to a speed tie. This one, Joe locked in incredibly well, and he had a great first day, and so far his second day, not only our only 8-0 trainer, but now our only 9-0 trainer.
This is just a couple of other players that are also going to be competing in the final couple of rounds of Swiss that we have in day number 2. Anybody that did achieve a 6-2 record or better was able to play out these final 2 rounds of Swiss that we're going to have today. And we're going to have to see how these players do. We can take a look at the standings as well for what already happened yesterday. And of course, these are going to be updated, including that very first round of Swiss. So look at who else is kind of amongst the greats there. Anyone at an 8-1 record has also locked a top cut spot.
Yeah, now that we have this asymmetrical top cut as well, these 8-1 players are playing for the opportunity to just have a better seeding, you know, maybe play against someone who's a little bit struggling to find their footing in the format, which can make all the difference.
Yeah, and I think especially with the asymmetrical cut, you know, some players will have to play a round of 16 while others will not. So having that first handful of seeds to avoid a round is really big. And, you know, Joe Ugarte already kind of clinched that in, where he's, you know, a chance to go find a coffee somewhere maybe while the other trainers are sweating it out.
Absolutely. I'm so pumped to see who's going to be able to join them after this final round of Swiss. Before we get there, it's not just about our players, it's about our incredible community here in the Pokemon world. And so we would love to extend our congratulations to Ellie and Alberto Lara for getting married. Congratulations to the two of you. I hope your wedding was super special.
Yeah, I had the chance to interview Ellie at a previous regional championship. I don't think it made the broadcast, but she's super sweet, an amazing player. I mean, Alberto as well, one of the legends really of VGC, and to see them happily celebrating each other around with the community, a lot of people who couldn't be here this weekend, it's just really heartwarming. Congratulations.
Yeah, we barely were able to string together a roster of casters because so many people wanted to celebrate this momentous day for them, and just great people in our community. You know, I might have seen Alberto play on stream quite a few times with that Corviknight team. I think it was a lot of fun running something a little bit different than a lot of other trainers did. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and Allie's been a big supporter of just the local tournament scene as well, so it's been really great to see the two of them come together, and hopefully some very many happy blessings for you both as you celebrate your wedding. Now we're going to be very close to getting into our Pokemon action for the day here at the Vancouver Regional Championships, so make sure you check out our brand new broadcast hub. Check out pokemon.com/broadcast so you don't just stay in the know for what's happening here for the Vancouver Regional Championships, but also all of the other streams that we're going to be having for North America as well as Europe, and of course our international events towards the end of the season. Make sure you follow our channels, that way you can get notifications for when we go live on Twitch as well as YouTube, and of course across all of our other social platforms. And with that, I think we're about ready to get into our final Swiss round of the Vancouver Regional Championships, and for that we send it all over to Sierra and Jake.
Thanks so much, you three. I cannot wait to get started. Sierra Dawn, Jake Muller, final round of Swiss to figure out who's going to be in Top Cut. These are always the most exciting and the most heartbreaking of rounds.
Absolutely. The most stressful if you're a player still left in the tournament, waiting to see if you can make it to that final Top Cut stage, but it's going to be a fantastic match.
And if you're like, what do you mean? I've never tuned into a stream before. What do you mean final round of Swiss? Well, we have a little format video to get you up to speed. Check this out.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
So one step closer into that top cut to try and get the points, the invite, but there's also a lot of money on the line. We're looking at $6,000 here for first place. I'm talking USD, so we're asking that's a lot. And of course, a lot of booster packs for anyone who's a fan of opening some good old Pokemon cards.
And those are US booster packs too, right?
I actually don't know. But if they're Canadian, they gotta have the French on them too, right? So.
True. You get some multilingual Pokemon cards, huh?
All right, moving along. We got a regional to be talking about here, and notable matches. Again, final round of Swiss, and these are all win and ends. So only half of these trainers will have their name within that top cut. And there is some insane matches here. Terran was someone who we got to feature yesterday. I mean, all the way up in the UK, going up against Raghav, someone who's very accomplished in the scene. That is crazy. Stefan Mott going up against James Evans. I mean, wow. But I'm really excited for the feature match that we do have to be kicking off our day.
Of course, Giovanni Siski versus Yotam Cohen, two players who are very well known throughout the community. Yotam has been part of some of the greatest team building efforts of the last couple years or so, and it's great to see him having some success of his own as a player too. He's got a handful of top 32 finishes at regionals, but looking to get a little one step further there, jumping into Top Cut for the first time. And then Gio, one of my Dallas area locals, always fun to see some of my friends doing well too.
I love the call out that these are two people that are known within the community, even if they're not maybe known as much on the broadcast end of things. Yotam has been featured a couple of times, but on the other end, Gio has not. But Yotam's name has been brought up a lot when you're talking about those team building groups or people that have been consistently getting these results, crediting him for the prep and the work that he's done. And Gio has been hailed as someone that is kind of just always there and always really strong, but never really gets to showcase it on these broadcasts. This is only just a snapshot of our competition. So to highlight him as well as this team is really cool, especially since this Koraidon team is one that he's been running for a bit.
Yeah, the first time Reg G came around, he was using this at some of our Dallas locals, and I know we took it to the World Championships last year as well and made it to day 2 with this pretty much the same exact team. We were checking some of the results in the team sheets we got here and couldn't find any differences, so really cool to see some continued success from Gio. And I know he got top 8 at the very, very first Scarlet and Violet Regional back in San Diego a few years ago and hasn't made top cut at a regional since then after a few day 2s. So hoping to win this one last match and jump into that single elimination stage on the back of this team with Raging Bolt, Fluttermane, Ditto, Ogerpon, Cornerstone Mask, Koraidon, and Chi-Yu.
And don't be confused, this is not the Koraidon that we got to see at EUIC, but this is more of the original Koraidon version that some people were trying out with this clear amulet. A way to make sure that your attack is not dropped. And the rest of the team too, being able to have some very powerful options set up by the Sun. The Raging Bolt, the Fluttermane, both taking a lot of advantage of the situation, and the Chi-Yu can put a lot of pressure out. So a team that he has been loyal to since the beginning of the format. So even if Koraidon hasn't made the most of splashes and only kind of has that 1 or 2 result, just silently lurking in the background, just waiting for its moment to literally shine.
This is also a testament to consistency in team choices too. If you've used a team this long, you probably know how it functions very, very well and how you might have to play it into a team like Yotam's, which is using the Calyrex Shadow Rider that we've seen throughout the weekend. But this is a Terra Dark Shadow Rider, so it's cool that we've got to see, I think, 3 or 4 different Terra types just in that one Pokemon all week.
Yeah, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I mean, I feel like you can do any terrestrialization at this point.
Yeah.
Not quite, that's a joke. But so many different forms and adaptations to the current meta that we have. Looking at the rest of the teams, this is that Calyrex Shadow Rider, so there is not going to be a way to override the weather, which is something that can maybe be a little bit problematic. But a couple of these Pokemon can take advantage of that weather mode still. You have that Fluttermane that, with or without the Sun, can do quite well with that booster energy, and the Chi-Yu can definitely take advantage. I'm eyeing up the Fluttermane set here specifically. The 2 different ways of speed control with that Icy Wind and the Thunder Wave.
Icy Wind, kind of the more traditional option for Fluttermane, especially since it is so fast and has a decent special attack stat. It can make use of some chip damage with that Icy Wind. But Icy Wind does not help against Pokemon holding the Clear Amulet item like Gio's Koraidon. So Thunder Wave is another great way to slow things down. It will be a nice way to make sure that Koraidon isn't going too fast, especially after a Flame Charge. It will be able to outspeed Calyrex Shadow Rider and do a huge chunk of damage to it with that Flare Blitz in the Sun. So a nice way to protect all of Yotam's Pokemon from that very speedy threat.
Yeah, I love that you have those 2 different options. So, okay, well, I'm facing off against an electric Pokemon. Okay, well, then I have this Icy Wind. Oh no, they got a Clear Amulet. I still got the Thunder Wave. I am so set. So I'm eyeing up this Fluttermane as something to make that impact, even just with something like a very powerful Moonblast into a couple of these different Pokemon can fare quite well. Of course, there is the redirection on the opposing end with that Ogerpon, and you only have that single target move because you need the coverage in the other sort of ways. But still, if you get the opportunity to fire off that attack, well, that can be huge.
Going to be fun to see how Gio uses these parts of his team too. We got the Ditto on Gio's side that we saw do a lot of work for Joe Ugarte earlier on in the tournament yesterday. No Ditto just yet though. We have the Fluttermane mirror lead alongside the Calyrex Shadow Rider for Yotam and the Chi-Yu for Gio. Chi-Yu now kind of helping out every single Pokemon on the field with that Beads of Ruin ability, lowering the special defense for all these very powerful special attackers.
You're so kind, Chi-Yu. You're so kind. Looking at the booster energies, how this is going down. So Yotam got that booster energy first. Both of the Fluttermanes will be speed. Of course, as this match goes on, we'll be able to figure out if it's more of a speed tie situation or if it is just going to be naturally faster on Yotam's end. And that's something to really keep mindful too when both these Fluttermanes do have that speed control options. You don't want to be the slower one.
The Calyrex on Yotam's side is not holding that Covert Cloak item, so any snarls that come through from this Chi-Yu will be very impactful. Of course, Snarl lowering the special attack of both Pokemon on the other side of the field, and being able to kind of mitigate some of that damage while also taking advantage of that Beads of Ruin itself. I've seen Snarl, even though it's, you know, a lower base power move, one-hit KO Calyrex Shadow Riders before because it is double weak to that Dark type. So if Yotam wants that Calyrex to stick around, he might have to either Terastallize it or swap it out.
Eyeing up in this first match, you're not going to get a swap out, so this Calyrex Shadow Rider is sticking around. Terastallization, Flutter Mane from Geo into the Fairy type. So this way, you're not going to be taking as much damage from the potential of an Astral Barrage onto the opposing end. Protect, though, no attack from Yotam. So if there is something like this Icy Wind, you're not going to be having that speed drop. Yotam's Flutter Mane, again, the fastest one. So speed for Geo's Pokemon, both reduced going on forward.
The Chi-Yu actually holding a Covert Cloak, though, it might come in handy because there is no speed drop coming into that slot. Now that the two Icy Winds have been exchanged, the Flutter Manes are at -1 speed. I think the Calyrex probably going to end up being the fastest thing on the field next turn. Heat Wave does come through. Of course, the Calyrex with that Protect will not take any damage, but Flutter Mane will take a decent chunk here.
Brings it down to just below half, so that's a little bit of good, honest damage. And now I'm eyeing up the Calyrex and the pressure they can put on. You got Terastallization out from Geo, so that's definitely a good little piece of info to take on forward, and it can help you adapt.
Chi-Yu, though, is still very healthy and notably does not lower its own special defense with the Beads of Ruin. So since it has a pretty decent base special defense stat, I don't think there's any way for it to get knocked out on this turn, save for some kind of critical hit coming through. So this is still a really strong spot for this Chi-Yu to be in. The Fairy Terastallization from Geo also removing the Astral Barrage weakness. And we see that there's kind of not really a great way for some huge damage to come out from Yotam on this turn. The Beads of Ruin might be an issue for your own Flutter Mane there, so nice swap out.
And if you're looking at where this damage is coming from and eyeing up this Chi-Yu, well, the Sunlight brought in by this Koraidon switch is going to help enable that. Astral Barrage is going to be first, though. Too surprised to see that coming out. The Chi-Yu you had called out the mount, but Koraidon not standing up at all. Critical hit, Beads of Ruin, Koraidon restricted down. You get the Sun up, and that's it.
Yeah, the Sun goes up, but I don't know if that's going to be too much. That's a really unfortunate critical hit there. Depending on what this Flutter Mane on Yotam's side would have done, maybe that Moonblast was headed there anyway, but instead into the Chi-Yu, which does not get knocked out in Overheat, should be able to knock out this Calyrex.
So at least you're traded restricted for a restricted Pokemon, but you've taken a lot of damage on your Chi-Yu at this point. This Flutter Mane, well, outspeeds it, and you not have that special attack drop. So a switch in, at least a nice thing here is your Flutter Mane is now going to be fastest since you are going up against a Flutter Mane that has that speed drop.
Yeah.
So you can try and maybe drop that speed going on forward, but that's a lot of damage done for Geo.
It is. I mean, they kind of traded their restricted Pokemon on that turn, which I guess is, you know, if you have to swap in the Koraidon to a critical hit Astral Barrage, at least you take out the Shadow Rider. You have to wonder if you give up too much momentum there. That Chi-Yu is now at very low HP and at -2 special attack. Does still have the benefit of the Sun and the Beads of Ruin, so honestly still will be hitting for decent chunks, but is it going to be enough to kind of make up for this loss of HP? The Flutter Mane swapped out, so it did lose its speed boost, but thanks to the Sun going up, it actually gets it right back, like you kind of hinted at, Sierra, so should be faster than Yotam's Flutter Mane still, which will be really important here because this Urshifu is going to come in, and that's going to be something you might want to hit with a Moonblast, maybe an Icy Wind.
Yeah, we don't like Urshifu too much around here, or, you know, depending on who you ask. So a Moonblast, take that out would be nice, but then the Flutter Mane definitely left a little susceptible on the other end, so you have to kind of just choose what to target. What is a little nice about this Urshifu is that within the Sun, all of those water-type moves are going to be reduced, but when you are eyeing up a Chi-Yu that's already so low, that is something that can be picked off by a priority Aqua Jet.
It is, despite the fact that the Sun is up, Chi-Yu is well within range of Aqua Jet. The Terra Fairy on Flutter Mane, though, might allow Geo to knock out Yotam's Flutter Mane before it can attack with a Moonblast, so that could be pretty handy. But if you're doing that, you're not breaking the Focus Sash on the Urshifu, which could come into play later on in this match, especially given we don't know Yotam's fourth Pokemon. But if Urshifu's Focus Sash is broken, it will be knocked out by a Power Whip from Geo's own Ogre Pond, so maybe something to keep in mind.
Well, this Fluttermane wants absolutely nothing to do with it. So we get to see that 4th final Pokemon for Yotam, and it will be that Amoonguss. A swap out for Geo as well as Ogerpon hits the field. This is going to be the Cornerstone variant, so it does have that Sturdy, but no attack coming out from Yotam. Instead, just the Protect. The Fluttermane targeting into the opposing slot instead, so Amoonguss swap still going to be better than the damage on the Urshifu or anything else. It's just going to be a little bit of honest chip.
That's a really nice turn for Geo, though, because now this Ogerpon came in without its Sturdy being broken. You can pretty easily go for an Icy Wind to break the Focus Sash of the Urshifu, get a little bit of damage on Amoonguss, but importantly bypass Rage Powder to make sure Urshifu takes some damage. And then Ogerpon cannot be redirected by Rage Powder because it is a Grass type. So if you're able to connect that Power Whip, Urshifu should go down. The only thing Yotam can swap into that slot is Fluttermane, which would also be knocked out by Power Whip here. So a strong offensive spot for Geo to be in.
I think the key word of that entire sentence was if
Yeah.
Power Whip connects.
Connect.
Yeah, that's not the most accurate. You're giving up a little bit of that accuracy for that damage. Aqua Jet to just get a little bit of damage, break the Sturdy before getting KO'd, knowing that this Icy Wind and this Smasher move was coming out. So connect with the Icy Wind on both of these targets. Now, all eyes on to this Ogerpon. This Power Whip connects, fantastic position, and it is coming through. Urshifu taken down, Yotam final 2 Pokemon.
This is a pretty good spot for Geo here. This Amoonguss might be able to put the Fluttermane to sleep or get some chip damage onto this Ogerpon again with the Sludge Bomb. No poison, it looks like, which is good for Geo. Okay, no poison indeed. So now Fluttermane comes in for Yotam. This Ogerpon cannot be redirected by Amoonguss, but the Fluttermane on Yotam's side we've seen be faster than Geo's, and so as long as it's able to get an attack off, possibly a Moonblast into that Ogerpon slot, might be able to knock it out. It is not Terra Fairy though. The Fluttermane on Yotam's side is the Terra Grass. So you kind of have to rely on this Moonblast being able to knock it out without any kind of boost. And given that it's a kind of a speedier variant that are often trained to be a little bit bulky at the same time, it might be a very close knockout.
I'm still very intrigued. You called out that we've seen the Fluttermane from Yotam outspeed twice. You can still win a speed tie twice, so this is still up in the air, no confirmations, unless the players know a little something that we don't quite yet. But looking on this turn, that Geo going a little bit more on that defensive route.
True, Fluttermane wanting to protect itself alongside this Ogerpon, kind of scout out what Yotam does. If the Fluttermane had decided to protect this turn as you try to go for an Ivy Cudgel, Amoonguss can maybe get some Sludge Bomb damage into it, so you're making sure that you're not giving any extra damage up. I think one thing that Geo also could be doing here is trying to stall out his own Sun. Both of these Fluttermanes used up their booster energies already, so on this turn if you go for Icy Wind and then the Sun expires later on, your Chi-Yu is actually going to be faster than Yotam's Fluttermane because the Sun will go down, the booster energy will not reactivate because it's already been consumed, and then Chi-Yu just has to hit a Heat Wave, or 2 Heat Waves rather, to win the match. Again, it's that keyword, you know, connect, hit, if. But
so ominous.
Right, that double protect there from Geo actually doing a lot more than just kind of scouting, you know, does Yotam's Fluttermane protect? Because if you let the Sun go down and you manage to get an Icy Wind off, which I think the Yotam kind of has to let happen if you want to Moonblast this Ogerpon, then Chi-Yu can win the game on its own.
Third time Fluttermane for Yotam faster, so sure enough, Moonblast, Ogerpon goes down. Now Geo will get the opportunity, Icy Wind. Are we connecting? We're not,
Okay.
but it's going to be okay. You missed the targets, that's totally fine. This Amoonguss is already so slow. The Fluttermane, that's the one you need to reduce the speed from. Sludge Bomb, some good damage into the Fluttermane, gets the poison as well. But now with the Ogerpon being taken down and the speed being reduced from Yotam, Sun is gone, so the Chi-Yu should have a fun time.
Yeah, Chi-Yu should be the fastest thing on the field here, unless it's trained to be a little bit slower, but it'd have to be pretty slow in order to not outspeed this -1 Fluttermane. So really well timed from Geo there. I think you can see it on his face there. He knows, all right, gotta hit some Heat Waves here. And
Oh no.
Chi-Yu, one of the downfalls of Chi-Yu is that all the attacks you want to use on it, like Overheat, Snarl, Heat Wave, none of those have 100% accuracy, so it can let you down at some inopportune times here. But if Heat Wave double connects, that should be a 1-0 lead for Geo, and if not, Yotam might be taking the lead.
There has been some tragic Heat Wave miss that we've seen on broadcast. It's like a Hall of Fame of Chi-Yu's worst moments. And hopefully Geo is not about to join that list. I remember with Justin Hang, we've seen it. It's just, there is a list. So I'm sitting here. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm holding my breath because at the end of it, all you have to do is click the button and hope. Fluttermane protecting. So opportunity to just hit into that other slot. Just protect on both, okay.
maybe get some poison damage onto the Flutter Mane, you know, maybe see if Geo tries to make some read that you can maybe take advantage of on the next turn, but I really think if you're Geo here, the smart thing is just to go for these heat waves. We are actually seeing the Flutter Mane. Oh no, because it's not -1. Right. I was going to say the Flutter Mane on Geo side is going before Chiyu, so maybe I have my numbers wrong, but Yotam's is the only one at -1 speed. So we should see Geo's Flutter Mane acting first, and then Chiyu can get its attack off.
Flutter Mane, damage from the poison will be taken down at the end of the turn, so yep, goes back to the same thing that we just set up.
Yep.
Just one turn later. Heat wave, well,
Will
it's
it be
everything
enough?
on that. Yeah.
Terrestrialization coming through here. It's probably going to be that Amoonguss, actually. Oh, I didn't even see it's Terra Fire. So it's going to be resisting the Moonblast and the Heat Wave. And if it's able to survive these two attacks and get a Sludge Bomb into that Chiyu, even if Heat Wave double connects, it could still be a win for Yotam.
Especially with a decent little amount of health. Moonblast, Flutter Mane, Geo going first without that speed drop into the Amoonguss. That's a decent amount of damage. It's just whether it's enough. Heat Wave, that double connect and double KO. With that, Geo up 1 in the set, 1 game away from securing a spot in our top cut.
Really tense ending there. Of course, you don't really want to be relying on Heat Wave connecting twice to close out a game, but I think Geo played that really, really well. The timing of those icy winds, the timing of the sun going down, actually like sacrificing the Koraidon in the way that he did kind of worked out well. The sun lasted as long as he needed it to, and then he kind of used like the sun and lack of sun, you know, swap out the Flutter Mane to the Koraidon, get your own Flutter Mane back in with the speed advantage, and then the sun going down to make sure that neither have that photosynthesis boost so Chiyu could close out the game. It was a really masterclass in positioning. I think that's something that's the Geo's experience coming through with this team, right? He knew that, okay, maybe I don't actually need the Koraidon here, I just need the sun for exactly 5 turns and no more.
Hey, I mean, you also make sure the sacrifice isn't in vain, and you get the sun, which was so valuable for the rest of your Pokemon, for the 5 turns and 5 turns only. Beyond that, we don't want to mess with that. And for Yotam, this Calyrex, it was a restrictor that also didn't really get to have too much impact, and it didn't have a lasting one for any of the Pokemon. So even if it stuck around for a turn longer, or like was active a turn before, both kind of did the same thing in terms of the impact, but then Geo's was so much long-lasting with the sun. So really, really big. And I'm curious then how Yotam wants to readjust into this game and how this Calyrex is going to be positioned.
The Terra Fire on Amoonguss is something I didn't pick up until that very last turn. That's a really cool tech. And not really a Terra type that we see too often on Amoonguss, but it comes in really handy against some Pokemon like Flutter Mane and Chiyu. You have to wonder if Yotam maybe tries to leverage that earlier on in this game, especially because, you know, if the Koraidon is able to start attacking a little bit, the Amoonguss might want to turn into that Fire type, resist that Flare Blitz, and maybe start spreading some spores, which Geo doesn't really have a great answer to. Obviously, the Cornerstone Ogerpon, being a Grass type with Follow Me, can redirect those spores. If that's not on the field, Spore's a pretty big threat for Geo here.
There just wasn't really the opportunity in that first game to quite go for it, which is kind of one of those things to look at in this next match as well. So I'm kind of curious if it'll be repositioned a little bit more, or if you are one of the slower things, then, well, the Rage Powder doesn't matter if it's a Icy Wind that goes into both, etc. It doesn't matter if you're going up against a Chiyu that's clicking Heat Wave. If that's going to be a Pokemon difference that we maybe see changed a little bit, and another I'm eyeing up, whether we see it or not, is the Urshifu Rapid Strike, because, again, it did one thing and then
it broke the sturdy at least, which could have been helpful later on, but you know, the Urshifu Rapid Strike into a sun team when you don't have a way to cancel the sun can be a little bit difficult to use, but it's going to be immediately back on the field for Yotam in this lead slot. We have the Flutter Manes seeing their photosynthesis boost with that booster energy. Again, the Flutter Mane on Yotam's side activating first. At this point, unless we've seen, you know, 4 or 5 different coin flips go Yotam's way, might be safe to assume that his Flutter Mane is just a little bit faster.
We're just really waiting until it is the most dramatic possible moment to reveal. Just kidding, it was speed. Now at this point, it seems pretty right. But Urshifu in the lead, of course, at this date and time, there is no sun yet, so it can go for some meaningful damage. But if there is the swap in, then that's something that you can really negate it.
Yeah, it is rough. There's no sun yet, but the Flutter Mane on Geo's side actually has the move Sunny Day. So if you want to set up the sun and maybe mitigate some of that damage, you can. Not sure if that's the greatest use of your time right off the bat, especially when you have the possibility of going for something like an Icy Wind. to break a focus sash or lower some speeds. Overheat, also an immediate threat. In the sun, probably one-hit KOs Flutter Mane, and does just about that to Urshifu, even if it's resisted.
If it connects.
Yes, yeah. We just want something to miss at this point, huh?
No, I'm just making sure we all understand the stakes of this Chi-Yu. Koraidon swapping in, that brings the sun. Urshifu protecting on this turn instead, so you're not going to be wasting kind of a water move. Icy Wind into these Pokemon. Koraidon, with that being super effective, is a nice little amount of chip. First Chi-Yu, no drop from either when considering Clear and Cloak, but this does connect. Flutter Mane, which was actually a really key piece for Yotam in that first match, has now been eliminated on that very first turn.
And what a great play for Geo there, knowing that Urshifu probably doesn't want to take a Moonblast, doesn't want to take an Overheat, will be protecting itself just to make sure it sticks around a little bit longer. Swap in that Koraidon to eat the Icy Wind. Maybe take a little bit of damage, but at the same time, no speed drops. Like you said, there is a Clear Amulet on Koraidon, the Covert Cloak on Chi-Yu, both of which will block the speed drop aspect of Icy Wind. And now Geo is at a 4-3 Pokemon advantage without taking too much damage. And you've also got this Chi-Yu facing down the Calyrex as well. So a really, really smart play there from Geo, especially now that this Flutter Mane on his side will be the only thing with speed control. And if you're able to get that in unscathed later on in this game, you can start throwing out some Icy Winds, making sure this Koraidon and Chi-Yu can be the fastest things attacking.
And we got a Koraidon that stuck around for more than one turn in the match. Let's go, Koraidon! But now we're eyeing up the restricted from Yotam coming in. So this Calyrex, how is it faring against, well, what Geo has, which is this Koraidon that is made it past one turn, and a Chi-Yu that now has his -2 special attack.
Koraidon will protect itself, doesn't want to be taking an Astral Barrage or a Psychic from this Calyrex just yet. Aqua Jet comes through though with some, because Unseen Fist, right? I guess that makes sense. You want to make sure Astral Barrage KOs it, and you get a little bit of chip there before it takes a possible collision course or overheat. But Astral Barrage only hitting this Chi-Yu, thanks to that Dark typing doing really no damage. And Life Orb will do a little bit of chip, and Heat Wave will connect. Break the Focus Sash on Urshifu, and still do a big chunk to Calyrex as well.
It's a burn, so that's going to be some damage over time onto that Calyrex. So even if you're at that -2 special attack, still trying to get any sort of meaningful damage out. I mean, the Urshifu also with that, as much as you can, respectable, but really just showcasing, like, you hit into the not very effective, also just the sun really kind of limiting what you can do.
Especially with the burn and the Life Orb from this Calyrex, you're going to be taking a lot of chip damage every turn when you're attacking. So if Geo's able to kind of weather the storm of this Calyrex, he'll put himself at a pretty big advantage, especially now that this Urshifu's Focus Sash has been broken. That's a pretty easy Moonblast KO later on in the game. It is a Stellar Terra Urshifu, which is nice for boosting both Surging Strikes and Close Combat, but unfortunately it does not help you at all defensively. So if Flutter Mane comes back in, that is a pretty easy KO with a Moonblast.
Eyeing up this Calyrex, you want to make sure that this stays within reasonable limit. Was eyeing up the double protect, not going for it. Aqua Jet, a decent amount more into the Chi-Yu, but with this Astral Barrage again that restricted, okay, it actually will be enough for Chi-Yu. Koraidon goes down yet again, and that's going to be a double KO. You at least got the Flutter Mane down and that 4th Pokemon, so there's still definitely advantage you can have here, but yeah, 2 KOs on 1 turn.
It's kind of rough. The critical hit on Koraidon there, hard to know if that really made a difference, but Chi-Yu just barely being knocked out. I thought based on the last damage, it might have had a shot at surviving that, even after the Aqua Jet. However, Geo does still have his Flutter Mane and Ogerpon left. We have seen the Ogerpon, obviously be able to knock out this Urshifu with a Power Whip. If the Flutter Mane is able to get an Icy Wind off here, I bet the Ogerpon is also able to KO it with something like the Ivy Cudgel. But maybe you just go straight for the Moonblast? Like, just Moonblast, knock out Calyrex from here, and then you can let Ogerpon deal with the Urshifu, and then whatever final Pokemon Yotam has can't really deal with both this Flutter Mane and Ogerpon. Even though Geo's down to a 2-3 Pokemon disadvantage there, I think he's still in a pretty strong spot, especially considering, like you can see, the Terrestrialization still an option. Terra Fairy Moonblast, I think, should be more than enough to KO this Calyrex, and then, again, you just got a Power Whip to hit, and then you're in a really strong spot.
I'm not a fan of these ifs.
I know.
Time after time. So Calyrex with the KOs, it is something that is going to be outputting a little bit more damage. So something that you do have to be respecting in this case. Even if your Pokemon are at this full health, Ogerpon will have the sturdy for at least that 1 round of damage. But Terrestrialization, we saw the hover, we saw the input. now we'll get to see the Flutter Mane with a nice little heart above its head going into the Fairy type, and notably as well dropping that weakness to the Ghost type attack that can come out from this Calyrex. There's the speed boost as well going in. Calyrex is going to protect on the turn though, so it's just eyeing up to be potentially the search speed. Nope, double protect from Yotam.
You will take that if you're Geo. One of the things that could have gone wrong on this turn is that you target the wrong slot as it protects, and then one of your Pokemon takes close combat, a Surging Strikes, an Astral Barrage. And now that you know, okay, both of these Pokemon have protected themselves, and especially now that this Calyrex takes one more tick of burn damage, I think it's pretty safe to assume Moonblast will KO this Calyrex, which would allow Ogerpon to just deal with its Urshifu, provided Power Whip connects once again. But of course, Yotam still does have a fourth Pokemon. If it is that Amoonguss, there's still the potential for something like a Rage Powder to come in and ruin some plans. This Calyrex, again, its time is limited because of this burn and because of the Life Orb, but being at +2 from that Astral Barrage double KO, I think if it's able to get one Astral Barrage off, the game just immediately ends. So you really got to make sure you don't let that happen if you're Geo. That was a really risky play doubling into that Urshifu on the last turn, but I think it's a read you are kind of safe to make because this Calyrex was very heavily threatened and Yotam just can't really let it go down.
Yeah, now that you know that there's the protect from both of these Pokemon, to then switch around the targeting just a little bit, pretty smart. But Calyrex is swapping out, so you do lose the boost, but you have that Pokemon for a later time, maybe more when that sun is down, and maybe speed a little more in your favor. Aqua Jet, Ogerpon, Sturdy is broken as Moonblast, Terra Fairy, Flutter Mane into the Amoonguss Swampin' though. Not really going to be that much damage. Power Whip, connect it well. So Urshifu goes down. Both trainers at 2 Pokemon apiece.
Well, now that's another really great play from Yotam because you really needed the Sturdy broken there on the Ogerpon. Sunlight does go down and photosynthesis wears off, so we're in another position where this Flutter Mane no longer has a speed boost. And swapping out the +2 special attack Calyrex might not feel great because, of course, you want to keep those special attack boosts. But at this point, you kind of needed to swap it out because it would have been knocked out otherwise. And now that Flutter Mane doesn't have the speed boost, Calyrex should be the fastest thing on the field once again. And it's just going to be a matter of whether or not this Calyrex can take a knockout on this Ogerpon without it getting an attack off first. Because if Ogerpon's able to survive an Astral Barrage and Ivy Cudgel the Calyrex, I don't know if there's a way that Yotam has a way to win this game anymore because you just lose so much of your offense.
I'd be curious, even if there's, that the Amoonguss isn't taking too much damage, you try and go for potential of a protect here to then do what damage you can with this Amoonguss to try and make sure that maybe the Astral Barrage the next turn is the KO to maybe not allow this Ogerpon to attack.
True, that might be a really smart play. Of course, you can also Icy Wind with this Flutter Mane, which will do a little bit of chip damage to both of these Pokemon, and more importantly, kind of limit the time the Calyrex has left on the field anyway with that burn and the Life Orb. Icy Wind will come through here and, of course, not hit the protecting Calyrex, but do some chip damage to the Amoonguss, and Ivy Cudgel, I believe we saw target this Amoonguss.
If targeting the Amoonguss instead and getting the KO there, that is humongous. So not falling for the protect into Amoonguss, not enough for the KO. Not hitting into the Ogerpon though, instead Spore into the Flutter Mane. So sure, you're out of full health, but you're not going to be able to act on this next turn anyways.
You're not, and now I think the only question is, does this Ogerpon survive an Astral Barrage? And if it does, is it able to get this Calyrex to kind of knock itself out with the Life Orb and the burn? I almost think you have to target this Amoonguss again with Ivy Cudgel, because if Calyrex takes one more Life Orb chip and one more burn chip, I think it might be in range for one more round of burn on the following turn, where you can just Spiky Shield and kind of let it knock itself out here. But if you don't target this Amoonguss, it might be able to finish off this Ogerpon with a Sludge Bomb if Astral Barrage doesn't. But even Astral Barrage also might just one-hit KO this Ogerpon too. It's tough to know how these trainers have trained these Pokemon. So if this Ogerpon's able to survive, that is Geo's way to win this game and lock up a spot in top cut. But Yotam really needs this Astral Barrage to knock it out.
All right, well, if Ogerpon lives, Geo has a chance at 1 HP. Ogerpon hangs on through the turn. That is absolutely massive going on forward. Flutter Mane, that is it's the sleep. But now you get the opportunity to attack. Calyrex was already so low, and he's gonna fall on the turn. It's only Amoonguss left for Yotam against a full HP Flutter Mane, and that is now KO'd. So now this Ogerpon can just finish up the next turn. That is the entire game on 1 HP.
What a game. That Ogerpon is very, very well trained. Gio has fought many, many battles with it and knows exactly how to stick around here. It's really cool to see this interaction too, especially because Ivy Cudgel, it is a physical move, and Amoonguss is holding a Rocky Helmet. It actually is non-contact, so it's not taking that chip damage. If we did see Rocky Helmet come into play here, this Ogerpon would have been knocked out. Interesting to see him target the Calyrex instead of the Amoonguss, but at this point, I think you just gotta stick to your guns and say, all right, Ivy Cudgel, it's gonna take me to top cut.
And that it does. So congratulations to Geoski. That is a massive win now in the top cut here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. Such a great match between two trainers. I would have loved to see a game 3 just because I wanted a little bit more from this set, but to win in that fashion, well, that's definitely a flashy way to earn your spot, an opportunity to play again. The Pokemon Go stream has the graphic 1 HP in a dream, and I kind of feel like we need that for a couple of situations like that, because that was the entire match off of that 1 hit point.
That was crazy. That really could have gone either way at the end there. Calyrex Shadow Rider is such a strong Pokemon that I don't really trust anything to survive Astral Barrages, especially we saw the Koraidon of all things get knocked out by it in 1 hit. But Gio played this really, really well. Going for that Flutter Mane on the first turn, blocking the Icy Wind speed drops was a really great use of the Covert Cloak and the Clear Amulet items, making sure that the speed control was entirely in his favor through the rest of the game, and really made great use of the Sun. I actually don't think we saw Koraidon attack once throughout this entire match, but the Sun played a really big role throughout it. So again, that's just that experience coming through.
It's the most valuable bench warmer, I guess. Hits the field, sets the Sun, instantly gets KO'd, but the impact is so lasting in the match. So it was really, really cool to see that the rest of the team being so strong that even when you kind of don't have her restricted at some points, you're still good. And yeah, the Ogerpon, that is definitely the MVP. It really took the sturdy ability to heart. It was like, okay, well, I know I actually have taken some damage, so it's not really valid, but I still kind of feel like I want to be sturdy here, and I'm still going to live on 1 HP, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Yotam broke sturdy one too many times, and Ogerpon said, no, I want it back. I want it myself. What a match.
What a
so cool.
match. So yeah, that was a really, really cool match. So it was really cool to be able to give that props to Gio, someone, again, who's been credited. But, like, man, the winning in so heartbreaking because for Yotam, like, again, like, there has been so many events where he's been making these runs and with a bunch of, like, different teams, too. And, like, we even saw, like, Young Mega, Vasquez, Louisville. Like, there is some crazy stuff. So it's heartbreaking, but it's the nature of the competition.
It is, and I know it'll happen for Yotam very soon. He's a great player and, of course, a very good team builder and has a great team of people around him as well that are there to support him and help him prepare for the next one. But congrats to Gio for moving on to our top cut stage here in Vancouver. And we're done with Swiss, Sierra. That was it.
That's crazy. Yeah, the amount of Swiss rounds is dependent on the amount of players that enter the competition. So for this one, that's actually only 10 rounds of Swiss for the day, which means we get to that top cut action even faster. So that's super exciting. So I'm excited to see, as we're still waiting for results, of course, from the floor, kind of which restricteds have made their way into the top cut. Because, well, now we know that there is a secured Koraidon and, well, that Clear Amulet version with all these Pokemon that can benefit from these sunny conditions.
That's one of the cool things about Gio's team to me is that Flutter Mane and Raging Bolt both have their photosynthesis ability. Chiyu really likes Sunbaying up for the damage. It's a really great way to make use of the sun on Pokemon other than just the Koraidon, which of course gets the attack boost from Orichalcum Pulse. The fire type attacks are powered up. But you know, obviously we just don't need the Koraidon. We don't need it to attack when you got some really strong Pokemon next to it, huh?
Nope. So I got like good and bad news, I guess, for Koraidon enjoyers. Like it's
like it's good, but also you don't need it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like good, but we also didn't see it, so that's fine. But that's for another time. It is time to start talking about Top Cut, players in Top Cut, and to Gio, who's standing by in the lounge now with Rosemary.
Yep, and it's coming. Hello, everyone. I am here with the winner of our final round of Swiss at the Vancouver Regional Championships, Gio. Congratulations. You have made it into the top cut. What has the journey of this event looked like for you?
A lot of things. The travel here was kind of rough. I got a flight delay, so I had to wait in Seattle for a while. But the fact that I am now here, I was so grateful that a lot of people were willing to also get me a ride instead of a flight here from Seattle to Vancouver, but I was able to catch a flight out here. I got in pretty late in comparison to how I wanted to, but once I was here, I felt great. getting to see everyone again. I usually only get like 1 or 2 regionals a year, and so this is my second now. After Worlds, I didn't have an event until San Antonio, and I went from 8-1 to 8-3 there. And then afterwards, I was like, I was so close, because I would have automatically been in top 16 based on my resistance there, since I had done so well on day 1. And Isabel Lee notified me like, hey, have you considered Vancouver? And I hadn't at the time because it was always like pretty inconvenient for me, but the timing was just right and it was just reasonable enough to where I could go through Seattle to get here, and that made all the difference. I was glad to give this another shot since I had used this at Worlds and both at San Antonio. And so running it back here again, it means a lot to me to use the same team over and over again like this, and it's just so fun to play.
Well, it looks fun, and especially because we don't get a chance to see too much Koraidon either. So talk to us a little bit about how did you even get to Koraidon in the first place for Worlds?
It's a pretty long story, but the shortcut of it is that I have always been a Sun player ever since Ultra Series of 2019. I usually played Kyogre before then, and then I switched to Groudon to play Groudon Yveltal. And, you know, Chiyu and Koraidon is pretty similar to that. I was originally playing Groudon very early on in the format, but Koraidon had more promise just because it has better overall ability, where it gets the damage boost from its ability as well. It has more utility with its speed boost from Flame Charge, and it has great coverage into the format as well with Fighting and Fire. And it combines really well with a lot of other members of typical Sun teams. This is not my team, by the way. I want to make that very clear. Juanma Odriozola from Spain built this with Juan Nunez. And then Guillermo Castilla came in later on before North American Internationals. And I had known about the team beforehand because I had talked with Juanma a bit. And I was asked to not like test it publicly. So I decided I'm not going to use this if I can't test this. I wanted to keep my word on it. And so I used the Golden Go Incineroar version of this team, which had a more volatile matchup spread. And then after that, I told Juanma when I was leaving New Orleans, I want to use your team for Worlds, but I think the Gastrodon can be replaced with something better. And eventually he found Focus Sash Ditto, and I took the idea as well. And although we have different versions of the team, it's still the same 6 Pokemon, still all the same moves. So thank you so much for building that team. It's so much fun to play. I know that it's a hot take to say it's the most dynamic team in the format because there's so many other teams that have so many options. But Ditto is just so dynamic in the way it plays. You can copy so many different Pokemon and use so many different moves that'll enable you in certain matchups. Terra Ghost has really neat applications too, depending on the matchup. So it's just an awesome team to play. It has pretty much everything you need for a Sun player as well.
I was going to say, this is the type of team, especially with the Ditto involved, it sounds like you get a lot of variety in terms of the games you get a chance to play. Ditto allowing you to change things for a specific matchup, but then also you're not running the same thing back over and over again.
Yeah, it's very unique, and there's a lot of originality in every game you play because of it. But once you see the patterns with how it can operate in certain matchups, people consider it to be relatively inconsistent because Focus Sash leads to you having speed ties, but Choice Scarf is relatively inflexible in this format, given the fact that there's redirection, fake out tempo, stuff like that, which can slow down Ditto pretty heavily. Wide Guard as well for spread moves if you lock into a spread move. And so it's really difficult to pilot Scarf, but with Focus Sash you can actually find a lot of consistency copying Restricteds or copying key Pokemon that are support pieces on the opposing team. That you yourself can use into the opposing team that's favorable, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so awesome to see this team come to fruition, and now you get a chance to actually push it forward into the top cut. So how are you feeling about knowing that you've got your chance again to actually take this team even further?
Well, it is pretty special to me because the last time I was this deep at a regional was Pittsburgh, where I started 8-0, and then I fell to 10-4 by the end of it. I only lost to 2 separate teams throughout that entire tournament. I lost to Riley Factura twice, in round 9 and round 11, and then I lost to Emilio's Bramblegast team as a Cresselia Ursulino player, which is a pretty miserable matchup. And so I always wanted to get back to that point from then, because I'd also made top 8 at San Diego at the very beginning of Scarlet Violet. And that was a pretty big moment for me, but I had missed the stream match, which I got now, so that I can check that off, which is amazing. But it's really nice to have made the decision to come here and to prove that I can still make it there.
I love that we get a chance to see you go even further in the top cut, and we're going to let you get ready for that in just a minute. But outside of the players that you already thanked for putting the team together, is there anyone else that you'd like to give some shout outs to?
There are too many to count. To keep it short, thank you to everyone who has helped me over the years, everyone that's here in the venue spectating, everyone watching at home. Specifically, I want to give thanks to Sven van der Voorden, Luca Paz, Carlos Cabal, Juan Mauro Juan Nunez for building the original team back in June, or like late May, early June before NAIC. And thank you to everyone, seriously, that has been with me every step of the way. It feels amazing that I can finally say this stuff here now, and it's still just a surreal moment.
I love that for you. Gio, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on that last match, and best of luck in your top cut.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to be going to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be getting ready for our top cut here at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
They're in team preview.
They're doing the thing where they show our like team lists next to us, like as the players are there. Yeah.
So wave to the camera.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizers actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, and learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back to tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
Pretty good special attack, and it's just a one hit. No way.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournaments kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years, and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokémon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really, really close friend, Luca Civelli, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the World Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at has been really, really high. One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
The journey to the top is long and tough. And it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire always lighting up above It's the greatest you will get to leave them all So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life And you need courage if you want to win the fight Respect the opposition like a real hero should Then strike While your passion is the fire always lighting up above It's the greatest you will get to leave them all So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency and I definitely respect that a lot because I understand how hard it is to be consistent. Even having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, no question about it. I think Dark types have some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or your stomach gets a little worked up because you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
Let's kick off the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
I'm one of the commentators for Pokemon. You're on camera a lot. That's when you really start thinking a lot more about what it is you want to represent.
Doing the Masters Finals is one of the biggest honors.
Winning it all is still a dream that I have, even today.
To actually be the best in the world of something, you have to open yourself up to failing. That's when you start to think, maybe I can't do it. Maybe I had my prime.
With the conclusion of Swiss round number 10 here at the Vancouver Regional Championships 2025, we now turn our attention to the top cut, where 24 of our competitors will battle it out in the hopes of becoming the next Vancouver Regional Champion. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Gabby Sider and Scott Glaza to give you a sneak peek of what to expect with this upcoming top cut.
I think what doesn't surprise me is just the diversity of the restricted Pokemon that have made it into our top cut of 24. You know, we've seen a lot of unique teams in this tournament. We've seen a lot of unique approaches to some of the more tried and true formulas for these restricted Pokemon. And I think it's really shown that the people who have the advantage are the ones who have those unique picks, have those unique team builds. And I mean, looking at the percentages here of the top 8 restricted Pokemon, I don't think it's necessarily surprising what order they're in. I think it's more surprising just how they're being utilized and what Pokemon are supporting them.
Yeah, it might be a little less optimistic as you are. I'm a little more pleasantly surprised, I guess, that we have the spread we do, especially because it seems like the top cut's even a little bit more diverse than day 2 as a whole was. It's been fun, right? Where you get a couple different looks of all these Pokemon. I'm not sure all these Zamazenta have been. I don't think we've seen Zamazenta on stream yet, but it seems like they're out there somewhere.
They are out there. In fact, there are 2 that are going to make it into the top cut. And if you would believe me, Terapagos with our top cut restricted usage actually jumps up to 3rd place. It is going to be the 3rd most used restricted Pokemon with 3.
It's interesting, 'cause I know I saw 2 of them, where I know at least those 2 teams had 5 Pokemon in common, with the difference being their fairy types, with one having Fluttermane and one having Screamtail.
And then Alex Chan also has the Landorus with the Urshifu, Ogerpon Hearthflame, Whimsicott, Farigiraf. So we do have the 3 pretty awesome Terapagos teams in this top cut.
I kind of like it. We get like all the directions I think that like seemed feasible, right? You got one player kind of doing their own thing with Terapagos. We got one that's kind of using the 6 we were expecting with the Screamtail variant, and then we saw round 2 yesterday, Abdullah, I guess looking to be a 2-time Vancouver Regional Champion with the Fluttermane version, kind of still similar to what we've been seeing lately with the Heatran version of the Terapagos team, but a little bit different.
Yeah, and I really like that for Terapagos. You know, I think it was underexplored, it feels like, since the return to Regulation G. And, you know, yes, the Heatran variant has been really sort of dominating, I would say, in recent tournaments, especially in the online era, you know, with a lot of the grassroots tours going on. But its first opportunity to really shine here at the regional stage is exciting. I'm hoping that this means if you're, you know, interested in some of these other restricted Pokemon, you take those chances, you try out new things, because, yes, there are only a couple of Regulation G tournaments left, but there still is some of this metagame to explore.
And while this graphic shows us the top 8 restricted Pokemon just in day 2, I want to call out another change if we were to update this graphic for the top cut. Tied in 4th, we've got 2 apiece of Miraidon, Zamazenta, and Kyogre. So you would actually see the Zamazenta fall out of favor quite a bit when it looks to this graphic.
I can't say I'm surprised about that personally. I think that Zamazenta is just a very difficult restricted to run. I think that when you're looking at 10 rounds of Swiss plus top cut, it's more of an endurance game, right? Like, you have to trust that you'll be able to make the right plays every single turn, every single game. And with a slower restricted Pokemon, when there's more positioning in play, there's just more opportunity to make mistakes.
I guess it kind of just makes sense from like the data
Yeah.
side too, where like,
Oh, yeah, that too.
with we're trying to, the best we can show you the teams that are to go deep in the tournament, right? So with Zamazenta having not shown up on stream too much, maybe clustered more toward the bottom parts of the day 2 bracket. I do want to shout out Kyogre, where it seems like it's becoming more and more popular of a pick among players. I think especially like the more methodical types, where like it and Terapagos are kind of competing for similar types of players maybe who might find both of these Pokemon appealing. But I know we were making fun of Kyogre a little bit when we were doing the tier list segment yesterday, but proving that unlike poor Groudon, it's still a force to be reckoned with in this format.
Yeah, I think, I forget who it was yesterday that you spoke to, but one Calm Mind is like a choice specs and a light screen. I mean, you can't argue with that.
Exactly. That was Ryan Lassetto, who is going to be one of our Kyogre players that have made it into the top cut, and that is going to be the Calm Mind Kyogre with the Roaring Moon Incineroar team, popularized by Oliver Escalin over in EU. And the second Kyogre we have is from Aldo Loyola, who is going to have the Kyogre Wo-Chien variation. Still quite bulky. Wo-Chien, I think, adding even more defense to a lot of this team, but you also have more support in the Grimmsnarl, Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Rillaboom on that team.
I mean, the fact that you have both the Grimmsnarl and the Wo-Chien, I mean, that's like oppressive defense at that point. I would not want to face that team personally.
Yeah, I kind of think like the angles that Kyogre's been able to go really kind of speaks to its greatness as kind of one of the Pokemon that's really been transcending VGC for the past like 20 years where, you know, I think often when you think of Kyogre being really effective, you kind of think of like those more offensive teams, you know, it's playing next to Tornadus and like just trying to get off a quick water spout or something. And that hasn't really worked in this format where it's been kind of, I guess these like mid-tempo teams where like, usually it's been like the Calm Mind, but it's still like relatively aggressive. And then, yeah, all the way another direction with Wo-Chien where like, you know, how not aggressive can we be? Or, you know, Wo-Chien really trying to stretch it out, you know, make sure we have some time to talk to y'all about the, you know, the podcasts that occur between rounds sometimes.
The very pacifist game path that you could take in the Pokemon VGC. But there are a couple of other restricted Pokemon that I'd like to call out here before we move on to what our non-restricteds look like, because that graphic changes even more when you take a look at, we've got one Lunala, one Zacian, and of course the one lone Koraidon that has also made it into the top cut.
That's really exciting. I think that Koraidon has been a Pokemon that a lot of people have been thinking about recently, especially after it won the EUIC a couple of weeks ago. A bit of a different take on Koraidon, which I personally like. You know, there's a lot of really good Pokemon with photosynthesis. Raging Bolt has been called a second restricted Pokemon multiple times, Fluttermane as well. And if you can power up those Pokemon with the natural ability of your Koraidon as opposed to using booster energy, that's a lot of extra power.
I think Koraidon's great. I mean, I'm also kind of glad to see it didn't seem like too many people tried to just next Wolf's team. I think, you know, sometimes you don't have a team for an event, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with kind of just using something that's been successful. I think to me that would have been a really difficult team to pick up in a short amount of time if you saw it win a UIC, like, oh, I'm just going to run this at the next event just because it plays like in such a non-conventional way and kind of you're working toward win conditions that normally you wouldn't be. I think kind of the more offensive Koraidon version where you're kind of just using as the best Sunsetter available, it's plays a little bit more conventionally, right? And I think it's not too surprising that that's the version of Koraidon that still has a chance to win this tournament.
Sounds like a little bit more consistent as well based on just some of the matchup spreads that we've had in the tournament so far. But let's move now to talk about our day 2 usage from our non-restricted Pokemon, because I think on this graphic comes a couple of maybe big key players. Landorus Incarnate is one of those Pokemon sneaking into the top 12, but I also love the fact that Ogerpon Cornerstone is really starting to overtake our ever so popular Ogerpon Hearthflame.
I feel like it's been underused this entire time we've been playing this format. I think, you know, maybe correctly it was the least popular of the masked Ogerpon in the previous formats. It's just so good in this unrestricted format where this restricted format rather, where so many Pokemon are capable of scoring one-hit knockouts kind of regardless of what Ogerpon form you're using. You gotta hit it twice no matter what because of that sturdy ability. It combines really well with Follow Me, where it kind of gives you the Focus Sash Follow Me effect without having to commit your Focus Sash item. Again, you know, there's so many Pokemon that do get knocked out in one shot in this format where the Focus Sash is a really valuable item in this regulation, and kind of having it freed up for another teammate is a really valuable attribute to have, on top of the fact that, you know, Rock's a great attack type, right? You know, one of the problems with it in general is just that there aren't many great Rock type attacks and they're all wildly inconsistent, where Ivy Cudgel is not. So a great Pokemon to start seeing used a little bit more finally.
I love how we're also seeing some people run it in slots that were typically Ogerpon Hearthflame forms in more recent adaptations. I like it a lot because, like you just mentioned, yes, it has Follow Me, but it also has that natural grass typing. So if you're playing somebody with an Amoonguss and is playing that Amoonguss very aggressively, it's really easy to just keep clicking Follow Me, redirect those spores, and sort of play your way around that.
I want to call attention as well to our Pokemon that sits in the very first position on this graphic with over 60% usage, and that's Urshifu Rapid Strike. I was taking a look at the Urshifu forms, and I don't think I saw very many Urshifu single strikes in day 2, and it actually gets even more lopsided when you take a look at the top cut. There is not a single Urshifu single strike in the entire field of 24 of our top cut competitors.
I mean, let's be real. Unseen Fist is always going to be a good ability. Being able to attack through Protect is something that is really meta-defining, I think, at this point in time. There's no getting away from that. What I personally like about Rapid Strike over Single Strike is that you're able to put down a lot of damage with 3 hits. You're able to break those Focus Ashes, and it's just, I'm not surprised it's at 60%. I honestly was expecting it to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in kind of what an alternate reality looks like where Rapid Strike doesn't exist and like what Single Strike's usage would then look like, because I do think it's good enough that, you know, if it wasn't kind of outclassed by its brother here, that maybe you would see more of it, but it's just so powerful. And I think one thing that's kind of universal to all Pokemon formats is that it's really powerful to take options away from your opponent. And usually you do that by like punishing the option, right? Like, oh, well, you know, if you use Protect here, I can take advantage of it. Urshifu kind of just negates the option entirely. I think in some ways it's not unlike how Wolf just won UIC with Gothitelle, where instead of taking away the option to switch. I think it's just very powerful to be able to do that. And while it's very tricky to make Gothitelle's Shadow Tag work for you, not so difficult to make Unseen Fist work, right? Just hit the attack button.
I love just pushing buttons and
too.
attacking. It's great. It's one of my favorite aspects about Pokemon. But now that we've talked about our usage data for the restricted and non-restricted Pokemon in Day 2, and we've given you a little bit of a taste of what to expect for the top cut, let's look at the bracket now for our 24 competitors. Here's the first side of the bracket. You can see a couple of the play-in matches that we need to have. I am so eager to see what's going to happen between that John Ulysses, Serrano Albuerne, and Joshua Robinson matchup. I think that immediately catches my eye, not just because Joshua Robinson has been an amazing senior division player, just recently aging up into Masters for this year, but the John Ulysses team is so cool. It's the Okidogi with the Rotom Wash and the lone Zacian we have in top cut.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that winds up doing, where I think just a bunch of really cool Pokemon on the team. I've been an Okidogi apologist all year, so I'm waiting for my moment. And I think even Zation, I think we're a little tough on it, right? Where it's really not the Pokemon it used to be. And I think, you know, again, if we get a format that allows 2 restricted Pokemon at some point, I think maybe its day will still come. But, you know, it does some things that no other Pokemon can. And, you know, props to making it this far in the tournament using a bunch of Pokemon that I think maybe a lot of people in the field didn't take seriously.
I mean, Pokemon's an information game, and at the end of the day, if you're able to build a team with tools that people aren't used to seeing, like Zacian, like Okidogi, that's an advantage, and Jean Ulysses has shown us that that advantage can take you very far.
I'm also looking at the Alex Chan and Aldo Loyola matchup. We talked about Terrapagos. We also have Aldo that has that Kyogre and Wo-Chien. And so I feel like that match could just be slow, methodical, maybe a little tricky. And so there's a lot of strategy there.
Yeah, is that a Calm Mind Terrapagos? Do you know?
I don't know, but I'm going to assume so.
Okay, because I feel like that's going to be really interesting because on the one hand, the Terrapagos wants to get those Calm Minds, that special attack boost going, but then with the Wo-Chien on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting too, because I mean, I don't know a whole lot of that matchup. I can't claim to have played a whole lot of Wo-Chien games in preparation for this, but you know, the winner does play against Abdullah, who also has that Calm Mind Terrapagos team, right? So if that winds up being advantageous matchup, I could very well see it in top 8.
As we take a look at the other side of the bracket really quick, we've got James Evans and James Beck both being able to make it through. Even after their match against each other on that day 1 of Swiss, they find themselves in the top 16 alongside Ryan Lassetto, who is so eager to be able to make that rerun from Vancouver Championships 2 years ago. And Besson in this top cut as well, being able to find that top 16 already, is the only Lunala player. And so how cool is it that we have such diversity already amongst even just the players that have already locked in top 16?
I was looking at the Lunala team earlier as well, and it's just a lot of things that would work very well in the metagame right now that you wouldn't expect. So shout out to him for putting that team together. I hope we have a chance to see it on stream. It looks like it's a lot of fun.
I just love Lunala as a Pokemon too. So stylish, so fun to watch, and you know, a combination of traits that kind of no other Pokemon has, where I think it kind of just provides some really interesting looks. And I guess shout out to Ryan as well. You know, the Canadian players are dropping quickly, but I think he's a real threat to win the tournament. So we'd love to see a Canadian player take it home here in Vancouver. We'll have to see if one of them can pull it off.
Hopefully his luck can continue, especially after getting the double freeze on stream yesterday. That was pretty hype. And we have so much amazing action ahead for our top cut. So to get ready for that, we now send things back over to Jake and Sierra to take us through our very first match of our top cut.
Thank you so much, you three. You're right. A double freeze on stream is hype, unless you're the person it's used up against, in which case, not so hype. But, you know, it happens sometimes. And it's time to get underway with the top cut here in Vancouver. And so many different storylines, so much on the line. I absolutely cannot wait. And to be starting off, it's going to be Jean-Ulysses Serrano-Abuerne going up against Joshua Robinson. So 2 names here that, looking at them, well, you might not be too familiar, but that's where we'll familiarize you.
Yeah, of course. We have some players that maybe don't have the experience at this stage yet, but it's going to be really fun to see how they approach this match in one of their first matches of this caliber. Of course, we have Jean-Ulysses on your screen now with a really, really cool team. Big fan of this Rotom Wash pick because it's actually really strong into something like the Calyrex Ice Rider, which, spoiler alert, you might see on the other side of the field, thanks to that water typing resisting Glacial Lance and the Levitate blocking high horsepower. Of course, it is accompanied by Landorus Incarnate, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Tornadus, and 2 more unique picks, Zacian, which is not a Pokemon we've seen too much in the Scarlet and Violet era, and Okidogi, which we saw a little bit of yesterday on stream.
See, I just absolutely cannot believe this Rotom Wash is something that we're seeing in this day and age.
Yeah.
Like, are we 100% sure we didn't miss input? Like, what is this? There is a couple of different water type Pokemon, including just one on this team, the Urshifu Rapid Strike, that we've seen really dominate this meta. And when you do kind of go into these other picks, it's something like that Wellspring Ogerpon or literally anything else. But Rotom Wash, to have that reappearance, I'm really excited for that. That Will-O-Wisp really shut down those attacking threats. And I don't know, like this Thunderbolt Decider, like on paper, this seems really strong, but I also feel like that's the whole thing of it, like in the past regulations, on paper it seems strong, but you never make it see an impact. So it does have the pushy buff, so I'll give him that.
Rotom Wash always kind of has that problem ever since kind of like the X and Y days where, you know, it looks really good on paper, but then you get into a battle and it takes 70% damage from a neutral attack, and you're like, well, okay, maybe this is a different Pokemon in the next iteration of this team. But honestly, not a bad matchup here for this Rotom. We do see Joshua's team now is the Calyrex Ice Rider, Amoonguss, Indeedee Female, Ogerpon Teal Mask, Pelipper, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. I think one of the first Pelipers we've seen on stream this weekend, and a team that's set up pretty well to make good use of it. The Choice Scarf, Terra Water, Urshifu Rapid Strike will be hitting really hard with those Surging Strikes. We have the support for the Calyrex Ice Rider with the Wide Guard to make sure it's not taking any scary Astral Barrages.
I cannot believe out of the Ogerpons that we have here in the top cut that it's the Peel Mask that we get to see instead of a Wellspring. So this is really, really cool to be able to see the Defiant instead, to really be able to kind of just set up when you're facing off in a meta with Incineroars. I think that's really cool. And Superpower to be able to fire off powerful attacks, really useful. This Urshifu Rapid Strike also with that coaching, a way to be able to boost up partner Pokemon, whether it's that Ogerpon or the Calyrex Ice Rider. It's kind of one of those moves that we've seen on and off of the Urshifu. Depends on what month, depends on who you ask. But I'm excited to see what it can do here.
I also think this Tail Mask Ogerpon was jealous of Geo's Cornerstone's sturdy ability because it is holding a Focus Sash. So now it has both Defiant and also the Focus Sash to kind of make a fake sturdy. Right off the bat, though, we do see the Tilmask Ogerpon next to the Calyrex Ice Rider, and Okidogi and Rotom Wash, 2 Pokemon I did not expect to see on the field at all, and much less next to each other, the leads of choice for Jean-Ulysses.
Let alone in top cut.
Yeah.
So I am so intrigued to see what these 2 Pokemon can do, because there are not any that have made any sort of impact. But when you look at just the move spread that this Okidogi in particular has going up against this, there's actually a bunch of really great options here. So you can either just go on the offensive or even just something like knockoff to get rid of valuable items.
Rotom Wash also in a pretty strong spot here with that Steel type Terra. Again, it'll take resisted damage from everything the Calyrex can throw at it. Only Superpower from Ogerpon can do a big chunk to it. But right off the bat, we'll swap out into the Zacian, which boosts its attack with the Intrepid Sword.
That attack boost would be so nice going forward, and you get that swap essentially for free. Zacian comes in, double protect onto the opposing end, Drain Punch. Hitting into the Ogerpon, that does mean that a little bit of damage is going to happen this turn because of that spiky shield, but that's the only damage that's coming out.
This is actually a really strong spot for Jean-Ulysses too, because this Okidogi is carrying the attack upper hand. So if Ogerpon wants to go for Follow Me to try and redirect some damage from the Zacian into the Calyrex, it will actually be flinched.
Follow me. So anything's going to be targeted towards the Ogerpon on this turn is Behemoth Blade from the Zacian. We've got the attack boost, we got a lot of damage, and we have an Ogerpon that is barely holding on thanks to, of course, that Focus Sash. One of the cool things about the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the fact it actually can hold an item. Not going to help it in face of the double up though, but it means the Calyrex Ice Rider is safe. No moves directed that way, and now Trick Room, everything fast is now slow, and the Ice Rider is in position where it could thrive potentially on this next turn.
It's a really nice Trick Room, especially considering the speed at which the Zacian starts to throw out some attacks. Now that Trick Room is going up, Joshua will have the chance to bring in something that might be a little bit slower or able to support this Calyrex pretty well, like this Indeedee. You have, again, the option for someone like the Follow Me, and because Psychic Terrain is up, Upper Hand is no longer in play.
And this is really nice. The fact that you have multiple different Follow Me users on the team to really just make sure that the Calyrex Ice Rider can stay safe. Because when you're staring down this Okidogi and the Zacian, those are two Pokemon that can really threaten in a really big sort of way. So being forced to kind of target into a partner Pokemon instead, not that fun. Though Zacian should take a hit quite well on the next turn anyways. But Terastallization from the Calyrex into this Grass type.
Grass typing will remove the weakness to something like the Behemoth Blade, but it does leave you open to something like a Gunk Shot if that is, it's like the strongest move available to Okidogi. Unfortunately, there is going to be a Terastallization on either side. It's going to be that Zacian turning into a Water type, a great defensive choice here to make sure it is still resisting those Glacial Lances while taking neutral damage from high horsepower.
Gotta make sure you're not taking too much damage from the opposing end as no Follow Me, but instead Helping Hand. This is gonna boost the damage output from that Calyrex Ice Hitter and high horsepower, not into the Zacian, but instead the Okidogi. So Pokemon we don't see too often, and we're not gonna see it anymore this match. And of course, a knockout means the first Chilling Knee boost for the Calyrex. Behemoth Blade, there wasn't Follow Me, but targeting down into the Indeedee anyways brings it right down low into the orange.
Great turn for Joshua there. Getting rid of that Okidogi means that you don't really have to worry about this pretty bulky Pokemon that can have some great utility with that Upper Hand, with the possible knockoffs as well. And you do get the first attack boost on your Calyrex Ice Rider. Rotom comes in here and again will be able to resist any damage this Calyrex can throw at it. And because of that Grass typing, won't be taking too much damage in return unless Rotom is able to get some foul plays off. Rotom really does want to burn this Calyrex with Will-O-Wisp, but because Trick Room is up, it will have to act before the Zacian, which means Indeedee can freely redirect it if it wants to.
Zacian with the speed favors not necessarily being in its side. That's the Protect. Indeedee, Follow Me. So this Rotom is forced to target into the slot. Glacial Lance. Of course, this is just going to be damage into the Rotom, and with that typing, that is going to be okay. And I'm curious then how much this will do, and just how Rotom just stacks up against this meta. Not very effective, just over half. Thunderbolt, Indeedee taken down. So Joshua now down to final 2 Pokemon.
That's again, kind of the Rotom Wash problem, right? That's a resistance on something that you're kind of using on your team to check this Ice Rider, but you're getting, like, what, 2-3 hit KO'd by that resisted Glacial Lance. Granted, it is at +1, and now Rotom is on the field against this Amoonguss, thankfully holding the Safety Goggles item, so should be able to stick around this turn, fire off a Will-O-Wisp into this Calyrex, and try and slow down this game a little bit more. The Amoonguss is carrying Pollen Puff as its attack, so it's going to be able to do a little bit of chip damage here. Might be Glacial Lance range?
It's gonna be close. So now the move, it does. So Rotom has no opportunity to go for a Will-O-Wisp to negate the damage, and another KO needs another Chilling Knee boost. So now +2 attack. Behemoth Blade now into the Grass type Calyrex. So it's not that same damage it needed before, and you can instantly see that impact.
Yeah, and Trick Room still being up means that a Spore is pretty free into either of these slots, especially this Urshifu, given it is the Choice Scarf variant and cannot protect itself. Zacian, still did a huge chunk of damage to that Calyrex, and if you do opt to go for Spore with Amoonguss, it means that you're not, redirecting a Behemoth Blade. So I think you almost kind of have to Spore that Zacian slot, especially considering Calyrex as a Grass type will be able to resist that Glacial Lance, or the Surging Strikes coming out from Urshifu. Still kind of a tricky spot though for both of these trainers, because Zacian is doing a lot of damage with Behemoth Blade. Calyrex is a very bulky Pokemon, but Zacian is equally as strong. So that Behemoth Blade, even neutral thanks to the Terra, enough for a 2-hit KO.
You don't want to disrespect and get a little greedy and then all of a sudden lose your Restricted, because the Restricted is the only thing keeping you around in this mat. So going for something like this Pollen Puff instead makes a lot of sense. The Calyrex, who had taken so much damage, you can't even tell. High horsepower into the Protect though. No damage, it'll just be that Urshifu that gets to act on this turn. Close combat, doesn't even do that same amount that Paul and Puff had done, and now defense is going to be dropped, which is going to be sticking around for the rest of the match, considering there's no switch out. At least one of these nice things for Jean-Louis is the Trick Room's done. Your speedy Pokemon are now fast again.
And I really like the lock into close combat as well, because this Amoonguss is holding the Rocky Helmet item. And so if you do, actually, it got knocked off, didn't it? Or was it a Drain Punch? There's a Rocky Helmet in place somewhere. If the Rocky Helmet was still there, you're taking a lot of chip damage from the Surging Strike. There it is, still there. So Surging Strikes would have taken 3 Rocky Helmet chips instead of just the 1. So a really smart selection for close combat there. Behemoth Blade comes through and is able to KO the Amoonguss with a critical hit.
So now anything trying to protect this Calyrex, keep that longevity around, is gone. It's just the Calyrex Ice Rider against the world. Glacial Lance up against these Pokemon will get that double KO. So it's all that it needed. All the supporting cast for this Pokemon put the restricted in the perfect spot. Joshua up the first game in the set here in Top Cut.
Close combat was good, so it doesn't take too much Rocky Helmet damage, but it's not good because you were lowering your defense and just allowing this Calyrex to finish off the game. Again, we kind of saw the exact reason why people haven't picked Rotom Wash in the last couple of years. It is really good on paper, has great typing, has great utility, just unfortunately isn't as bulky as it used to be, and it was able to be taken down by those 2 Glacial Lances on top of a little bit of help from the Pollen Puff. I would love to see Jean-Ulysses use that Rotom Wash again in this next match, because I do really think this is kind of the exact matchup you want it. You know, Ice Rider with the Amoonguss, so you can bypass the Rage Powder with the safety goggles, but maybe just try to get those burns going a little bit quicker.
Again, Rotom Wash, so good on paper.
Yeah.
But when you have these big threats, as you call it, it's just not the thing. I love the strategy from Joshua, which I was initially a little hesitant on, where it was Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you have the Ogerpon with the Follow Me.
Yeah.
Then you have Indeedee with Follow Me. And then you get
just
the 4th
Calyrex
Pokemon.
Triple redirection.
Yeah, Amoonguss with Rage Powder, which
Yeah.
it was cool. But when you do get the Trick Room and you consistently keep this Pokemon safe and it's just able to stack up these boosts with no opportunity for John to be able to capitalize, then that's a huge threat. So I'm curious then what you're going to eye up in this game too. Rotom didn't necessarily get the biggest impact because you never got a free hit out of the Calyrex. The Okidogi was taken down as soon as you hit that Trick Room. But the Genies don't also really fare well. Like, you can't let the Trick Room go up, but then also, how do you just stop it?
Yeah, it's tough. I think you have pieces to be able to weather this Trick Room, especially with the Terra Water on Zacian. That is very helpful to still be, you know, taking less damage from those Glacial Lances with the resistance, while also not just getting wiped out by high horsepower. So I like the choice there for the Terastallization. I think if the Tail Mask Ogerpon is also the lead of choice again for Joshua, we saw the option for like an upper hand earlier on in the match. The upper hand has higher priority than Follow Me, which means that it should be able to, you know, flinch the Ogerpon before it can attack. Because if upper hand, if you're using it and the target is using a priority attack, whether it's Aqua Jet, you know, Follow Me, something from a prankster Pokemon like Whimsicott, it will go before that attack and flinch the Pokemon, which means Follow Me won't go off. And we could have seen the Calyrex actually just get 1 KO'd in that first turn if something like that had happened. So there are tools that Jean-Ulysses has that he maybe wasn't able to use perfectly in that first game, that even if they both bring the same Pokemon in the same order, it could change the course of the match.
Well, heading into this game 2 here in our first round of Top Cut for Vancouver, get to see an instant switch up coming out from Jean. We had talked about, you know, maybe a junior where things can change, and Tornadus hit the field next to that Urshifu.
Interesting switch up there. I like the idea of getting the Tornadus and Urshifu out really early. Maybe get some rain dances going to get some boosted Surging Strikes. The issue is that we saw the Calyrex is the Terra Grass in that first game, and Joshua is very willing to use it. So if the Calyrex does go straight for that Terra Grass, it means that it will be resisting Surging Strikes. The Ogerpon on Joshua's side already resisting it. We have the U-turn option, which would break the Focus Sash of the Ogerpon, do a big chunk of damage as well, thanks to it being super effective. And maybe you can reposition the Urshifu to something that might be a little bit better into Ogerpon, but I think the favor here is in Joshua's side of the court, because again, this Glacial Lance is already threatening some big damage. If Trick Room goes up, we saw that Jean-Ulysses wasn't really able to take good advantage of it.
Definitely a lot of threats, and I was kind of expecting a Terastallization from John to maybe counteract that in the very first turn. The Spiky Shield, but Unseen Fisk is going to go right through that. So a lot of damage and a chance to pivot into something that fare a little bit better into the rest of the match. Zacian and Rotom, the 2 in the back. So the Okidogi not going to be sticking around. Now just to debate what comes in. The Zacian is something that can be threatening, but if you are expecting maybe the potential of a Trick Room there, well, then you fall into the same issue as you had in that first game where the Zacian, kind of feels bad when it's so slow.
I guess the nice thing is that if Trick Room goes up here and Rotom is your swap, then you have a way to foul play the Ogerpon before it attacks. But Zacian is the Pokemon of choice for Jean Ulysses. Will have to, take whatever this Calyrex throws at it.
Bleak Windstorm, nothing into the Ogerpon, so at least good on the Spiky Shield there to make sure no damage comes on through. But Calyrex, Glacial Lance, so no Terrestrialization on that Tornadus, and that's where we really get to see that impact there, because first turn, and that Genie is gone.
That's a really nice play there. You'd be very tempted to go straight for that Trick Room again, but getting the Glacial Lance off means that you're immediately taking a +1 attack boost. If Joshua opted for the Indeedee and the Amoonguss again, that means we have the triple redirection in play for Joshua for the remainder of this game. We already have the boosted Calyrex, which was taking knockouts with resisted Glacial Lances. So even though you got the Water type and the Steel type against the Ice type kind of has the upper hand here.
At least what's nice is you've done so much damage into this Ogerpon, and when you do have these two Pokemon, one of them should be able to just get this KO, and the other gets a free hit at that Calyrex. So at least it's something where you don't have to double up into that Ogerpon. So it's just how much you can do to that horse. And as we get into the second turn of the match, the Terrestrialization definitely has a way to kind of change the matchup spread a little bit. With the Calyrex, I started going into the Grass type instead to make sure Behemoth Maid won't do the most damage.
It won't do the most damage, but thanks to the chip from Bleak Windstorm, we'll actually put this Calyrex Ice Raider down at pretty low HP if it connects. We see the Follow Me coming through immediately, which will redirect the first attack from Urshifu.
U-turn yet again. Saw how much damage that did the first time around. Second, no surprise for that fateful friend to be taken down. And this is where we do get to see then that Rotom Wash come into play and hit the field as, oh, it's forced to. That's the only thing else that Johnny Ulysses has, right? But now for the Zacian, how much damage is this going to do into the Calyrex? It's already taken a little bit from the Bleak Windstorm, and this is boosted up, but it's still just nowhere near the amount that you need. And as the Trick Room gets set up, well, Joshua has the situation that he wants.
Very smart Trick Room there as well. You really needed that to go up because now the Rotom has a way to knock out the Calyrex with Foul Play to make great use of that attack boost from the Chilling Neigh. But Trick Room going up means that Calyrex will be the first thing attacking every turn. Indeedee does come in as well to set up the Psychic Terrain, and more importantly, get that Follow Me support once again. Rotom very strong into this Calyrex, but doesn't really have a great way to damage the Indeedee. And again, we're in a position where Indeedee will be redirecting Rotom first, so Zacian doesn't have a chance to knock it out before it can get a Will-O-Wisp off. If you're the Rotom here, you kind of need to just go for maybe some chip damage with the Thunderbolt, which could possibly set up this Indeedee for a Behemoth Blade KO.
Follow Me, Indeedee. Again, keep the Calyrex safe at all costs because it's your only key into winning this match. Glacial Lance already at a +1. That's damage that's going to stack as Thunderbolt. Indeedee. Not that much damage. Paralysis is something that's going to be a little interesting, though. You're already slow with the Indeedee. That's going to be fine, but there is the chance that you just cannot move if you don't get KO'd from this Behemoth Blade. But we will get the KO there, so then we actually don't have to go down that hypothetical route. We're all good.
There's now a 100% chance Indeedee will not be attacking next turn.
True, true. Hey, quick math.
Exactly. But I mean, this is still, I think, a really strong spot for Joshua to be in. We saw the Pollen Puff do so much work in the last game. We're at a spot now where Glacial Lance might be coming very close to a KO on Zacian. I'm not sure if it's going to have the entire juice to go all the way there, but thankfully this is where the Safety Goggles Rotom will shine. You have the chance to go for something like a Will-O-Wisp into this Calyrex if you want. Pollen Puff from Amoonguss, still a really strong threat here, either into Rotom for the chip damage like we saw in the first game, or to heal up the Calyrex, again, like we saw in that first game.
And the Rotom Wash, the Terrestrialization into the Steel typing. Make sure that you're really taking as least as possible on this turn. You already have the Safety Goggles, you can't get redirected, but you also have to make sure you're not KO'd. Zacian does not have a Safety Goggles, though, so that is going to be a big bad beast that's now put to sleep. Glacial Lance, we saw how much damage it did before. Zacian down, Rotom. Now you have to get this Will-O-Wisp connect to make sure that this attack from the Calyrex doesn't get out of control, because that is now the second boost and not a Calyrex you want to be staring down, but there's Rotom taking a page out of Aaron Cybertronic's book, and that's going to be a miss in the pivotal moments of the match. And now this attack's so high, Urshifu comes in, it has a choice scarf, like, that's it. That's the match. Everything on that miss. Joshua now one step closer in this top cut.
You have to wonder if that Will-O-Wisp should have been a foul play there, right? I think with the attack boost, it probably would have been enough for the knockout, and then Joshua's down to just one Pokemon remaining in that second game, and maybe John Ulysses has a way to get around that Amoonguss and maybe take some knockouts there, but if your last two Pokemon of this Rotom and Urshifu, it might have been too little too late anyway. So Joshua playing that very, very well. Really just entirely a protect the Calyrex team, right? You've got 3 redirectors to stand on guard for that Calyrex and make sure that it is able to fire off so many Glacial Lances, even into resisted targets, and eventually enough to take KOs.
Yeah, when you're in the Trick Room and you're never really taking damage, or you only have to take some damage, yeah, even resisted hits.
Yeah, it's enough.
Yeah, and man, like sometimes you see that protect the restricted composition and you're lacking that damage output with anything else when your restricted finally does get taken down. But there was absolutely no way for John Ulysses to even hit, like really get at that Ogerpon. And the only key piece that you had, the Rotom Wash, which again, good on paper, but there's a reason it really hasn't been a staple in this meta. And when you do have a miss as well, that wouldn't have helped. It would have been interesting to see with the foul play, but it was still just kind of a tough situation with the amount of damage that has been done. Zacian had been put to sleep at that point, and there was still going to be this Trick Room to contend with.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit closer had the foul play come through there instead of the Will-O-Wisp, but at the same time, it's like a 21 HP Rotom Wash that can't damage Amoonguss. It's an Urshifu that will damage itself more than it damages Amoonguss thanks to that Rocky Helmet, and so maybe an uphill battle there that Joshua just created too big of a gap thanks to dedicating so many resources to keeping that Calyrex safe, able to fire off those Glacial Lances and secure a spot in top 16.
Yeah, big congratulations there. Top 16 at Vancouver.
Yeah.
That's a great accomplishment. And I love that we really do get that mix of players here in the Top Cut, ones that are, you know, we haven't necessarily gotten to see, then down the line are going to go up against these players that, well, every single event is like, here's the players to watch. And you see the names over and over. And it's exciting stuff.
It really is. We're getting to the point in the tournament too where every match the stakes get higher and higher and higher. Because now that we're in top 16, top 16 is a very great finish at this event. You've made the top cut, single elimination bracket stage of the tournament, which is very hard to do. But top 16 to top 8 is a big jump in prizes. Get some cash for making top 8. I think you get a lot more championship points as well. So even though Joshua has made it to top 16 along with 15 other trainers throughout the course of this event, the job's not done. You got a lot more Pokemon to play.
Yeah, I'm really excited to jump into that, especially when you look at 2 Vancouvers ago. It was someone that we had never heard of winning. Then last year was that storied player that won. So it's an even playing field when you're out there, unless of course you're a Calyrex Ice Rider that never can get damaged. In which case that's not a fair playing field. No. You're just gonna win.
Exactly. That's the thing too. Calyrex Ice Rider, as soon as it became a thing in the Sword and Shield era of VGC, was immediately on people's radars as, this thing is very strong. Glacial Lance is a very good ability. This thing has so many stats, it's very bulky, very strong. It takes great advantage of Trick Room, which it can set itself. So it's cool to see how trainers utilize those different tools. There are some teams that have, the Calyrex mode, but this one seemed very more, inclined to be, okay, Calyrex is the team, and the rest of the team is there to support it, which we saw come to fruition.
So I do want to congratulate Johnny Ulysses on this run because I can't even get top cut at a regional, let alone with Rotom Wash and Okie Dokie and Zacian. So huge congratulations there.
Yeah, no, that's a very good accomplishment. Getting this far into the tournament is difficult regardless, but I really love the team choices, and I'm sure that every part of that team played a great part in those victories throughout the day. Just unfortunately wasn't enough in this single match.
Unfortunately not, but to get the next step of things going, I'm curious then if there is going to be what teams are going to go up against this protect the Calyrex Ice Rider position and how they'll be able to fare, because there's even modes of this team that we haven't gotten to see. You would imagine, okay, well, everything has follow me. Okay, I'll just use a spread attack. But when you have Pelipper with the wide guard that also threatens this team, or this Urshifu that can set up the Calyrex, this is all the Pokemon we didn't even get to see are all about that Calyrex Ice Rider. So I definitely think that this is a difficult team to go up against.
Especially considering if you're, making your game plans around, okay, he's going to bring the Calyrex and the three redirectors, and then all of a sudden you have this Urshifu with the Terra Water and Rain hitting you for, massive damage or surging strikes. That can throw a wrench in a lot of your game plans. And so this ability to mix up these game plans is, I think, it's a really strong part of Joshua's team as well that didn't have to be showcased in this match.
Yeah, even like the things like the Rocky Helmet of Mungus, just
Yeah.
you have that redirection and then like that damage when you are looking at the, I think it was like 60% for the Urshifu Rapid Strike on the day. Like that is a huge contender. But Joshua is standing by for the interview now with Rosemary. So big congratulations there. Let's go hear from them.
Thanks so much, Jake and Sierra. I'm here with Joshua Robinson, the winner of our first Top Cut match on stream. And Joshua, I just want to say congratulations. I know that taking a look back at the rest of the season, it's just been up and up and up. So how does it feel to finally get a Top Cut?
Oh, yeah, it feels great. My last Top Cut was at Baltimore at the, earlier in the season. And ever since then, I haven't been like having a super great run. Like, I went to Toronto, I went to Sacramento. They weren't great runs, but I did get points at Sacramento, so it wasn't terrible.
I know you say that they weren't great runs, but you had some pretty great teams. And so I actually want to talk about that a little bit before we dive into what just happened in the Top Cut match. I remember looking at that and I went, you've got Hatterene, you've got Mimikyu, you've got Espeon. So are you just like, you're a fan of Trick Room, you're a fan of like Psychic terrain?
Well, I had earlier that year, or I guess this season, I was using Delphox as like a size spamming mode, but I was running like fast size spam teams. But as the meta like progressed, it was less welcoming for like the team I was using. So I had pivoted over to like hard Trick Room teams. As you see, I was using Hatterene, Ursaluna. I did have like some spicy picks like Mimikyu and Espeon. Those were for like, the Mimikyu for that team specifically, it was to taunt other things and not get faked out to like stop people from stopping Trick Room. And then when I was running Espeon in Toronto, it was just like a fast mode that you just kill things really easily with it. Or
I mean,
knock 'em out, yeah.
Espeon's a fast Pokemon. It always surprises me when I take a look at its stat distribution. I'm like, wow, you're very naturally fast, especially in comparison to some of the rest of the Pokemon in the format. So that must have been really fun to use.
Yeah, no, it was an interesting set. It was Focus Sash and like the same set as Male and Deities were using at the time. So it was Terra Blast, Expanding Force, Trick Room, and Imprison. So you could imprison the Male and Deity and they can't do anything in the turn.
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was a fun time.
Well, talk to me a little bit now about the team that you're using in this regulation.
It's actually kind of funny. I didn't have a team last Friday.
Really?
Yeah, I was working on, I guess not Friday, Thursday. I had been on Showdown a whole bunch, just playing all these different teams, Calyrex, Koraidon, Zamazenta. Nothing was really working for me, but it was like Thursday morning, I found a 6 that I really liked. I was able to get practice towards the end of that night, and then I had my flight in like 5 hours. It was funny because like one of my friends was trying to get me to run a different team. You know, it's a good thing I didn't.
Seems like it's done wonders for you so far. But in this Top Cut match, I think you had a particularly interesting matchup. Let's talk a little bit about like the Rotom
sure.
Wash, like Zacian. Was that a combination of Pokemon that you thought you'd need to be prepared for at this event?
No, not at all. I saw it yesterday when like the teams were released. I'm like, I do not want to play this team at all. The Rotom is such a disgusting set for my team because it's Terra Steel. So I can't safely Ivy Cudgel it with like my own Ogerpon to Oko it. And then it just resists Glacial and you can't use high horsepower on it. And it's Will-O-Wisp and Foul Play. So I'm like, what do I do into this? And I settled on like triple redirection, as you saw in my 2 games, and Spore user Amoonguss, because I mean, it's just one Pokemon that's not immune to Spore being the Rotom. So I figured I could just like ignore it, and it worked out for me for the most part.
That was a great strategy,
Yeah.
especially when you know that, okay, if I can take care of everything else, then I've got the pin on the Rotom and no problem, be able to get through it. But we did see the Will-O-Wisp miss at the end there, and so maybe a little bit of fortune, but still, you had put yourself into a position where that miss did seal the game for you. And so now looking forward to the rest of the Top Cut, are there any teams alongside the Zacian that you were looking at, maybe not super comfortable with matchup-wise?
I feel like there wasn't anything like too out of the ordinary. I know Joe Ugarte's team, that's probably a tricky matchup for me. I'm hoping not to pull him. But other than that, it's like everything I saw was kind of standard or just like didn't bring much attention to me. So I think I'm feeling pretty good.
I like your chances too, I think. But so definitely wishing you the best of luck. And Joshua, before we let you go, I actually wanted to give you an opportunity maybe to introduce yourself a little bit, talk about how you got started playing competitive Pokemon and how you keep playing.
Oh yeah, I'd started back at like the start of Scarlet and Violet. I built my first team, played some ladder games. I had like got off of it for a little bit. I went to my first regional in Orlando. That was Regulation B. I went 3-3. I got really sick there, which was unfortunate, but that was like the start of my first Pokemon event ever. I didn't go to locals or anything. I didn't even know locals existed until like my second regional. I went to Peoria. It was like a few months later. I was talking to some people I met there, and they're like, "Yo, did you know locals exist?" I'm like, "No, I didn't. How do you even look at these?" And then that's how I mainly got into it. After that, I went to my first local at a local college near where I live in New Jersey. It's Rutgers. I met a lot of people in the scene, made a lot of friends. It's great, man. This hobby, I love it.
I didn't know that you were a Rutgers local.
Yeah.
Rutgers was one of the first places that I actually ended up doing locals when I returned back to competitive Pokemon.
Oh, nice.
So now I'm like, I wonder. I don't think we crossed paths though, because I think it was around 2019. So it was a little bit
no,
before.
I was not in the competitive scene at that point.
Well, it's so cool that we have that same spot in our own journeys. But now you find yourself here getting ready for your next Top Cut match. And I got word that it's going to be against Ian Holdeman. So how are you thinking about that matchup for you?
I don't even know his team.
Okay, well, I guess I got to let you go take a look at it. But before that, are there any shout outs that you like to make?
Of course. There's too many people to list, but my friend here, I got 2 of them that made day 2 here. I was really happy for them. One of my friends also made Top Cut. All my homies back at home. The New Jersey scene is great. I love it. Tri-State in general has been great. It helped me learn play, and I love hanging out with the people that I met there, you know? It's great.
Tri-State's a pretty strong region, so it sounds like you get some good practice there as well.
Yeah.
Well, Joshua, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your match win, and best of luck with the rest of Top Cut.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and get ready for some more Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
Je m'appelle Ismaël, je viens de France.
Ismail, a EUIC London finalist last season.
Le feu, parce que c'est mon type préféré, c'est le type de mon Pokémon préféré, c'est Garden Fire. Je serais sûrement Salamèche, parce qu'il évolue en Dracofeu et c'est un de mes Pokémon préférés aussi. Un des amis à mon père son fils faisait de la compétition Pokémon. Et mon père allait à Yokohama et a vu comment ça se passait et on a commencé Pokémon comme ça. C'est que souvent, nous en junior, moi et mon frère, on fait souvent des bons scores et parfois même ma sœur, ma petite sœur. Je ne sais vraiment pas décrire qu'est-ce que ça représente. Ça représente beaucoup d'entraînement. Aujourd'hui, avant la finale, j'ai pas lâché l'entraînement. Les fois d'avant, j'étais plus courageux et j'étais un peu plus stressé. Cette fois-ci, j'étais un peu moins stressé que la dernière fois. Oui, c'est les switch-in. Par exemple, cette finale, j'ai fait beaucoup de switch. C'était de placer la distorsion pour pouvoir taper vraiment fort avec Ursaluna.
And we've got Ursaluna in Trip Room, fully ready to pick up the KO. And we have it. Ismail Hardy is your Latin America International Champion of the Junior Division.
Franchement, je me sens excitée et il y a plein d'émotions dans ma tête, de la joie. Je pense que c'était celui-ci. Mais je vais viser un peu plus haut, je vais viser top 4 des Worlds. Si je m'entraîne dur, je peux. Si je m'entraîne vraiment tous les jours, longtemps. Sinon, je pense que j'y arriverai pas si je m'entraîne pas beaucoup. Cette année, ça sera pas possible, mais l'année prochaine, oui, ça sera Kevin Han. Parce que j'ai perdu contre lui à l'UIC, j'ai toujours pas pris ma revanche. Qu'il faut pas être déçu de perdre, de ne pas de ne pas rager quand l'adversaire a un coup de chance. J'ai pas assez encore de bon niveau pour me donner des vrais conseils, mais faut pas perdre espoir quand on perd.
It's a lot of practice and getting a lot of games in with your team, feeling comfortable with it, and it really helps to have people alongside you to help with the team building and also helping you get more games in so you know what to play when.
So I scrim with my teammates and then as well with my friends. I think it's really good to be comfortable with the team that you're using and the individual Pokemon as well, so your understanding of the matchups and how you can capitalize off of each of their, I guess, specialties and typings.
You just need to put a lot of effort in it and work and like do a lot of practicing to get better, and when you get better you just keep competing and then you get even better and you could win regionals or worlds, so yeah.
So I like to work with my team building group here in SoCal and really have a good time just iterating back and forth with them, and I like to use mons that I'm comfortable with, and so building 6 and running through them to make sure I know my matchups into everything that I could face at a tournament, or expect to anyway.
I think one of the biggest things to prep for upcoming tournaments is doing practice tournaments. So servers like Flash tournaments, Inadequance has a server called Candle Cults where he hosts practice tournaments, and getting into the rhythm of show 6, pick 3, which is really, really different from GBL where you only have 3 Pokemon to choose from. Having 6 potential choices, it means you have 180 different combinations of Pokemon that you can bring to the table. So getting that practice against other players playing that same format is so critical. And then I like to adjust my team based on which teams of 6 that I see. So that's how I like to prepare.
Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way, you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
What a swap by Yakai! Bow down to your chiefs of Unite!
They left her drink. This might just be all she wrote.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Welcome back to the 2025 Vancouver Regional Championships. Of course, we have NAIC in New Orleans looming in the distance. But first, we have to crown one more regional champion who will punch their ticket to compete at the World Championships here this weekend without having to worry about that long journey. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Scott Glaza. Scott, are you excited?
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. You know, I think the top cut's always the most fun part of a tournament, and we have a banger matchup coming up next.
For sure. So let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. We have now moved on into the top 16 phase of the tournament. And as you can see, there are some incredible players still vying for their opportunity to be our next regional champion. And all the way down there at the bottom of the top 16 bracket, we have our feature match of the round, Raghav Malavia versus James Beck.
Should be a lot of fun there. Two very successful players facing off, and a lot of fun names left in this bracket in general. Decent variety of teams, and a handful of players looking for their repeat regional championships, while most of the players are looking for their very first.
It's going to be a very exciting day, and if you are just tuning in for the first time this weekend, don't go anywhere yet, but you can always check out the previous day of competition here and our additional Pokemon broadcasts over at youtube.com/Pokemon. Also, just want to say, if you want to compete at your locals, maybe this stream is exciting, and you want to join in on that action, go to Pokemon.com/play, find your local championship series events near you, earn some championship points, make some friends. We actually have a multi-battle tournament coming up in my neck of the woods in a couple weeks, which I'm very excited for.
It's a lot of fun. You know, it's kind of that point in the season, right? You got to mix things up a little bit, keep it exciting. You probably a good opportunity to meet some friends too, right? You know, team up with somebody, maybe get a little frustrated when they make the wrong moves. You know, these things happen.
Yeah, well, you know, you can't communicate in multi-battles. It's just cheating. But what we can do now is communicate our way through this next matchup, as we have Rogov on the left-hand side of your screen, James Beck on the right-hand side of your screen, and both of these players are so accomplished. You know, Rogov did take a little bit of a break last season, did make it to the finals in San Antonio, but was a finalist at NAIC in 2023, top 4 at OCIC, and of course our Anaheim regional champion.
Yeah, amazing accomplishments there. Been a great player for a long time. Kind of one of those players who kind of expects to win every time he participates.
For sure. James Beck as well, 4 times regional champion, got top 4 at Worlds in 2022 and 2019, and won the Sao Paulo Latin American International Championships in 2020. And now that we've looked at the accomplishments, let's take a look at their teams. As Rogov, we haven't seen them on stream just yet, but what we have seen is a very similar team. This Terapagos with Calm Mind and Substitute alongside of Incineroar and Rillaboom, fake out support, protect the Terapagos, buy it time to set up.
It's more the stock version of this Terapagos team and kind of what we were expecting going in. Of course, I'm rooting for it because he has 4 of the Pokemon for my caster predictions. I think it's a lot of fun. I think Screamtails in general are really powerful, underplayed Pokemon, really strong in this format. We do see a decent amount of choice items, so I think that Disable is an interesting move. It could be a factor in this matchup in particular. And then I know that Cornerstone Ogerpon we've been talking about a little bit throughout the course of this weekend, likely to be a key player here to try to get attacks away from this Terapagos, who is going to have a bit of a challenge, I feel like, in this matchup staying on the field.
For sure. This team is slow, it's bulky, it wants to find time for Terapagos to shine. And unfortunately, when you look at James's team on the other side of the field, that Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Mienshao, the Urshifu, those are Pokemon who don't want to slow down. They want to go full throttle all the way to the finals.
Yeah, I feel like the adjustments that James has made kind of relative to the standard version of this team make this matchup more difficult for Rogov, where kind of a tough pull for him. 2 fighting type Pokemon, never what you want to see when you have a Terapagos as your primary and kind of like only your real attacker on the team. So I think that's going to be really key in this matchup. James wanting to keep at least one of those 2 Pokemon healthy, try and get a big fighting type attack down onto that Terapagos, and Rogov going to have to see if he can play the cat and mouse a little bit. Usually this is a team archetype on the Terapagos side where you want to leave it on the field and rotate the other slot. Might have to mix things up a little bit more in this game because James has a lot of great tools for exerting pressure onto that Terapagos.
What I find interesting as well is going to be that Mienshao. I know you and I spoke about it at the top of the show. Its inner focus ability means it cannot be flinched by fake out. And looking at how people like to play this Terapagos team, a lot of it is fake out turn 1, you turn parting shot turn 2, fake out turn 3, you turn parting shot turn 4. And Mienshao is just completely oblivious to all of that rotation, all of that flinching, and as a result should very easily be able to land those close combats.
Yeah. And even Taunt's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Where they're kind of thinking about being more of an offensive Pokemon in this matchup. A lot of Pokemon that don't do a whole lot of damage on this team, so losing the options to use their supportive moves would weaken them also. I really like James's matchup here, so I'm excited to see how such a great player like Rogov tries to get around it.
And there's that Mienshao out in the lead with Calyrex Shadow Rider versus the Incineroar and the Terapagos for Rogov.
See Terapagos going up to his middle form here, and probably a little bit concerned as this matchup starts facing down the Shadow Rider Calyrex, which is kind of one of those Pokemon that use Terapagos to have an advantage against. But James's matchup is pretty teched against this Terapagos, and Mienshao already facing it down.
We spent a lot of time talking about the Mienshao already. One thing I want to call out about the Calyrex Shadow Rider is the fact that this variant has Nasty Plot and Psychic. So not only can it sort of match the setup phase that the Terapagos wants to do, it's a ghost type, can't be flinched, and then it can hit it for Psychic, which is going to be single target, not going to do as much damage as the same type attack boosted attack, but is still going to be very effective. And we get our first Terastallization on the Mienshao into a ghost type, which is typically used to dodge Fake Out, but in this case, I think it's to dodge a Terra Starstorm.
Yeah, a lot of fun there, right? Where it'll hit it after it Terastallizes if Terapagos chooses to do so, but for now, looking very safe.
Yeah, that Astral Barrage certainly isn't going to do any damage to the normal type Terapagos, but close combat into the Incineroar will be enough to pick up the KO after that little bit of chip damage the Astral Barrage did. And while Mienshao will take a couple of stat drops and a Rocky Helmet damage for its trouble, I think more importantly, it isn't going to take damage from Terra Starstorm.
Just as you say, what a great Terastallization there, getting an easy knockout. And you know what, the downside of that, I guess, is you get your Focus Sash broken. I don't think you're going to be too upset. Also leaves us in sort of a fun situation here where now if the Terapagos were to Terastallize, it would be a super effective in a way Terra Starstorm onto the Terastallized Mienshao. However, it does have that wide guard, right? So now there's the mind game, where do you want to risk kind of going for everything there and potentially attacking into a wide guard? The advantage of that is at least the Calyrex isn't going to do a super great job of exploiting that. You know, Tropico's still going to be immune to that Astral Barrage, but as you said, with the Nasty Plot, there are some options there. And Mienshao's just going to flee battle for now and come back later.
Yeah, this Ogerpon is well suited to go on the attack as well, because even if we see another Astral Barrage here from that Calyrex, given that it's at full health and the Sturdy ability is still activated, it will get the opportunity to attack. And Rogov did actually go for Terastallization onto the Terapagos, which means now Terra Starstorm will be a spread attack, but it will not be getting quote-unquote super effective damage against a Terastallized Pokemon, that Mienshao, as Incineroar did come in its place. Astral Barrage will still move first. It is going to connect with the Ogerpon Cornerstone for a good amount of damage. And what I find very curious is just how much damage this Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to take, and will this be a KO? The Ivy Cudgel alone after Intimidate isn't enough, and now with the follow-up Terra Starstorm, it is nowhere near enough damage, as that Terapagos hasn't had time to set up.
Yeah, this is basically why I stopped playing Terapagos myself. Yeah, if you cannot get any boost, the Terra Starstorm damage is not great. At least it's spread, which is helpful, but especially the unrestricted Pokemon, it just takes so long to whittle them down. And now with this, the Terastallization committed, one of the weaknesses is that you lose the Terra Shell ability, so whatever hits it now is going to deal full damage. And yeah, sort of a tricky spot here. The Rillaboom, we see getting hovered in the back there. Maybe it could help out a little bit, potentially help the damage of Ogerpon, but really tough spot for Rogov already.
Yeah, and the one thing that I find super interesting is that because this Terapagos has gone on the offense and James has matched that offensive pace, James is stopping Rogov from going for that setup and really just limiting just what can be done at this point in time. Fake Out will even further limit the amount of damage Rogov can put down on the field, as it will flinch the opposing Terapagos this turn. And while Astral Barrage isn't connecting with the Terapagos, I don't think that matters at this point. James is doing a fantastic job of focusing down on everything but the Terapagos, recognizing that it's just not in a position where it can do much for this battle.
Yeah, I don't hate this from like a trading perspective for Rogov. Going to wind up healing most of this back. Maybe you fake out the Incineroar now, get another Terra Starstorm off, where you're not like picking up a knockout here, but at least getting some damage down after a really tough first couple of turns.
I almost feel like Rogov can't even pivot into going for Calm Mind at this point in time, because they're already so far behind in this matchup. Another Astral Barrage brings Rillaboom down to below half its health, and Rogov does take the risk to go for one Calm Mind, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you kind of have to here, right? Where it's going to take so many Terra Starstorms if you're unboosted, where at least this now, where, you swing twice more and you're basically even on the amount of turns, where you just kind of end up with a boost for free. But, Incineroar's still pretty healthy here, where I'm not certain that a combination of attacks from these two Pokemon is going to be able to knock the Incineroar out, and it getting to swing here could be a decent deal here. They're potentially knocking out this Rillaboom or troubling the Terapagos.
It's also very interesting that James feels so comfortable going for Astral Barrage time and time again, does miss out on the KO on the Rillaboom this turn, but here we go. Here's that +1 now. Terra Starstorm into both of James's Pokemon, but Calyrex is able to hold on with a sliver of health. The new turn certainly will not pick up the KO on Incineroar, but does give Rogov the opportunity to pivot back into Ogerpon.
Yeah, I guess, there's some advantages there where Ogerpon now being threatened by the Calyrex, but at least in that situation, you would be able to potentially pick up a double knockout. But instead at the parting shot, you're not damaging the Terrapagos, but weakening its stats. And as we get closer and closer to a situation where the Terrapagos is going to be stuck on the field, pretty tough spot here where it doesn't have reduced special attack now, just sort of negates the offensive benefit of that Calm Mind, but more importantly, gets the Mienshao into the field for free. And now, what do you do about the potential of an Astral Barrage and then a close combat into the Terrapagos slot?
And not only that, I feel like James is doing a very good job of hiding his final Pokemon. If that is the Choice Scarf or Shifu Rapid Strike, at this point in time, I think it could just lock into maybe even a Surging Strikes and win.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough for Rogov. Like we mentioned before the match, really tough-looking matchup, and James has played really well.
James has played incredibly well in this matchup, and while this Ogerpon Cornerstone will try to buy some time with a Spiky Shield, fake out into the Terrapagos means that nothing much is really going to happen this turn. We're just going to let this fake out cycle through, get one more turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, and then we'll be right back where we were before.
Yeah, I mean, why not make that move, right? There's really no cost to James. You get a little bit of healing here, which is probably not going to make a big difference, but I think critically not going to heal the Ogerpon up enough that it's able to survive an Astral Barrage. So, now the Spiky Shield has been blown, unlikely to be able to protect that slot, so probably Calyrex gets to pick up a knockout, and again, Mienshao may get one also.
I am a little bit surprised we saw James go for the parting shot earlier with that Incineroar to get Mienshao back in. I was personally anticipating maybe a knockoff to remove the leftovers to just, again, sort of start whittling down these various options that Rogov has. But given that Grassy Terrain already is on a timer, maybe that just wasn't as important. Oh, here's Wide Guard from Mienshao, going to protect itself from a Terra Starstorm. So James, I think, doing exactly what you just called out, Scott, focusing on Terrapagos' partner, knowing that there really isn't anything it can do in this board position. Calyrex Shadow Rider finally gets its first knockout of the match onto that Ogerpon and will get a special attack boost to boot.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so frustrating for the Terrapagos player, where it's like, what are you really supposed to do? Does get the Calm Mind off there, making a great read to boost its stats instead of attacking into the Wide Guard. However, the front of the Wide Guard remains, where still going to need to find a way to deal with this Mienshao in order to meaningfully get back into this game. The one thing that is great for Rogov there is the turn on which this Rillaboom is going to come into the battle. We'll get to at least reactivate this Grassy Surge to get the Grassy Terrain back out there and threaten a knockout onto this Calyrex with Grassy Glide. But with that Terrestrialization much earlier in the game, you're not going to be able to, I guess it couldn't have faked out the Mienshao anyway, so kind of just double stuck there. Yeah, and I'm kind of just looking at a situation where there's just so many ways that James can close this, especially assuming, as you mentioned before, that the last Pokemon is probably that Urshifu.
Yeah, one thing about Wide Guard to keep in mind is that unlike moves like Protect, you can keep utilizing Wide Guard again and again and again, and there really is no punishment for doing so. There's no decreased odds or chance of it failing or any of that stuff. So Grassy Glide into the Mienshao makes sense, as you want to stop that Pokemon from Wide Guarding so your Terra Starstorm can do something or anything in this matchup. Unfortunately, though, it only does about 50% damage to that Mienshao. Calyrex is able to pick up the KO on Rillaboom, and now it's 4v1.
Yeah, this is now a good game, right? Because this Terrapagos' only attacking move is this Terra Starstorm. There's nothing preventing James now from just clicking Wide Guard until the end of the game, where Terrapagos simply doesn't have anything it can do with substitute Calm Mind and protects its other moves, and we see Rogov realizing this is checkmate and locking in the forfeit. So James with a decisive win in this first game.
I think decisive is exactly the word for it. James was on the offense turn one, and even though Rogov was able to sneak in a couple of Calm Minds here and there, ultimately just did not matter in the matchup. And going into game number two, thinking about how strong James started that game number one, I'm curious if there's any adjustments Rogov can make to try and buy that Terrapagos more time.
Yeah, I'm curious too, because I personally don't really see one. This to me was exactly why Terrapagos started falling out of the metagame after looking really strong at the beginning up the format the first time around, because again, Calyrex is supposed to be why you're playing Terapagos, right? Where you have the type advantage against it. You can't be hit by its signature move, but these teams have started teching around Calyrex so well to be able to deal with this matchup. And when there's a bunch of Pokemon pressuring Terapagos all game, and that wide guard in particular is just so frustrating, there just isn't much else you can do. And this team from Regami, it's so much fun to play because it's very methodical, but it is very much, it has its one win con and it needs to work toward it. And when that gets undermined by the opposing team composition, there aren't a whole lot of alternative paths to get through. It's not like the team we saw from Joe Ugarte where, oh, Iron Hands can be the sweeper now. This team doesn't really have that secondary attacker. It's a bunch of support Pokemon.
So I do want to ask, when I look at Rogov 6, that Screamtail with Encore and Disable seems like it would be a really interesting choice, especially if you're worried about wide guard forever. Do you think there's a reason why Rogov is leaving it on the bench?
Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly doesn't help with the offensive problem, but yeah, I mean, maybe you bring it, right? Where I feel like it's going to be very difficult if you do bring the Screamtail to kind of maneuver enough to actually make a difference. But what we saw the first game is probably not going to work, right? And maybe you just change things up. You try not to give Incineroar up so early. At least Screamtail would sort of help out as being a decent switch into the close combat if that were to happen again. But yeah, I'd like to see it just because I think there's a chance, but I think even with Screamtail, I think Rogov would just have to play absolutely out of his mind.
Well, if anybody can do it, Rogov, we've seen them play out of his mind so many times in the past. For now, though, we're starting things off in a very similar formation with that Rillaboom and the Terapagos in the lead for Rogov versus, once again, that combination of Mienshao and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
So I guess the advantage this time is at least it's more difficult to knock out Terapagos' partner Pokemon, and it also kind of leads us to a fun turn where we saw last time the Terapagos kind of was just left alone to its own devices as the other Pokemon burned down. This time you go for the knockout Terapagos perhaps because Rillaboom is maybe less appealing of a target than Incineroar was. And then as Rogov, do you anticipate that maybe play differently yourself?
I mean, the option of Woodhammer plus Grassy Terrain is there right in front of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and we get a Psychic from the Calyrex Shadow Rider to break the Terra Shell ability on this Terapagos. I think there's another attack coming. Close Combat connects, and it picks up the KO. That is one restricted Pokemon down for Rogov early on, and certainly has an opportunity to trade here, but did he go for it? Here it comes. It's Woodhammer, but it's into that Mienshao. So we'll bring it down to the Focus Sash, but that Calyrex Shadow Rider now is absolutely free to start racking up those Astral Barrages. Yeah, this is tough where, it's such an important Pokemon for this team going down on the first turn. And while getting all that damage on the Mienshao is great, it's kind of done its job, right? Where the Pokemon it most needed to help deal with is gone already. Certainly you'd love to get another attack off of this Incineroar, maybe get another knockout, but I think that this is now a tricky endgame for Rogov. The positive is that Calyrex doesn't deal with Incineroar super well either, so maybe that's a Pokemon that you can get some damage in. Maybe try to pick up a knockout with this Rillaboom, but Jane's is sort of an interesting spot now too. We didn't even get to see his last Pokemon, but yeah, again, expecting Mienshao to leave the battle, not give that easy knockout to Rillaboom, and I'll have to see the player's position from here because this is a great spot for Incineroar to come in and intimidate both of these Pokemon. Yeah, and I think Rogov making a huge prediction there in the move selection, either predicting that there was going to be a terastallization on that Calyrex Shadow Rider by targeting it with Fake Out, and unfortunately it was a Protect, but I think that's an okay outcome because at the end of the day, the Rillaboom is still able to get its attack through. It's a U-turn to negate the Intimidate, to switch it out and bring in Rogov's final Pokemon for this match, and that will be the Ogerpon Cornerstone once again. Yeah, I mean, not like the greatest situation in the world, but it's a good pivot for Rogov, right? Where get the Ogerpon in now to threaten the opposing Incineroar, who is sort of an important obstacle to remove now with 3 physical attackers remaining. You do not want to keep getting the Intimidate cycled against you. You sort of kind of have maybe Incineroar with the free shot at the opposing Calyrex, but we're going to see a terastallization here perhaps to make this a little bit more complicated. Yeah, so this is going to be a Fairy-type Calyrex Shadow Rider, so not an offensive terastallization for this Pokemon, rather going to be terastallizing defensively. We'll not have to worry about taking super effective damage from the opposing knockoff, and still will be able to benefit from a boost to its Ghost-type attacks thanks to the spell tag it's holding, but also thanks to that nasty plot. That is a +2 special attack boost, and that is going to do, well, a little bit less damage with the parting shot, but still that is a very scary Calyrex Shadow Rider. Yeah, I guess the good news now is you can fake it out, which I think, and Rogov knew that was happening, right? So we saw the Fake Out into that slot next turn, just got it. Turn too soon, but
This is a tricky position where even with one level of boosted special attack, it's going to be a little difficult to take this Pokemon out. Now able to protect perhaps the next turn, allowing James to try to cycle this Incineroar back in, intimidate these Pokemon, because with the Grassy Terrain active, there is a lot of damage being threatened the other direction, but we're going to see a lot of pivoting, I feel like, over the course of the next several turns, except one side has a restricted Pokemon and the other does not.
I was going to say, one side has a restricted Pokemon, the other one has your best friend Ogerpon doing their best to make an impact in this battle, as I think that Rock-type Ivy Cudgel really is Rogop's best attacking option moving forwards. We see the Incineroars do a little bit of a switcheroo here, and we will get to see James's final, or no, we don't, because it's just me and Xiao again. And that Pokemon is going to be able to take an attack much more comfortably, I think, and in the sense that it's done its job. It's got the KO against the Terapagos, and now it's able to get knocked out, so that Incineroar can come back in and intimidate once again.
The good news is, at least finally, we are getting his revenge on that Ninja rather, but yeah, I agree. It's very likely to be another easy Intimidate swap in, both sides potentially threatening a fake out on the next turn, and been a very great game by James, where I think Rogava's done a good job of playing from behind, but this is such a difficult matchup to begin with, and then also having fewer tools. I think if James just goes through and tries not to take too many risks, it's going to be a tough one to close out. The one thing to keep in mind, however, is even with all these Intimidates being cycled, Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel does have an increased critical hit rate, and critical hits ignore these attack drops. So, hey, maybe if Rogav gets a little bit lucky, something interesting could still happen here.
I was going to say, I mean, with the Grassy Terrain reactivating the Sturdy ability, so it's not like you have to worry about that little bit of chip damage from being faked out. You're able to hit these Pokemon with a good amount of damage, especially if that critical hit does come through. I don't think it's over for Rogov, but you're absolutely right. They need to keep working on the positioning. They need to be able to find these opportunities for big damage. And with a flinch into that Calyrex Shadow Rider and an Ivy Cudgel, here's that first shot. Unfortunately, though, it does fall short of doing significant damage.
Yeah, no critical hit in that one. That does make this much trickier, too. Again, kind of a nice timing for Rogav. We're likely going to want to bring Rillaboom back in on exactly the turn where this Grassy Terrain expired, but in exchange for that, potentially a lot of damage coming his direction. Maybe having to switch into both an attack from this Calyrex and from this Urshifu, who can be threatening a whole lot of damage into either of these slots. Neither of these Pokemon going to be looking very healthy if they get hit with a combination of an Astral Barrage or just a Surging Strikes from this Urshifu.
I mean, the nice thing is that this Urshifu is holding Choice Scarf, so without Mystic Water and without the Water-type Terastallization available to it, it is possible for Cornerstone Ogerpon to take Surging Strikes, depending on how it's trained. That being said, though, I like the switch into the Rillaboom here by Rogov, because not only do you get to reset terrain, it's going to take those Water-type attacks so much more comfortably.
Yeah. Perhaps we could see a U-turn as well back into that Intimidate if James want to play really conservatively, which would be punishing here. But we do see the Surging Strikes, so this Rillaboom's going to take this like a champ, barely feeling it at all.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about Rillaboom, especially on these bulkier teams. With 60% of the field using those Urshifu Rapid Strikes, you're being able to just absolutely mitigate that damage, and that's going to be so important. But with a follow-up Astral Barrage from this Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Rillaboom is still able to hold on, and now a parting shot into that Pokemon ensures that its special attack is, I think, back down to neutral.
Correct, yeah. So, hey, at least you've survived the nasty plot, but that's a lot of important damage in this Rillaboom.
Yeah.
Now in a position where if it uses Wood Hammer pretty much at anything, it's going to knock itself out. Fortunately, there's some, for now, pretty good Grassy Glide targets, although now in one of these tricky spots, right, well, you kind of want to fake out both of these Pokemon, so what do you want to do? And even with as well as Rillaboom took that previous Surging Strikes, another would knock it out. So James close to closing this one out, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Incineroar one more time to try to make this a little bit safer.
I was going to say, I don't think you can leave Choice Scarf or Shifu on the field knowing that you're locked into Surging Strikes when there's a Rillaboom who, faking out the Calyrex would be great, but also Grassy's Glide into that Pokemon is usually a knockout if it's not intimidated yet, and that's exactly what we see James play around. You get the Intimidate back out onto the field, you protect the Calyrex, but there is no fake out. Ivy Cudgel into that Incineroar is super effective, and U-turn now as well. This is truly a revolving door of Pokemon here, as both of these trainers are just fighting to get that slight advantage to win. And the fact that Rogov is still hanging on all of these turns later is truly an accomplishment.
I was going to say this. I think that is a really admirable performance from Rogov from behind here. It would have been so easy just to lock in a forfeit after that first turn, but he's really making James earn that one. That's a great turn. Read it exactly correctly, get everything he could out of it. Still threatening a fake out of his own now, which I think a fake out of that last turn in the Protect would basically have been game ending. It's still tough to see the way he pulls it back, but from a health perspective, perspective, we're basically even now, even though I think James's position is still significantly better.
Yeah, so the nice thing is that Ogerpon does have the sturdy ability activated once again. Yes, these two Pokemon, the two Incineroar, have Fake Out available to them. So you can like trade Fake Outs here. That will burn another turn of grassy terrain, which would not be great. But then Ogerpon could potentially get one turn of damage in. Fake Out into that Ogerpon, though, means that Sturdy is broken. It will not be doing damage this turn. And now Astral Barrage from that Calyrex Shadow Rider is not enough to pick up the KO. So it looks like Ogerpon's going to hang around for a bit longer, but at the same time, it might still be within range of damage or KO there.
Definitely, and we will see one more parting shot for Rillaboom to get back out in the field here and again threaten a Fake Out. Calyrex now at a reduced level of special attack, all the way from +2 down to -1, but I think Ragav's starting to get to the point where he's running out of switches.
Yeah.
Calyrex threatening a knockback either direction, and one thing we have not pointed out that I think is very critical to this matchup is the Incineroar moveset for Ragav's side. Critically does not have Flare Blitz, right? If you're kind of wondering, like, oh, why isn't it just attacking the Calyrex? That Fairy Terrestrialization is doing such a good job of protecting it from the Incineroar, and for the two Grass-type Pokemon, they're being threatened by so much potential damage from the Calyrex. It's just never been safe for them to use an attack.
For sure, and I think the other thing you have to keep in mind as well is that with the health so low on Ragav's side of the field, you know, yeah, these parting shots are important for the fact that you get to pivot, but I don't think the attack drops really matter anymore, as, you know, Ogerpon isn't necessarily the bulkiest Pokemon. It's probably going to go down to another Astral Barrage. Rillaboom is holding Assault Vest, but again, it's in the red. Just how much more attack can it take? We get a Fake Out flinch into the Calyrex. Here comes that Ivy Cudgel. No critical hit, which means no knockout there. Knockoff will be able to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom, and I think that is the last domino falling here for James to take a solid advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, I can't believe how close this one has been, where if that Ogerpon had a critical hit there, things could have been a little bit interesting in the close of this one, but looks like that the Incineroar entering battle, and James now taking a 3-2 advantage. The clock could be just about ready to hit midnight for Ragav.
Yeah, James, I think, has to protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider this turn, but at this point in time, really, you just let the Urshifu show up eventually. Maybe you pivot, maybe you don't. Then that's really game, unfortunately. Like we mentioned earlier, Ragav did an absolutely incredible job of keeping the dream alive, but James able to power through and move on here into top 8 at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Yeah, great set there, and yeah, I mean, that's a pretty one-sided team matchup, and James plays it perfectly there, never really gives anything meaningful up for free. Really valiant fight by Ragav there, where I think that could have been a lot worse, and kept it interesting the whole way through there, right? You know, a couple of lucky critical hits, and they might have been able to steal that game too. Yeah, it's a great matchup between two great players, but hey, when, you know, one side kind of has the team advantage there, both sides playing really well, one player is going to win that one every time.
Yeah, I love how you called out the fact that Ragav was really hoping for James to just have a bit of a misstep, because I think, especially when the game goes on that long, that's what you're hoping for. That's what you're playing for. Like, yes, losing your Terapagos turn 1 to the combination of a Psychic and a close combat really hurts, but if you do get one of those critical hits off Ivy Cudgel, if your opponent does maybe make a mistake, miscount something, that is your opening to bring things back. So yes, on paper it's really rough, but you know, we're all humans. Human things happen, and Ragav did the best they could to try and, you know, keep themselves open to those opportunities.
I don't hate that turn 1 either. I mean, obviously it works out really poorly, right? Where it kind of makes the game nearly unwinnable, but I think the problem with that matchup is just like, Terapagos is never really going to be safe, right? You're going to have to take some risks for it if you want to do anything. Unfortunately, the way the game 2 worked out, the very first risk gets punished perfectly, and Jim's kind of thinking what I was, like, oh, well, I didn't do this in game 1, so maybe I can get away with this in game 2, and then does exactly so. But I mean, it's hard to blame Ragav, right? You got to try somewhere where just playing passively, you kind of see what happens in the end game there, right? We're just going to slowly lose, where I think it's always worth trying to win the game instead of just completely relying on a mistake from your opponent.
I agree. I think that at the end of the day, Pokemon is a game that, you know, 1 time out of 10, you play your outs and you actually hit them, and it's great. You know, that's the sign of a good player. Not everybody is going to have the perfect matchup. Not everybody's going to have, you know, that perfect alignment that you need to lock in. So you just got to do your best and have no regrets. And I hope that Ragav feels that way as well. Top 16 at Vancouver is quite the accomplishment.
I think it's a great run, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's probably it's really tough to feel bad about yourself. Where I think that was the first loss that I've had since like round 3.
Yeah.
So I had a great run there, and then just lost to an excellent opponent with an excellent team matchup. And yeah, I mean that's going to happen sometimes, right? There's probably about 7 restricted Pokemon that are all really serious threats. You can't cover everything with a positive matchup. Ran into a negative matchup at a tough time, but still a great finish for a great player, and it'll be exciting to see how James does. Where he definitely seems like a player who could win the tournament here with the 2 matches we've seen him play on stream, both very dominant games.
For sure, and I mean 4-time regional champion as well. That's the kind of skills that you need in order to make it to the finals and to win yet another accomplishment to your belt. So we have James ready for an interview over in the lounge, so why don't we go and hear from him.
Thanks so much, Gabby and Scott. I'm back again with James after an impressive set. You look like you had a great handle on the situation in that match, so how'd you prep for it?
It's not really much prep. It's actually funny because I did play that team at UIC, and I think it's just a lot of mind games on the turn 1 because I always do Dretton a double-up knockout onto the Incineroar with the Astral Barrage Close Combat, which I did game 1, and then the Psychic Close Combat, they don't Terra the Terapagos turn 1, which we saw in game 2, and it's always just an annoying mind game. It does force some really weird situations. I just have to get the call right, and luckily I got both turn 1s correct.
All right, so what'd you do this morning? What was the routine to get ready for the event? Because I think I need in on this secret.
I was spacing out. I didn't get much sleep at all. I was I laid in bed at like 10 p.m. because we had the time change of the daylight savings time, and there are some tournament days where I'll just be in and out of consciousness on the bed. I'll be laying there, and then you kind of look over at the time, and then you see a few hours pass. It's like, yeah, it's going to be one of those nights. So I don't think I'm the best rested, but luckily I still feel like I can be playing decent at least.
Well, yeah, you found yourself in top 8 already, so are there any teams that are left in the Top Cut field that you feel like are maybe more difficult than others?
I do not want to play Joe's Grimmsnarl. That and Volcarona and Ditto combination. That combination is a demon for me.
Why? How so?
It's basically I have to use a lot of resources to commit to the KO into Volcarona, and then if I do that, he just gets a copy with Ditto. He has a sash on Ditto, and it's just real obnoxious. And then he also has Grimmsnarl with Thunder Wave, which also makes it pretty annoying. Alongside screens, that's just hard to make it so I can KO his team quickly.
All right, well, we'll have to take a look at the bracket, maybe see where that's going to end up. But you are going to be one of our first players that are ready to go for that top 8. So, James has been going pretty well. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think your odds are of actually making it to the finals and winning, you think?
I mean, I would love to. The last time I top cut an event in general in Gen 9 was Peoria, where that was my first cut in 2 years or 5 years for a regional even at that point. So I was able to win that event. I feel like I generally do good in the top cut bracket, so hopefully I can just play some great games in general. I've been having a lot of fun with the team again, and it's been working out, so hopefully I can show some strong points with it.
I just got word that your next opponent is going to be Chase Rumpka. So how are you feeling about that matchup?
Oh, I actually think I played him in Swiss, actually, so should be an interesting run back if it is.
All right, well, James, I'm gonna go ahead and give you one last stand here for your shout outs before I let you go. Get ready.
I think I've just shouted out everyone I want to, friends, family, fans. Yeah, that's pretty much all the viewers, all the staff. The staff's been incredible. This event's been really well run. We've been on time, even early, and it's just been great to hang out with people so early just because we've been able to finish at a reasonable time.
Well, best of luck in your next match, James, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk to you later. All right, we're gonna go to a short break, and when we come back, more of the Top Cut action here at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
That was my first OCIC and my worst finish, 10th. I miss Melbourne, man. I miss
that
Melbourne,
was great.
dude.
Yeah, all right, so the cameras are on. You guys are probably going to get the go-ahead shortly.
My name is Pietro Silva, and I'm from Italy.
Pietro looking to try to nab up a new title, a new IC in a new division.
My brother made me start playing. In 2017, I started in the regional of Torino. My first tournament, I was 6 years old. I still remember everything because I never even played Pokemon, so it was really just a game changer for me. In 2018, at my first World Championship, I felt confident on bringing Asnola's team to a simple, and they could play very, very well. This is my third time on being a stream. I was here at my first LAC in 2019, and on my AOC that I won in your division. I was facing another Italian player, Federico Corino, and I had a lot of prepping that day. So it was a kind of difficult match because I had to understand what he will do, but it went smoothly just because of the prep. It's not all skill, it's also sometimes luck based, but skill plays the biggest role, and also preparation. I wasn't so confident of playing this LAC because my prep wasn't so good, and I had to lock my team the day before. So I was really desperate about having a good result here. I played this archetype multiple times in this whole season, so I just changed it up on a way that will fit me perfectly. Well, of course, my very offensive style could really be a problem for more defensive players because it's really difficult to stop me. After that poison on the Rillaboom, I just knew that if I did a certain play, it was always a win, no matter what he did.
Oh my lordy!
So I was so satisfied with myself.
Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America.
But this really shocked me. It's a senior tournament this time, and not juniors. And there's a big jump. I really enjoy how much you have to train to win or place in a good position, because with all this preparation, you really just get satisfied after you win. If you're new to playing Pokemon, you should try just looking at more tournaments and how other people play. Having someone to look up to is really good. I look up, of course, to my brother, because he's really good at the game, and I want to learn from him how he plays so well. Now I'll be having the same numbers as my brother on international wins, and I believe we will keep this up on this competition between ourselves, because we can just keep on winning and maybe even try the World Championship once. For being my second year in seniors, winning Worlds will be incredible.
I started playing Pokemon 10 years ago. A lot of my friends were into it, and I don't know, the game just looked really fun. My favorite Pokemon would have to be Flygon. I like Flygon a lot. It just looks so cool, and I'm a big fan of Emerald, Ruby, Sapphire, those games. The furthest I've traveled to play Pokemon would probably be down to LAIC, Brazil. Not this year, but in years past, I'd say. I would say the person I look up to most in the competitive scene is Michael Zhang, a player who thinks very differently about the game, a good friend of mine. The highest I've ever placed at a Pokemon event would have to be getting first at a regional tournament. That's the best I've done. I've done it 3 times, but always looking to do better. Internets, Worlds. I try to eat something simple, something easy. I love a burrito. I don't know. I might not finish the whole thing, but you can save the rest for later. I would say between milkshakes and smoothies, I'd probably pick smoothies. I'm a big fan of boba, and you usually find boba in those. Maybe not so much in milkshakes. It's a much easier drink to have at any point in the day. I would say I really liked going to Japan. Japan was such a unique place, something so different than anywhere I've been before. And going there for the World Championships last year, it was a good time. When I listen to music, I usually like alternative stuff. I went with Sprigatito because I'm a big fan of the kitties, and I was really excited to see what it ended up evolving to. Meowscarada is a really fun evolution. I like it a lot.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way, high stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere, and I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name a place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Foy Coco just had a snack. Have you had your lunch yet? If you have, well, good for you. If you haven't, well, too bad. You're stuck here with us in Vancouver for our next round of Top Cut here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm still joined here by Scott Glaza, and I think we're going to have yet another exciting match coming up for our first match of the top 8 bracket.
Yeah, you know, the great thing about this stage of the tournament, I feel like they're all great matches. We actually have quite a number of trainers so far who haven't had a whole lot of chance to show off their stuff on stream, so I'm excited to get to see some new faces.
For sure, and if you look at this list of names, we don't actually have any of our previous Vancouver Regional Champions in the running anymore, so there will be a new Vancouver Regional Champion crowned today. However, I think James Beck is the only trainer currently standing who has a regional win already under his belt.
Yeah, an incredible round for the underdogs in the top 16 as nearly all of the big names were knocked out, and I guess the only one who wasn't was James, who we just saw playing against another pretty well-known trainer, so hey, one of them had to win.
All right, well, we'll be featuring our first match on the top of the bracket there, Alejandro Terrazas versus Ian Holdeman. And we're still waiting for them to get seated, so while we do that, we have seen, I think, most of these other trainers on stream so far this weekend, and the couple that we haven't, we're going to try and be featuring as well. So it's going to be a good time, and like I just said, you know, if you haven't had your lunch yet, well, I guess you actually do have a little bit of time to go grab something, but I don't know, maybe take some advice from Kyle there, grab a burrito, just really quick.
Yeah, I mean, if you do have lunch, don't tell us about it because we haven't. I don't want to know.
Sorry. I was just thinking about food.
Yeah, thanks, Gab. Yeah, I wonder why. But yeah, so I think on the metagame side too, kind of just to check in on where we are in the tournament, I do think the restricted Pokemon have kind of wound up being interesting here. We have 8 players remaining with 6 different restricted Pokemon among them. The 7 that kind of we felt like had a real shot at winning this one. Kyogre was the first to fall out of the field, but you know, there's still 6 different representatives with both of the Calyrex forms having 2 shots left to win the championship.
I believe so there's also a Lunala still in play. Is there a Zacian still in play?
Zacian's gone.
Oh, Zacian's gone. Okay. Zamazenta.
Believe so.
Okay, I should have checked my notes during that break, so that's on me.
Miraidon, of course.
Of course.
You know, Lunala, Koraidon, so looking for what could be a pretty crazy streak there from it. You know, both the Calyrex forms. I feel like I'm missing one, but yeah, a nice variety here.
Yeah, I love that for us, honestly. It just goes to show that there is still a very open metagame in Regulation G, despite how much time we've spent with it. And there's still several tournaments coming up, and if you want to have your opportunity to compete, make sure to go to Pokemon.com/play. If you can't make it out to a regional championship, there's always locals, and if you want to make a big trip out to it, you can always head down to New Orleans in the summer, go to NAIC, and have a good time.
Yeah, definitely be prepared for some warm weather there, but yeah, it's a great town, a lot of fun, always a great event every year. The restricted Pokemon I forgot, of course, ironically, is Terrapagos, the one that I normally play.
We just saw that, too.
Yeah, there is, which also should have been really easy to remember because I know there was a Terrapagos mirror in the top 16, which made it very likely that it was going to move on.
Well, good for us for recognizing that. And also, it's actually Pokemon.com/events for your local calendar. So again, there's so many URLs. You could always just go to Pokemon.com and then just click some buttons, maybe read some articles, and you'll find your way eventually. But I can't stress this enough, just how important the local scene is for, you know, trying out these weird teams, trying out these adaptations to the metagame, because where else are you going to be able to find consistent best-of-3 practice in the format that you'll see at these big events?
Yeah, definitely check that out. You know, check out your local event locator. I think it's also just helpful. You know, we see so many times when the players win matches, they're kind of talking about their experiences, their interviews, how they work together with their local players, either as in competition and kind of had iron sharpen iron, or kind of team built together and kind of work through team building problems. That's one thing I always really like is just kind of watching all the communities work together. You know, I think there's a lot of great communities in this area, both in the Vancouver area as well as kind of just the Pacific Northwest in general. So I'm always kind of rooting for this area. You know, it's my adopted region, having moved out here, and I think we've got a lot of great players.
Yeah, I honestly miss the Seattle local scene because I also lived out here for a while, and unfortunately when I was here there were a lot of weekday events which didn't quite work out for my schedule, but now there's a really good group of people. I believe there's a few every month on weekends, which is really exciting, and really some of the top players come from here, And then my new region also has a lot of top players, so a lot of good practice at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think this region is fun too. You get a lot of cooks where, typically don't get a lot of players in this region doing well. Usually it's weird with weird stuff, which I think we always appreciate here. As much as I enjoy seeing masterfully piloted versions of the best established teams, it's always a little more fun when it's not something we're expecting so much. And props to the trainers in general, I think, competing in the tournament this weekend, where this is the second run of this format, and then we're coming off of EUIC, which is kind of like the biggest event in the second go-around of this format. So I think it would have been really easy just to kind of phone it in a little bit, like, I'll just use whatever they were using before. But we had some fun surprises this weekend.
We have, and on the topic of fun surprises, I do actually have our top 8 teams pulled up to reference now, and I want to just name some Pokemon that have made it into the top 8, and then I want you to say yes or no. Did you expect them to make it into the top 8?
We're gonna have a lot of no's here.
Okay, so first things first is our Shifu Rapid Strike.
Oh no, I'm surprised that it's not on all 8 teams for sure.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I was trying to get you to say yes because you said you were going to say no a lot. Let's see, how about Indeedee Female?
Oh, yeah, I think that one probably not too surprising. Okay.
Okay, Ursaluna, not Blood Moon.
I think that's a tweener. I think Ursaluna's a good Pokemon. Definitely not having the greatest format of its life, but...
Okay. What about Mienshao?
I'm surprised by that one. Not surprised since I didn't think it was good enough, but yeah, it's a big commitment where I think, especially for a player of this caliber, it seems to be its lack of defensive stats seems to scare a lot of people away, but pleasantly surprised. It's looked great on stream.
What about a Ditto?
Yes, after EUIC, but...
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Asked me that 3 weeks ago, the answer's no.
Okay, well, going back in time, what was your mindset, before you saw it be successful?
I think we always thought it was a Pokemon that could, right? It always seemed like one of those Pokemon, like Schrodinger's Pokemon, like, oh yeah, well, Ditto could be good, and it just never seemed to work, right? And I'm pleased to see not only has it done well this event and UIC, but it's looked really good on stream, where I feel like sometimes we see this Pokemon, my poor friend Okidogi being one of them, right? Where it's like, well, clearly it's winning because otherwise it wouldn't have made it to stream, but then the moment we put it on, just like something terrible always seems to happen. So good to see Ditto having its moment to shine,
Okidogi does get to walk away, though, with a top 16 placement, so that's pretty exciting. All right. So now, what about Hatterene?
Yeah, pretty surprised by that one. I'm sure you're more excited than I am as a Trick Room enthusiast, but I think I'm happy to be wrong. I think we want more varied archetypes, right? And Hatterene certainly sent your team in a direction.
It sends your team into the twisted dimensions, is how I'd argue. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing Alejandro Terrazas pilot against Ian Holdeman. Alejandro is on the left-hand side of your screen, a player coming up from Mexico, getting top 4 in Bogota and top 8 in Bogota, Cancun, and Cancun. Running a really fun, hard Trick Room team with some cool techs that we'll get into later. Their opponent, Ian, got top 64 in Sacramento, top 16 in Vancouver a few years ago, and top 64 at NAIC in 2022, running what I would call a more traditional Calyrex Ice Rider team, but we're going to have a really fun matchup, I think, especially looking, again, at the techs.
Yeah, I guess I have to give a shout out to Alejandro, too. I didn't realize that he was so well accomplished here, but I'm kind of even more excited to see him now. It's a decent run of finishes, especially the last couple of years, where should be fun to see.
Yeah, when I was looking at their team earlier, actually, to come up with some notes for our opening, if we had the opportunity to dive in deeper into the teams themselves. And what's really fun about Alejandro, he qualified for Worlds this past year, but when you, again, looking at the team, yes, it's a Calyrex Ice Rider hard Trick Room team, but you have Imprison over Protect on the Calyrex Ice Rider. You have the Hatterene. You have Gallade with Upper Hand, which is a plus priority move that can out priority attacks and then flinch them. So it's like your anti-fake out, but it also technically works with like Grassy Glide and Sucker Punch and all those good things. And then of course, Choice Specs Torkoal for some extra damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I'm gonna guess that anybody, if he used this team in the Global Challenge, I'm gonna guess that anyone who played against him did not have a real great time. Where this looks like an absolute nightmare in closed team sheet, but I think even an open team sheet, it's just like a combination of tools you're probably not super used to dealing with, especially from a player of his caliber. He's getting these finishes, he's not just getting there through having quirky teams. And yeah, I think this is the sort of thing you're kind of just hoping not to have to deal with at the regional level.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought up the Global Challenge, because Imprison Trick Room on Calyrex Ice Rider to me screams anti-Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room tech. And in a global challenge in a closed team sheet form, you do have to worry about that. But even in an open team sheet matchup, if your opponent has a team that wants to set up Trick Room, that wants to, use the Twisted Dimensions to their own advantage, you can really easily shut that down. A lot of times Calyrex Ice Rider have trouble dealing damage to each other in return, especially if they haven't terrestrialized yet. And as a result, it just gives you so much more opportunity to go on the offense with Hattery and with Torkoal. And I think Alejandro's team, yes, it is hard Trick Room, but it's also very anti-typical Calyrex Ice Rider, which is what Ian has brought to this matchup. You have that more traditional Terra-type water on the Calyrex Ice Rider. You have your Incineroar, Rocky Helmet, Amoonguss. You do have Booster Energy Raging Bolt, which is a bit of a adaptation that you don't see as often, but still, this is very similar to a lot of the Trick Room Calyrex Ice Rider teams we saw do well at the World Championships this past year.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned Calyrex Ice Riders having trouble dealing damage, and I think it's hard to think of a way it's more difficult to deal damage than the potential to have every one of this Calyrex's moves, except for Protect, be imprisoned by the opposing Calyrex. I don't know if we'll actually see that or not, but definitely something that Ian's going to need to be concerned about. Perhaps a matchup where the unrestricted Pokemon are going to, if not deal a whole bunch of damage for him, at least create enough pressure on the board to force the opposing Calyrex out in the field, because if it's able to stay out there uncontested, it could be very difficult for Ian to deal any damage.
To Ian's benefit, that taunt on the Ogerpon Cornerstone I think is going to be really important in this matchup, being able to just shut down the Imprison, especially on the Calyrex Ice Rider. Also force a potential Fairy-type Terrestrialization on that Pokemon if it wants to avoid Rock-type Ivy Cudgel damage.
So I think one thing that's kind of fun to think about, Gabby, and I'd really like your opinion on this one as a Trick Room specialist, but there are 4 Pokemon in Alejandro's team
Yes.
that have Trick Room, right? I think one of the things that usually makes Trick Room easier to play against is I can usually guess pretty accurately what a trainer of that team is going to lead. I think there are a lot of options here, so I think turn 1 for Ian is pretty difficult because it's not so obvious, right? And you have Pokemon like that Amoonguss that are kind of just great in this Trick Room matchup mostly, but even that, there's also, 3 Psychic-type Pokemon on Alejandro's side of the field, where do you really want to deal with that, where I think you're somewhat likely to get forced into a Terrestrialization if you do so, and this may be a matchup where you don't want to commit that to Amoonguss.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention that in game number 1 because I feel like when it comes to Trick Room teams with Calyrex Ice Rider, like we saw earlier on today, Calyrex Ice Rider plus a number of Pokemon that can use Follow Me is a surprisingly consistent way to get Trick Room on the board and to get that ball rolling. And while having Trick Room 4 times on your team is really nice, I feel like it is going to be, Trick Room plus Redirection that Alejandro's going to use to start out this game. There's a lot of things that Ian can do that'll just be raw damage initially that can then sort of worry about, okay, well, we saw the Trick Room on the field. Now Amoonguss comes in, maybe it tries to Spore, all those good things. So it's up to Alejandro to decide just the pace of this match. And I think switching up your Trick Room user is usually a game 2 or 3 adaptation because, again, you have the tools to protect Calyrex Ice Rider quite comfortably.
Yeah, and kind of to that point, Ogerpon seems really critical in this matchup.
Oh,
where,
100%.
Because you mentioned the taunt, and yeah, I think, on Ian's side of the field, actually, more tools for just the follow me attack with Calyrex thing, and the Imprison is the way to stop that down, right? We're like, well, I have fewer redirectors, however, I can stop you from attacking entirely if you let me. So sort of a fun back and forth at the matchup level here. Normally you see like mirrored restricted Pokemon, it's like, oh, well, they get a lot of the same tools, but that cannot be further from the case here.
Yeah, and I think that if we do see a lot of Ogerpon play from Ian in this game number 1, there's a lot of cool adaptations that Alejandro can make in game number 2, but both these players are really taking their time, and honestly, both of them look really stressed out.
Yeah, I'm kind of stressed watching them,
yeah.
I can't remember, this is kind of a weird stat, but can you remember a matchup where we had the same restricted Pokemon on both teams, but then no other Pokemon in common? Because
no.
I think it's kind of the great element of Pokemon team building where you can go really different directions starting from a similar point.
Yeah, and that's the fun thing I think about hard Trick Room teams as well, is that there are a lot of actors who could have those starring roles, but at the end of the day, it's an ensemble piece, and it's up to you to pick, what ensemble you want to bring into the competition. And here we go. This is our top 8 match, Ian versus Alejandro, Incineroar, and that Ogerpon Cornerstone versus the Smeargle and the Calyrex Ice Rider for Alejandro. Alejandro.
Fun situation here. The Intimidate going to whiff at both these Pokemon, though I can't imagine Smeargle's attack set is going to be hugely relevant here. What could be relevant is poor Smeargle's Spore attack, not going to be effective in either of these Pokemon with the Grass-type Ogerpon next to the Safety Goggles Incineroar. So, and then Calyrex, nothing to imprison yet, but you could still go for it maybe later. I think more likely to go on the offense or perhaps for a switch here, sort of a neutral lead.
Yeah, as long as you have Fake Out available to you, I don't think you have to worry too much about damage onto the Calyrex, provided you are okay with committing your Terastallization turn 1, and that's exactly what we see from Alejandro. Now that this Calyrex Ice Rider is a Fairy-type Pokemon, the knockoff isn't going to do a lot of damage, neither is a Flare Blitz, and really, Incineroar probably wants to go for a Fake Out this turn. Smeargle will go first, will connect a Fake Out into the Ogerpon, no Spiky Shield this turn, but it's just a Fake Out trade.
Yeah, I mean, neither side probably hugely upset about that one. Maybe especially for Alejandro, you're excited, breaking that sturdy. Unlike most of the matches we've watched this weekend, there is no Rillaboom in this matchup, so it'll be difficult and I believe actually impossible for the Ogerpon to regain the sturdy ability for the remainder of Game 1.
The one thing I do have to wonder is if locking in your Terastallization turn number 1, knowing that you're most likely to trade Fake Outs, makes sense. Certainly, if you do guess incorrectly and the Incineroar goes on the offense there, that's a huge risk. But this is only game number 1. I think it's a lot of information to give up very early doors for Alejandro. Yeah. Chances are there's nothing in the back that wants that Terastallization.
Yeah, I'm going to guess the same. And, maybe just to watch the last match we did, like, I don't really want to lose my restricted Pokemon that way.
No, not at all. But Follow Me will keep that Calyrex Ice Rider protect for now. Taunt from the Ogerpon ensures that this Smeargle's not going to do much else for at least its time on the field for now. Knockoff will bring Smeargle down to its Focus Sash, and that opens the opportunity for this Calyrex Ice Rider to twist the dimensions as anticipated.
All right, so you get the Trick Room up, but you don't really get a whole lot out of it. Smeargle now going to have two options here, or I guess 3 options. It can miss Fake Out,
yep,
knock itself out,
yep,
or flee. So yeah, it's or I guess and Fake Out and knock itself out, because you're gonna be pretty hosed with a taunted Smeargle on the field. So likely to exit here. We see 2 pretty good options in the back, but maybe one a little bit better than the other. And we see kind of Alejandro's game plan for this one.
Yeah, typically you do want the 2 hits of an attack into the Smeargle. This turn you set up Trick Room so that your secondary attacker can come in under the first turn and put down a lot of board pressure. But fortunately, Alejandro does have that Indeedee holding a Rocky Helmet in the back, and that switch will mean that it's a teeny Indeedee. Will mean that these Pokemon will be taking some additional chip damage if they were to land any attacks into that slot. That being said, though, they will have to worry about this Calyrex Ice Rider attacking first, and that's exactly why we see a Spiky Shield on that Ogerpon. But Alejandro able to predict, go for the high horsepower into the Incineroar, and it's actually Parting Shot, giving Ian the opportunity to switch a Pokemon of theirs in.
Yeah, pretty good turn for both sides there. Not like it's super baited, but a nice play by Alejandro not to attack into that Protect. Gets Indeedee out there safely. More importantly, I guess gets Smeargle off the field. And we do see Amoonguss coming in. You mentioned the Rocky Helmet on Indeedee, which critically is not Safety Goggles.
It is not Safety Goggles, and while Alejandro will have one opportunity here to go for Follow Me to redirect a potential Spore, this is really a tough position for Calyrex Ice Rider to be in if it's unable to pick up the knockout into that Amoonguss in one hit. And given that we haven't seen any Glacial Lance, or excuse me, Chilling Neigh boosts yet into play, this Amoonguss probably will be able to tank one attack, and as a result, will be able to threaten to put something to sleep.
Yeah, I think critically, too, with that Imprison on the Calyrex, there isn't a Protect, which is really going to limit the options as this battle continues.
All right, we get our first Terastallization from Ian now in that match, and the Amoonguss on the field will be Terastallizing away from its Glacial Lance weakness, so now it's going to take even more of those attacks to pick up the KO, which means there is more time for Alejandro's Pokemon to take a little bit of a nap in this matchup. Follow Me will ensure that Indeedee is going to be the center of its attention, and it will be going to sleep thanks to the Spore.
So hear me out.
All right, I'll hear you out.
Yeah, and there's an opportunity for pretty interesting play. We're going to see Glacial Lance come in first. Probably not going to do a whole lot of damage. Oh, I guess you get the knockout on the Incineroar. Okay, so not the end of the world. But I think the next turn is what's really exciting here. So we have Amoonguss staring down this Calyrex with a chance to Spore it. I think both trainers know about one possibility, though, which is what if the Pokemon in the back is Hatterene, who has that Magic Bounce ability to face down with a Amoonguss that no longer is a Grass-type Pokemon.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up, Scott, because I was thinking about that as well. You know, Hatterene is a very slow Pokemon. Not as slow as Amoonguss under Trick Room or just in general, but still can get down there in numbers, as they say. But more importantly here, Hatterene has Magic Bounce, which will mean that any status moves just bounce right off it and back into the target. And now that Amoonguss is a Water-type Pokemon, like you said, no natural immunity to Spore, and Amoonguss gets a taste of its own medicine. Unfortunately, this does open up the opportunity for the Calyrex Ice Rider on Ian's side of the field to connect a lot of damage via Glacial Lance, but Hatterene is able to fire back with some big damage of its own.
Yeah, I think there's some question whether or not that really put like Alejandro in a great position, but man, I've always wanted to see that in a tournament match. Like, it's just like the sort of thing that seems like it doesn't happen at this level, and what a fun interaction.
For sure. I mean, it does open the opportunity for Alejandro's own Calyrex Ice Rider to come back out onto the field now, but I think critically this is another turn where Ian can very safely click Glacial Lance and not have to worry too much about what Alejandro can do. Hatterene will have one opportunity to attack here, but Expanding Force is going to do some resisted damage to that Pokemon and not threaten a KO on the Calyrex, and also misses out on the knockout on the Amoonguss, which is very, very tough. It will stay asleep, but this Glacial Lance is probably going to do enough damage to pick up the KO on the Hatterene, and now that the Calyrex Ice Rider on Alejandro's side of the field isn't going to resist damage either, that's really starting to add up.
Yeah, it's sort of a complicated board state here.
Yeah.
With the Chilling Neigh for the Calyrex on Ian's side. Twisted Dimensions will return to normal, so if nothing else, perhaps the trainers will get to learn which of the Calyrex is quicker, as they've kind of been jumping in and out of battle here.
I feel like you can make some assumptions about that, though, because on Alejandro's side of the field, the team is so Trick Room weighted that you would most likely want your Calyrex to be as slow as humanly possible, whereas Ian's side of the field, you want that Amoonguss to be, you know, as slow as possible, so you underspeed opposing Calyrex Ice Riders, but that does open up you to, you know, invest a little bit in your speed. Maybe not invest any stat points in there, but certainly not have the minimum base points needed.
Yeah, there could be a real chance then to get that Imprison off here. Or perhaps, you know, a fake out Imprison could be pretty devastating, especially if the Amoonguss sleeps for another turn.
Well, it is going to sleep for another turn. I think it's used Spore so many times it needs to catch up on its own rest. And, you know, we get a Spore here from the Smeargle into the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. So that will buy more opportunity for Alejandro to go either on the offense or on the defense. It's going to be a Glacial Lance. So one KO onto the Amoonguss, one Chilling Neigh boost, and you still have the opportunity to Imprison next turn if you so feel like it.
Yeah, so now the last obstacle for Alejandro is really going to be that Ogerpon, where, you know, as long as you don't get whittled down too much from Calyrex, and kind of just take that Imprison whenever you need it. So decent position here. The Ogerpon, of course, as a grass-type Pokemon, is not going to be vulnerable to the Spore, has not terrestrialized its weakness away the way that, or its immunity away, rather, the way that the Amoonguss has. So, hey, you know, if the Ogerpon can pick up a knockout, you know, maybe it can get moving here. But both of the Pokemon that are remaining as the opposing Calyrex's allies are able to redirect attacks away, and both of them will be doing it with Follow Me rather than Rage Powder, so Ogerpon not going to be immune to that.
Exactly. I mean, Alejandro does still have a timer in the sense that the Smeargle will be knocked out this turn, the Indeedee will be knocked out by another Ivy Cudgel, but if you can use those 2 turns to, I don't know, Imprison then Glacial Lance, and you know that with your Chilling Neigh boost, that is going to be enough damage to one-shot the Ogerpon Cornerstone on the opposing side of the field, that's really all you need at this point in time. If the Calyrex Ice Rider can't attack, either because it's asleep or because you've banned all of its moves, essentially, that is your win condition. And interestingly enough, we see the Cornerstone Ogerpon on the inside of the field go for a Spiky Shield, so possibly hoping that the Calyrex Ice Rider will wake up to do some damage. It does wake up. Imprison has not been used yet, so Glacial Lance will pick up the KO on the Smeargle and leave Calyrex critically low on its health, but it still can attack this turn. It still can take an action, and as long as it shuts down the Glacial Lance, I think Alejandro still has this.
Yeah, that's a huge move there. I think anything other than Imprison and the game is over.
Still asleep, though.
But yeah, Indeedee going to come out in the field, and yeah, I mean, it's sleeping, and as we mentioned before, the downside of Imprison is that you do not have the Protect. Cannot just try to wait for this Indeedee to wake up. So yeah, even with the Imprison, the damage from the opposing Calyrex may be enough. It's going to have to Protect now, but you know, while it covers its eyes, perhaps Ogerpon is going to be able to protect it and knock out these Pokemon.
Yeah, Ivy Cudgel has no opportunity to miss, so it is just down to will Indeedee wake up this turn. It does wake up! It does redirect the follow me, so now Alejandro has this one Glacial Lance to pick up the KO on this Ogerpon. We see the Indeedee go down. It's now all up to the Calyrex Ice Rider. It's gotten some boosts. It's gonna do some damage here. Will it be enough? It connects. And it's a KO.
What a huge knockout. That Indeedee might be teeny, but it was mighty. It wakes up at just the right time, allowing Calyrex to pick up that knockout with just 18 hit points. And with the opposing Calyrex locked in to protect for the rest of his game, Alejandro is going to take game 1 by the skin of his teeth.
A very unique team here from Alejandro, taking a lot of risks, especially switching in that Hatterene to Magic Bounce Spore back onto the opposing Amoonguss. And at the end of the day, even though Alejandro's own Pokemon were also asleep, able to get that critical wake up in that final turn to win the game.
Yeah, I was just that close. And so many fun interactions in that game where, if you don't get the Spore on that Hatterene switch, I think that's also basically just game.
Yep.
And I think it's also just sort of a fun element of Alejandro's team. You may notice as this game goes on that there are 5 Pokemon in Alejandro's team that hits an Amoonguss for super effective damage. So perhaps one of the greatest teams of all time at forcing the enemy Amoonguss to Terastallize, which then opens up that Magic Bounce play. I'm going to be guessing that that's not the first time Alejandro has pulled that one off.
I was going to say, as somebody who has dabbled in Calyrex Ice Rider teams, it really is the minimum speed Amoonguss that absolutely ruins your day. So the fact that you have 4 Psychic-type Pokemon is no surprise.
I should correct myself, by the way.
And also Torkoal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I have 4 Pokemon super effectively. Because Indeedee definitely got the better of Ian in that one. But cannot itself actually use any Psychic type attacks. Just provides the terrain for its friends and has Dazzling Gleam as its one offensive move. But what a really fun team composition, and what a fun way to win a game where Hatterene has never looked better, and it didn't really even do any damage. And speaking of not really doing any damage, Smeargle also kind of seemed like it had a tough game there where it just kind of like hung out, got taunted, but that fake out ended up being critical, breaking the sturdy ability of Ogerpon, which allowed that knockout from Calyrex. There would not have been room for any more opportunities for Calyrex to knock out that one last hit point. So a critical fake out there is the small but mighty, a teeny perhaps, attack from Smeargle mattering a whole bunch too.
It's teeny. Sorry, that's like one of my favorite flavor texts I think ever in Pokemon. The one other thing I want to call out as well, you mentioned that Smeargle had a really tough match, but I think it did exactly what it wants to do. A lot of times when you see Decorate on the open team sheet, you think, okay, the Smeargle wants to land the Decorate, but I feel like it's more of a fake out. Well, not literally fake out, but it's more of a trick. No,
but
well,
not literally a trick.
But not literally a trick. It's there to scare the opponent. If it finds itself in a board position where it can use it, it can be really advantageous. But again, at the end of the day, Alejandro's game is really protect the Calyrex Ice Rider. And as we go into game number 2, we're just going to run back the leads from game number 1. You have to imagine Alejandro's game plan is very, very similar.
Yeah, I think this is such a fun lead matchup because it can go a lot of ways. And, I think what Smeargle does so well is that it draws attention, right? Where you don't really want it getting a chance to use any of its moves, or like Decorate is very scary, especially again with how strong Trick Room is this team, where if you were just give up a free Trick Room Decorate, maybe you can't even survive a round of Trick Room. So it kind of demands attention. And then we saw last game what happens if you focus on it exclusively, where the other Pokemon on the team are just so offensively dangerous.
We see another Fairy-type Terastallization turn 1 from Alejandro. This is definitely the mode of the team he is most comfortable with. Spiky Shield from that Ogerpon would have protected it from a fake out. However, Alejandro's Smeargle is faster and able to flinch the opposing Incineroar before it goes on the offense. And while high horsepower isn't enough to pick up the KO on that Pokemon, it's certainly close.
What a great adjustment. So not only does all that damage go down, Ogerpon does nothing, and now we're in a situation where I think based on the damage we saw last game, Glacial Lance probably knocks this Incineroar out, so you now have to be concerned about that, which leaves Smeargle kind of free to do whatever it wants, or it can pull an attack away if it wants to. It could get a pretty free Decorate out here. There isn't like a super great counter unless you're going to just let Incineroar potentially go down to a Decorate Trick Room here. Tons of options for Alejandro after winning that first turn.
There are tons of options here, but I think the option that he did select tells his opponent a lot about what's in the back of the party. And I think if Ian's able to recognize that in this turn, that could be how he figures his game plan out. We get another taunt combination into a knockoff into the Smeargle, does hold on with 1 HP thanks to the Focus Sash. And now Calyrex Ice Rider goes on the offense. So Ogerpon brought down to Sturdy. Incineroar is going to be KO'd, but there is no Twisted Dimensions. And usually you would assume that if there is going to be that Hatterene, if there is going to be those slower Pokemon, that you want to prioritize getting Trick Room up ASAP. We also know that Ian's Calyrex is probably faster than Alejandro's, so I think that Alejandro has changed things up in some way, and it's up to Ian to start to recognize that and to respond.
Yeah. Not that there's anything exactly fast on Alejandro's side of the team, but it's like
faster.
Yeah, it's sort of a no. And again, there's no protect in this Calyrex, so it is awkward not to have the speed control here, where Smeargle can't do anything. It's sort of stuck in the same position that the opposing Calyrex was last game, and this time the Calyrex on Alejandro's side does not have the speed advantage. So you know, maybe not quite in KO range given the typing after its terrestrialization, but still going to take a whole bunch of damage here potentially.
We do get a sneak peek of Alejandro's backline. For now, though, the Indeedee will be taking the field, once again setting up that psychic terrain just in case there are any future priority moves in play. Probably not, though. Taunt into the Calyrex Ice Rider will shut down any opportunities to Trick Room or go for Imprison. Now Glacial Lance from Ian's own Calyrex Ice Rider will do a good chunk of damage, and Alejandro cannot use Imprison.
It's kind of a bold Imprison there. I think had it worked, maybe game-winning there with then Indeedee out there that a Follow Me attacks away or trying to get a Trick Room of its own up. Instead now, a wasted turn in a really awkward position where both these Pokemon have been weakened some. Now the Calyrex going to be stuck having to attack or switch out, and Ian now looking in a much better position even though he's at a Pokemon disadvantage.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, is that Ian has the speed on their favor. Ian has a Pokemon down, but there's still something in the back, and if it's game one, you think it's the Amoonguss, but if there's an adjustment there, maybe the Urshifu Rapid Strike so it can attack for Protect, maybe Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and I'm guessing because of this Terrestrialization, maybe it's not Amoonguss, right? Where, it's a very aggressive move. Amoonguss going to have a hard time surviving this battle if it has to come in and is in the back, but Ogerpon wants knockouts now.
Ogerpon wants knockouts now. It's going to get a defense boost thanks to its ability, but it's also still at 1 HP thanks to the Sturdy. Ivy Cudgel now will connect and pick up the KO on this Indeedee, but a bit of an interesting use of Terrestrialization there from Ian.
Looks super cool, though.
It looks super cool. I don't think the defense boost is necessarily going to help you out at this point in time. A single target Glacial Lance certainly will against the opposing Calyrex. We'll bring it down into the yellow, and now this Glacial Lance will pick up the KO on Ogerpon.
So damage was dealt there. That, not like a hugely impactful Terrestrialization, but able to pick up that key knockout on the Indeedee and keep this battle moving forward. Again, we don't know Ian's last Pokemon, so perhaps this is a situation that he believes is kind of checkmate no matter what happens here. One thing to note, the Psychic Terrain is active, so if Smeargle were to come back in, would not have access to that Fake Out, or, I mean, I guess you could go for it, but we saw how much damage it did last game, and while the damage was impactful then, I am a little surprised to see that it turns out it is this Amoonguss who might prefer Trick Room to be up, actually.
Yeah, so fun fact, I do believe that your attacks are always guaranteed to do exactly 1 damage in Pokemon. So, for future reference, even if you are trying to boost your defense there, maybe hoping that you can turn a 1 into a 0, I don't think it's necessarily possible. So good notes for the future. I do agree that that might have been a just recognition that, with Calyrex holding on, the Amoonguss in the back. Really, it's just this Calyrex Ice Rider for Ian that can go on the offense, but I don't think it's necessarily over. Yes, the Amoonguss is going to be the slowest thing on the field, but Calyrex could land another Glacial Lance into the Calyrex for Alejandro. Calyrex could go for a high horsepower into something, and Hatterene is not going to be able to deal a lot of damage to the opposing Calyrex, as it is still a Heart Psychic type Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Amoonguss is there looking all juicy, weak to so many attacks, like, how do you actually get them off safely? The Terrestrialization kind of working against really both trainers in this game, but especially Alejandro.
All right, well, here's a Glacial Lance from Ian. It will pick up the KO onto the Smeargle. It will get a Chilling Nay boost for its trouble. Hatterene is able to hold on, and looking at the Amoonguss on Ian's side of the field, it does have access to Pollen Puff, and that's the move of choice. It will move first, connect with the Hatterene, who went for Trick Room. I don't think another Pollen Puff is going to be enough damage to pick up the KO on that Hatterene.
Yeah, I don't either. I think it'd be very close. So perhaps it's his damage roll, but might need a little bit more. Calyrex going to come back out. As you noted before, pretty likely that this is the slower of the two Calyrex, but Amoonguss also very likely to be minimum speed of his team. You know, its job is to help win these matchups, and well, we'll have to see if it can do it.
Well, here's the thing. As long as Amoonguss moves before the Hatterene, which it will not.
Yeah, bad news.
Then we would be looking at a situation where the Calyrex Ice Rider went to sleep.
And, well, we saw the taunt stopping in prison before, but there's no taunt now.
Nope, and as long as the Amoonguss is out of the way, Calyrex moves next. And now Ian has unfortunately lost their opportunity to go for any attacks. Alejandro Terrazas will be moving on to top 4 here in Vancouver with a very exciting, very twisty Trick Room team.
Yeah, that was a really interesting second game there, as both players kind of had to deal with the awkwardness of this matchup. But once again, Imprison proving to be the winning endgame there. There'll be no more Ice Rider Calyrex to Imprison for the remainder of this tournament, but really seeing how powerful that can be in the mirror matchup there, as Imprison was just such a impactful bit of pressure for that whole matchup. Always had to be dealt with. I think it really limited Ian's options.
Oh, 100%. I think the other thing I want to call out too is that, you know, depending on how this Hatterene's been trained, it's possible that even with a water type terrestrialization on that Amoonguss, Expanding Force was going to do enough damage at the end of the day. So good information to kind of keep in mind if you want to run back that end game and try to figure out what exactly was going on there. But shout outs to Ian to sticking it out to the end. You know, we've certainly seen some trainers click forfeit immediately after the end game is locked. So more exciting for us at least.
Yeah, I think it was a great game there too, right?
Yeah.
Where I think it was pretty close to that one where it seemed like it was just like a little bit of damage away. Couldn't quite find it to finish that one off. You see the taunt and Ogerpon being very impactful there, but again, you know, I think Smeargle kind of like being required to be taunted there was just enough to enable Calyrex to have that room to move, where had it been attacked one more time by basically anything, we have a different result of that game. But Smeargle kind of just doing its part there just by being such an obstacle that it had to be dealt with.
I feel like this is also something that we've really only seen happen in Regulation G. You know, this is our first time we've had a single restricted metagame, but these strategies of keep Calyrex safe seem to be doing so well, because it really can do enough damage to carry the throne on its own.
And one thing I think also is kind of interesting thinking about the way that matchup played out is you commented in game 1 that it was a very early terrestrialization for the Calyrex. I kind of wonder if that endgame would have been easier if perhaps that button wasn't hit there, where it wound up being kind of on both sides, where it was tough to use terrestrialization well in that matchup. I think some of it was just like there weren't really any good offensive terrestrialization options, and the trouble with a defensive terrestrialization is that unless it's going to cause basically a checkmate, you know, like you kind of have to use it preemptively. Really awkward matchup, I think, for both trainers, and not just to the terrestrialization, but also I think just trying to maneuver, and I don't envy either of them. More like at this point in the tournament, I think they both would have liked maybe a more familiar matchup there. We saw how bewildered they kind of looked, both of them, looking at the team sheets on Team Preview, and it just kind of felt like the vibe of the match, where a tough one to battle for both of them, especially so deep in a tournament where they've had to think so hard the last 2 days.
Oh my goodness, for sure. And the reason why I made that comment, for what it's worth, is that I think that, at least when I play Regulation G, one of the ways I've found success is identifying who I want to terrestrialize, but not committing to it. So I play my strategy around like, okay, when this Pokemon hits the field against this Pokemon, that's when I terrestrialize. And if stuff happens and I do something else, then, you know, that's Pokemon, so be it. But usually locking in terrestrialization turn 1 on a more like defensive play just never feels comfy. I feel like it can backfire really easily. And to be able to have that confidence to go for it, knowing that it will work out, is a sign of a really confident trainer. So shout outs to Alejandro being able to navigate that position, especially knowing that you are weakening your own Calyrex against the opposing Calyrex by getting rid of your typing.
And I do kind of respect him covering his move, right?
Yeah,
Where, as I
yeah.
played out, like he called turn one very well in both games. I think that's sort of why, in both cases, it kind of led toward a path where he was definitely going to win the game.
Yeah.
But had he got that wrong, it would have at least mitigated the cost of getting the read incorrect. So I mean, I respect that too. Where sometimes you kind of see players go out here and spend it all in the first turn, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. A little more conservative of a play, which is maybe fascinating with an archetype that people I think kind of associate with being kind of like really all in. Where maybe that's how you get to this point in the tournament, playing an archetype like this one, right? You got to cover all your bases.
For sure, for sure. And I also love how just looking at the team itself and talking about the archetype, a lot of times on these more committed Trick Room teams, it's Blood Moon Ursaluna who makes an appearance, or occasionally, the other Ursaluna with Guts and the Flame Orb as well can do a lot of damage. But you want some really powerful special attackers to balance out the fact that Calyrex Ice Rider is a really strong physical attacker. And identifying that Torkoal is, I would say, required so that you have a better Amoonguss matchup is really important. But then also having the Hatterene alongside of that is just really unexpected. And I'd personally love to hear from Alejandro himself on how he arrived at this team. And we have an interview ready in the lounge, so let's go ahead and talk to him about it.
Thank you so much, Scott and Gabby, and felicidades, Alejandro. It was a great match to watch. How are you feeling after knowing you made top 4?
So, estoy diciendo que congratulations a estar en top 4. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Estás feliz? ¿Estás emocionado? ¿Cuál es tu emoción?
Sí, estoy muy feliz, muy emocionado. Pues es el segundo regional que vengo fuera de México, para la parte del norte, y creo que pues es mejor el resultado que el que esperaba tener.
He's very excited. This is the second regional he has come to, and he's hoping to make it further away. And he just can't believe he's so far in here, and he's really excited.
Your team is awesome as well. You've got a hard Trick Room, Calyrex Ice Rider team. Most teams with Calyrex are balanced, so how did you come to build this team?
So, tu equipo es a hard Trick Room, ¿verdad? Entonces es muy único comparado con los otros son muy balanceados. ¿Cómo tuviste con la idea de go con el hard Trick Room?
En el Mundial, Diego Ferreira llevó algo muy parecido. Yo y él somos amigos, entonces estuvimos platicando ahí un poco y pues me surgió la idea de llevar algo parecido. Si no es lo mismo que él usó, es la idea, ¿no? El Hard Trick Room y más que nada el Calyrex con Impression. Es muy bueno, pues, más que nada la de original es de Diego, pero pues ya lo adapté a mi forma de juego.
So he was inspired by the top 4 hard Trick Room team, Diego. They're actually really close friends. So he was just hey, let's do this then, and he was just adapting it a little bit more to his style. And I was like, okay, we'll go with this.
I like it. It ended up being a great choice for you, and now you are looking at your next match. Who are you excited to potentially play?
So la siguiente, vas en top 4, ¿estás con quién quieres pelear? ¿Estás emocionado?
Sí, pues estoy muy emocionado. Me gustaría jugar con James Evans, es muy bueno. Creo que sería un buen match contra él.
Sorry, I brain. He will be very excited to play James Beck. He thinks he's a really, really good player, and he'll be very excited to have a match with him.
That would be a great match. Alejandro, ¿cuántos años have you played?
¿Cuántos años has jugado?
Llevo jugando en el competitivo aproximadamente unos 6 años, aunque pues la pandemia hizo que dejara de jugar porque en México no había competencia. Pero sí, en el competitivo llevo 6 años jugando.
So 6 years, but COVID had stopped his run for a little bit during those 6 years.
Wow, and is this one of your best results to date? Is this one of your best results to date?
Tuve un top 4 en un special en Bogotá, en Colombia.
Oh, right.
Si logro pasar del top 4, pues sí sería el mejor, pero pues este es un regional, este fue un Special Event, es un evento más pequeño. Pues sí, por la cantidad de personas que hay aquí, sí sería pues el mejor resultado que he tenido hasta ahora.
So he actually has a top 4 from Bogota this year, and
he does feel like this, because the numbers in Bogota were a little smaller, he does feel like his Vancouver result is a little on the higher side. But yeah, if he wins his next match, that will be his best result so far.
That would be amazing. Alejandro, final shout outs for anyone who has helped you.
Si tienes personas que quieres decir gracias por ayudarme, quien quieres gritarles, decir, hey mamá, papá, o tus amigos.
Pues la comunidad de México son muy buena comunidad. Te digo, Diego Ferreira, que es con el que estuve viendo ideas del equipo, pero en general la comunidad de México es muy buena comunidad. Entonces les quería agradecer a ellos. O sea, todo lo del torneo han estado apoyándome, diciéndome que voy muy bien, que puedo hacerlo. Entonces es muy bueno.
So big shout out to the Mexican community, being really helpful, really cheering him up all this entire time. And big shout outs again to Diego for the inspiration and supporting him.
Oh, that's great. Alejandro, felicidades and gracias para tu tiempo.
Gracias.
We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have more action in our Top Cut.
Carson Confer, no stranger to success here in VGC.
My name is Carson Comfer, and I'm from Oklahoma City. I convinced my parents to take me on a 12-hour drive to Fort Wayne, Indiana to play my first regional. I had to weed a lot of gardens to do that one. Starting Pokemon that I would pick is probably Froakie. It was the one I picked when I was like 10 or 12. When I was starting in 2014, this like friend group that we had, they kind of just like took me under their wing, and they were all like a lot older than me. They let the annoying 12-year-olds stick around and kind of taught them how to play Pokemon. Honestly, I tend to get a little hot-headed, so there's been a lot of moments where I was like, okay, I'm done. Most of my friends that I've had for my whole life have been from this game. It kind of always pulls me back in because I'm like, man, I want to see my friends. It won't let me leave. I've got a lot of top cuts. I got top 4 at EUIC one year. My favorite memory is definitely when I won the 2016 Senior World Championships. It was one of the greatest moments of my life. The last time I won a big event was 2018 LAIC. Since then, I've gotten close, but never finished the job. The Louisville Regionals, I started out 11-0, and then I kind of had a heartbreaker of a loss in top 16. Was struggling. I was thinking about not even showing up to the tournament. Since coming back in like 2022, I was 0-8 on stream. And when they told me my top 32 match was on stream, I was begging them, please don't put me on. I did win, and that one was a pretty decisive win, so I was really happy about that. Marcus, my top 4 opponent, and we both had the same team. We built it off of what OE used to get top 8 at LAIC, dropped my Dondoza matchup entirely, and focused all on beating the Marco's Sun team that won LAIC. I'm really surprised that like all the changes that we ended up making like so last minute came together into such a cohesive team. You know, finals was pretty hectic with all the misses on Joe's side, and there's a lot of damage rolls. There was really no point where I was like, oh yeah, I won, until like it was basically completely over. I have a really big competitive drive. I come to these and I want to win.
Both players are shaking hands, and it looks like the writing is on the wall. Carson Confer is going to be your Sacramento Regional Champion.
I was just really happy to win, and I honestly couldn't believe it. It feels really nice to not only break the stream curse, but break it in a very definitive way. My main goal was probably to win a regional. I've been trying for a really long time, and I'm happy that it finally happened. My overall goal playing competitive Pokemon is just to do the best I can. I think it's just the continual improvement aspect. I really hope I win the World Championship this year. You know, we'll see what happens, but I'd love to win again. Winning Worlds and Masters for me would just be that pinnacle accomplishment. I've kind of achieved almost everything I've wanted to with this game already, but I just love competing, so I'm gonna keep trying to do even better.
I started playing competitive Pokemon in 2009, so this is my 15th year. I was at Philadelphia Regionals back then. Luckily, I got into the lottery, got to play. Unfortunately, I went out in like round 4. I got handed to Mudkip, one of my favorites, but I'm really a Johto guy, so Totodile is my favorite. I mean, I guess I kind of have a motto, gentle, patient, kind, because I think I sometimes forget to be all three of those things, so it's just sort of a reminder for myself. Yeah, lots of people. I think it's amazing that Wolfglick can play as consistently well as he does at every tournament that he attends. I'm excited to see how he does. Pokemon, for me, gives me this opportunity to engage with people, so I love how I can see so many facets of a person from playing the game. It's also a competitive outlet. I mean, there are parts of me that like really love going to battle with people and competing with them and challenging myself, and it gives me such a great way to continue to find ways to improve and explore. So it's kind of multifaceted, both towards others and towards myself. I stay out of the convention center stuff because I'm pescatarian. So I don't eat most of the meat and like chicken tenders and stuff like that. My favorite convention center meal that I've had, or well, regional meal that I've had, was in Knoxville. There was a falafel place. I went and got a falafel salad at lunch, and it was lovely. And I felt so energized the rest of the day. My girlfriend, we make cookies a lot. We make lots of different varieties of cookies. And she calls me a cookie vacuum because we have to small batch all of the cookies, because if not, I just eat too many of them too quickly. I can't help myself. So I would say warm cookies are definitely my favorites. Charlotte, because I'm from North Carolina. I also I have a lot of fond memories of Athens, which most people watching this won't even know has ever hosted a Pokemon tournament. That's Athens, Georgia, just to be clear. But it was really quaint, a little college town, and just a pleasant experience. I've been listening to a lot of electronic music, especially because I'm a PhD student, so I have to work and listen to music while I do it and keep myself from getting too bored doing the data analysis. But usually I listen to alternative and folk and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Why are you asking?
Welcome back, trainers and aspiring Pokemon Masters, to the Vancouver Regional Championships. It is still not stopped raining outside, but it's also still not stopped having just a great time inside, as we're getting one step closer, finding out who is going to be our next Vancouver Regional Champion. Sierra Dawn, particular, and I mean, that last match, I love all these different stories. It's always so wholesome, and now just one more streamed top 8 match till we get our top 4.
On top of all the stories too, that Imprison to lock up that last game was really cool. Not a move we see too often on Calyrex. So Alejandro locked his spot in the semifinals and will face Alex Chan later on this afternoon. But first, we have our final top 8 match in our top cut portion of this tournament. Will be Behzad Muntazir against Giovanni Siski.
To try and get that top 4 to go up against Chase, notably taking down James Beck, someone who we've gotten to see a couple of times and obviously very accomplished player. So I'm already excited to see what Chase is made of, and we'll have to figure out the opponent. So this is super exciting. Gio was someone that we saw earlier, but Behzad, this is a little bit of an unknown quantity to us.
He is, and it's also really cool to think that we're going to have a first-time regional champion at this event.
Yeah.
I believe everyone left in the bracket has not won a regional championship before. Obviously, Behzad and Gio want to make that their first event win here, but they are standing in each other's way. Behzad had a pretty good finish at San Antonio in top 32 after a top 64 in Indianapolis. And Gio, as we hit on earlier, had a top 8 in San Diego 2-3 years ago, the very first regional of Scarlet and Violet, with a couple day 2s after that, and of course a day 2 at Worlds last year as well. So some great accomplishments from both players and some unique teams as well. We saw Gio's take on Koraidon earlier in the day, but Behzad is one of the 2 Lunala that made it into day 2 of the competition and has made it all the way to top 8 too.
A restricted Pokemon that has really struggled to find its footing due to, well, it's just a bit slower, or you need a Meteor Beam to set up, or, well, you just have these big bad restricteds that are just so terrifying to go up against. So to see this work, and I mean in top 8, has been incredible, and it definitely is due in part to the supportive cast as well around it. You have this Indeedee that not only can set the Psychic Terrain so you can utilize an Expanding Force, but to set the Trick Room, make sure that the pressure stays away, but then you even still have quite a few offensive threats throughout the rest of the team that are I mean, Landorus, that is a Pokemon that's definitely paved its way through the meta. The Urshifu, like, there's a lot of good stuff here.
What I also really like about this team is that it looks like it can function very well outside of Trick Room, which I think some Lunala teams sometimes fall prey to, relying on Trick Room a little bit too much. But you do have the Photosynthesis booster energy, presumably boosting the speed of that Roaring Moon, so we can get off a quick Tailwind. You have Pokemon like Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Urshifu, and Landorus that are all very, very powerful and love having the speed advantage, but fast enough that Trick Room doesn't really make sense with them. So it's a really cool way to use Lunala without relying on that Trick Room mode. But you do, of course, have the 2 Trick Room users, and if your opponent also has a very fast team, it's a really powerful threat as well.
Yeah, last time we saw the Lunala, it was going up again, and by a different player, by the way. It was going up against this Kyogre team that was kind of pretty slow, so then it was... Lunala struggled a little bit, but when I look at Giovanni's team and all of these fast options, I think that's definitely a way better poise going into this matchup to have that maybe be a very viable option here. This is something that we got to see pretty recently, but that Koraidon build. You got some very fast Pokemon here, and I mean, you can set up, we didn't even necessarily get to see the Koraidon before, I just set up the Sun, but Pokemon like this Fluttermane and the Chio were able to capitalize so well off of it.
It's going to be cool to see how Geo approaches this match as compared to the one we saw earlier on in the day. I think Koraidon might be a little bit more important here and not necessarily something that you can immediately give up just to set the Sun without attacking. But you also do have to worry about, you have the Psychic Terrain, you have 2 Psychic-type Pokemon that threaten it with big damage, and of course Lunala also being a Ghost means you can't use Collision Course into it. So that's a move that you want to be using most of the time, given its power without too many drawbacks, no recoil from Flare Blitz. And so if you find a way to create some space for that Koraidon, it's going to be a big deal. I think Chiyu also another big deal because this Lunala obviously wants to have its full power, especially after that Meteor Beam, but if you're able to get a Snarl off, that can mitigate some of its damage, and you're resisting both the Expanding Force and the Moongeist Beam.
A nice way to be able to shut down these Lunala teams if they do want to go for something like this Trick Room 2 is the Taunt. Normally you don't get to see it on a Chiyu as much as you would any other supportive Pokemon, but if you are maybe worried about damage capabilities or anything like that and you're worried about these twisted dimensions, you can even go for that. I do worry about you being on the receiving end of that Meteor Beam. If you are looking to try and slow things down, you got to make sure that's kind of used up first. But if you can position that Chiyu right, well, it could definitely be a fish that has the opportunity to prove its worth.
The little fish that could here is the Chiyu for Geo. It did really well in that first match on stream connecting those Heat Waves. We won't see it just yet. Immediately, Bezod starting off with those double Psychic types, the Lunala and DD, to get that Psychic Terrain going, facing down the Cornerstone Ogerpon and the Fluttermane from Geo's end.
So Geo definitely has a lot of offensive pressure here looking at these Pokemon. This Cornerstone one as well, these Ivy Petals do a lot of work. But I feel like when you see this Lunala and this Indeedee, a couple different ways you can go. But my first 2 thoughts is, are we seeing a Trick Room or are we seeing Expanding Force?
Those are the 2 big options there for sure from this Lunala. You really want to be able to break this Shadow Shield ability as quickly as you can, because when the Lunala is at full HP, any attacks that hit it will be doing half the damage they normally would. You do have the option to go for the Icy Wind with the Fluttermane. Might not be the greatest idea when Trick Room gets set up, but looking at these teams, I'm not sure that the speed differences matter as much as this Shadow Shield might, so it could be a decent option for Geo just to make sure that Shadow Shield gets out of the way. But otherwise, Moonblast doing some decent chip damage. We've seen Ivy Cudgel be, a really consistent source of damage as well.
No Icy Mane at... No Icy Wind of Fluttermane. There we go. Opts to leave the field. Chiyu joining instead. Beads of Ruin, special defense is going to be dropped for everything else. Indeedee, anything from this Ogerpon is going to be redirected into that supporting Pokemon as sure. Ivy Cudgel, decent amount of damage into it, just bringing it down below half as Lunala sets up the Trick Room. So now all these slower Pokemon, well, they're going to be speedy.
I do like this Trick Room setup. Of course, now Lunala will have the speed advantage and be able to attack before this Ogerpon and Chiyu, and of course that Fluttermane that is looming in the back for Geo. This Chiyu swap is nice though. If Expanding Force did come through from that Lunala, it's kind of a wasted turn from it. And now the Meteor Beam is a threat still. Of course, that's probably a clean one-hit KO on this Chiyu, but Ogerpon sticks around, able to use that Follow Me to redirect the Meteor Beam as a single target attack, and then Chiyu can start firing off some Snarls. And once Meteor Beam is used, again, it's just a one-time use attack. That Power Herb gets used up, and then if you want to Meteor Beam again, it has to take 2 turns, and that's often not the time you can spare.
at least you do have other powerful options to it. If I'm looking at a Chi-Yu that would not appreciate a Meteor Beam whatsoever, then there is potentially the Terastallization to get out of a weakness, which then leaves you susceptible to getting Expanding Force on that following turn. So whether we see the Terastallization from Geo is yet to be seen. Lunala making sure you're not taking the most damage from a Snarl, only be a special attack drop into the water type Terastallization. So also resisting any fire type attacks. Helping Hand, making sure you can capitalize the most of this damage. No Terastallization for Geo, but Ogerpon, another great way to keep this Chi-Yu safe. Now anything from this Lunala is going to get redirected. So if it was Expanding Force, and there was Terastallization or swap, it'd be hit everything. But the Meteor Beam, you get that raise, but you're hitting into a sturdy Pokemon.
Yeah, Ogerpon will not be knocked out this turn thanks to its sturdy ability, even though this huge Meteor Beam comes through. With the Helping Hand would have been enough for the one-hit KO, but instead sticks around to go for at least one more attack, and Snarl comes through, knocks out that Indeedee, and gets some chip damage on that Lunala, breaks Shadow Shield, and returns it back down to neutral special attack, importantly. Now that this Indeedee is gone, this is becoming a much more playable situation for Geo, and especially this Chi-Yu, because, again, Lunala cannot use Meteor Beam anymore unless it wants to take 2 turns, and that's not really time you can afford when you have something like this Chi-Yu staring you down.
Getting that special attack drop, so you're just at the neutral as opposed to the +1. I think Lunala kind of struggles in that attacking department. So that is definitely a good way to start eliminating it. But now this Lander is hitting the field. This is going to be at full capacity. It has that Life Orb, it has the Sheer Force, and that's also something that heavily threatens this Chi-Yu, and this Ogerpon's only going to be able to redirect 1 hit.
That and the speed interaction here might be important. Landorus and Chi-Yu have very similar speeds naturally, and given that Bezod has this Trick Room mode, you might think, possibly train this Landorus to be a little bit less speedy, which might mean that Chi-Yu will be acting after the Landorus, which would be pretty detrimental, especially if this Ogerpon can't protect it from a Sandsear Storm.
Ogerpon's just going to protect instead. Chi-Yu, since you have the coverage, cannot go for any protect. Of course, Expanding Force, Chi-Yu's immune to that since it is that dark typing, but if the Landorus is the next to act, and it is, that Earth Power is going to be more than enough to deal with it.
And very smart Earth Power there instead of Sandsear Storm. You have the Lunala attacking before the Landorus, will be able to knock out the Ogerpon if it opts to go for Follow Me, and then Earth Power does not have a chance to miss, guaranteeing that this Chi-Yu will not be able to attack and get off, Overheat to possibly KO this Landorus, another Snarl to lower their special attacks. And now Geo has to bring in a Pokemon. I believe 1 or 2 more turns of Trick Room left, so these speed interactions are going to be kind of twisted for the next couple turns, which might be a little bit difficult, especially for a team like Geo's that's typically built to be pretty fast.
We're waiting it out to see what that final Pokemon is. A lot of times in a match, you do see that restricted. It's not too often the restricted is left at home. So I feel like that is a decent bet, but really taking time to make sure you think about this turn. So sure enough, Koraidon comes on out. Definitely another one of those Pokemon that's not going to appreciate the situations in front of it. And I mean, when we're looking at 1 or 2 more turns of Trick Room, as that's going to be hidden from us, then it's still not in too great of a spot, especially too, that Ogerpon having Spiky Shield the previous turn. Sure, the Koraidon can protect, but if you want to keep the Ogerpon safe, then you have to rely on a double.
That and the Koraidon, it really doesn't want to take an Expanding Force, and it really doesn't want to take a ground type move if it has to Terastallize into a fire type. So you're kind of stuck having to take at least 1 super effective attack this turn, unless you protect. And if there's another turn of Trick Room remaining, you might have to go for that double in order to not just be straight up knocked out by either this Lunala or Landorus. And let's say you even survive an attack and get an attack off. These 2 Pokemon, especially the Lunala, are pretty bulky, and you're going to have a bit of a hard time breaking through them.
So this Ogerpon down with 1 HP off the field. So the Fluttermane back in, speed heightened because of the sun, which is never too much fun when you're still in this Trick Room. But Koraidon, that is protect for this turn. So Expanding Force, the Fluttermane is going to be at the mercy of the attacks. So that is going to be the first one. Normally a little stronger on that special defense end, so it's going to be holding on just a little half. But this is the double up into the spot. So Fluttermane goes down, and well, that already is then Geo down to final 2 Pokemon.
Great call from Bezod there. That Koraidon was way too important for Geo to risk losing it on this turn. And going for the Expanding Force there, and the Earth Power into that slot there, means that whatever happens, something takes a lot of damage. Either the Ogerpon gets knocked out, or the Fluttermane coming in will be knocked out. And that's a really big deal, because now if Trick Room expires, after this current turn, I believe is going to be the last one, it's going to be much harder for Geo to exert any kind of control over this game. I think Geo's going to need a double protect on this Koraidon to have a shot.
That 1 and 3, always a fun one, but you got to do what you got to do. Ogrepon to switch out for the Landorus. Is that trying to reposition, so once it's done, he good. As protect, that's the fail. So now Lunala, you get an attack that can hit both of these spots. Ogrepon will stay safe, but this is going to be a lot of damage into the Koraidon. It's the expanding force, it's in the terrain. You're at neutral, you don't have the +1 anymore, but it is still a Lunala. How much is this going to do? Koraidon, no shot.
Even if it did survive there too, that swap into Ogrepon from Bezod was really, really smart. Made sure that once this turn ended and Trick Room expires, you can protect that Lunala from another couple attacks. We saw that the protect from Koraidon came before the Ogrepons, I believe. Kind of gives away that speed interaction there. The Ogrepon on Geo side a little bit faster, and Heavy Cudgel wouldn't have been able to knock it out. So we would have been able to get at least one more attack off from Lunala and Expanding Force able to finish off the game had the Koraidon not just been knocked out immediately. So very, very well played from Bezod. Made great use of that Trick Room and the Psychic Terrain to just let Lunala kind of run through this game.
One game closer into a top 4 spot here with Lunala out of all restricted and making this Pokemon look so strong and capable in this match. Even when there was this Chiyu on the opposing end, go for this Snarl. Make sure you're not being able to utilize this special attack boost that, like, your item's dedicated for that. This is what you kind of need for this match. You're still able to put on so much pressure in this Trick Room situation and with that expanding force that it was completely okay. And yeah, once the Trick Room was set up, it was just this uphill battle for Giovanni that he wasn't able to overcome.
That Trick Room was really detrimental. You have to wonder if Geo didn't really expect Bezod to go straight for that mode right away. And maybe you see the Roaring Moon and think, oh, it's a quicker team. I can, go with my Flutter Mane, which can outspeed Roaring Moon and, threaten it right off the bat. But Bezod smartly calling that, hey, if I get Trick Room up, there's not a ton that Geo can do. You have to think, looking at Geo's team, maybe the Raging Bolt could be something that could come to the next game. Has that Assault Vest, has the potential to maybe withstand a couple attacks from the Lunala. But we also saw the Landorus from Bezod, which is kind of Raging Bolt's #1 enemy. It just takes no damage from those electric type attacks, threatens with huge ground type damage from that Earth Power or Sandsphere Storm. So there's some tools that Geo can have to maybe withstand this Trick Room. Maybe even the Ditto comes. If the Lunala starts getting set up, you can send in your Ditto and say, hey, those are my boosts now too. But interesting to see how these players are going to adapt going into the second game.
At least be nice that Ditto has the Focus Sash, but it's still such a tricky situation. And like looking across the board, when you have just this Lunala and the Indeedee, it almost feels impossible to stop a Trick Room, and then you still have to give so much respect to just going for an expanding force from the get-go, because that is still, as we got to see, a lot like damage that your Pokemon just weren't able to stand up to.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's difficult. This Lunala is a big deal in this matchup. Obviously, the Chiyu is your kind of one thing that takes resisted, if not 0 damage from those Lunala's attacks. But it's got to be so scared of that Meteor Beam. You have to deal with the Urshifu, with the Landorus, with the Indeedee redirecting your attack. So it's not like Chiyu is kind of a free ride here, as we saw in that last game.
Up 1 in the series. Time to see if Bezod can close out another match with Lunala and secure a spot in top 4, or if Geo can take this into a game 3. We're running back the leads from game #1. This is where we saw that Trick Room that Geo was unable to deal with. Are we going to see that again here on the first turn?
I wouldn't be too surprised. That Trick Room was so helpful for Bezod to get going in this game. There was always the option to just go straight on the offense as well, especially considering the Ogrepon there with the Sturdy might have, you might want a reason to break that Sturdy right off the bat, and then that gives you a better chance of using that Meteor Beam into the Chiyu later on. The Indeedee on Bezod's side is running the attack Alluring Voice, so it doesn't have its own Psychic type attack to take advantage of terrain, doesn't have the Dazzling Gleam to hit both, but it does have the option to confuse some Pokemon if they go for some setup moves. Not really going to be coming to play in this match, I don't believe, but just kind of throwing out some options there for Bezod. Follow me, Trick Room. You can't go wrong with that, right?
Considering how that first game went, I would say, Alex, you're completely right here. So, yeah, follow me, Indeedee, center of attention. Moonblast from Flutter Mane. Last time it was a swap out. Indeedee just gonna get softened up. So I think Cudgel will be able to do a good amount of damage into this Pokemon. Not enough though. Indeedee holding on with 4 HP. Lunala, no Trick Room. Expanding Force, and wow, so much. At least you can take care of the Indeedee this next turn, but then Lunala hasn't taken damage. It has the Shadow Shields, and well, it's gearing up to just take a double KO if it clicks the expanded force button again.
On top of all that, the Flutter Mane isn't running Shadow Ball, so you really don't have a way to threaten big damage into it with this Flutter Mane anyway, into the Lunala rather with this Flutter Mane anyway, and especially now that this Lunala still has its Shadow Shield up, it's still in a really strong spot. You could try and break it with an Icy Wind to KO the Indeedee and, you know, soften up the Lunala and then get an Ivy Cudgel off, but I don't think there's any chance that one hit KOs the Lunala. You still have to deal with it. Maybe one more Expanding Force, maybe a Trick Room gets set up on the second turn to let it last a little bit longer throughout the game. So I liked the aggressive play from Gio there, just unfortunately doesn't KO Indeedee, and now he's in a rough spot again.
Chu swapping in, Ogerpon takes the lead, Beads of Ruin, as Flutter Mane goes for Protect. So Expanding Force means nothing into the Chu, at least from that slot, and Follow Me Indeedee also not the offensive capability. So if there is a switch up from Bezod here, that could be huge. So Trick Room it is. Now the dimensions, again, in Bezod's favor, and it's looking very strong right now.
Yeah, especially now that this Ogerpon cannot redirect a Meteor Beam. You're looking at this Lunala that's eyeing up this Chi-Yu, saying, all right, I got you exactly where I want you. Even if Ogerpon maybe tries to swap in and catch this Meteor Beam, it's still in a position where you're like really just not threatening this Lunala at all, especially given this ability to terrestrialize like you're seeing the hover there from Bezod. You won't take much damage from Snarl at all. The Snarl even comes through, and you know Gio has the option to terrestrialize that own Chi-Yu, maybe survive the Meteor Beam, but if you do that, you just get Expanding Force, and it's going to be really tough to weather the storm.
And again, Lunala is just not taking any of that damage. The fact that the Flutter Mane went for the Protect as opposed to something like that Icy Wind that you called out, really difficult situation. And terrestrialization, Lunala into the water type means then any fire type attacks, well, that's not going to do anything. The Snarl is not going to be quite nearly as effective. This defensive terrestrialization is just so strong. It's not necessarily surprising to see it yet again. Alluring Voice into the Chi-Yu. Just a little bit of damage. It would have been good for breaking sturdy if there was a potential swap, but it is Expanding Force, so Chi-Yu, again, no damage. Flutter Mane, though, goes down. Chance now for Gio to bring in a different Pokemon that could be useful, and Chi-Yu gets an opportunity to attack on this turn. Heat Wave. It misses the Indeedee, and Lunala is just not taking the damage. You break the Shadow Shield, which is good. That is the saddest critical hit I've seen. But you get the burn, so that burn is actually, like, that's going to do more damage than the attack did, almost.
Makes up for missing the Indeedee with the crit and the burn on the Lunala. You're right, it was a very sad critical
hit. It's like, my
hit.
bad, okay.
Yeah, Bezod was going pretty hard with reading the Chi-Yu, either terrestrializing or swapping out on that turn, and I don't think that's, you know, he didn't really get punished too hard for it, especially considering the miss on the Indeedee, but instead of taking a Snarl and lowering a special attack, your Water-type Lunala now took very little damage, and now you have the option to, again, Alluring Voice this Ogerpon, since Indeedee acted before the Lunala, and then fire off that Meteor Beam into Chi-Yu if you want. So still a very, very strong offensive position for Bezod. We haven't seen the final Pokemon from Gio just yet, but if it is the Koraidon, you don't really want to swap that in on the Expanding Force. So we have seen, I guess, Gio swap in his Koraidon on a strong spread attack from the opposing opponent's restricted Pokemon earlier on in this set. But I don't know that that's going to be the greatest idea here, especially considering you're already down to 3 Pokemon.
Looking at this game state too, this Ogerpon is so low on health. So if you did want to try and chip off that last amount of damage and then go for the Meteor Beam, that's a possibility you could go for. But you think that there is the possibility of attack or Spiky Shield, that could be dangerous for Chi-Yu. So we are seeing the Ogerpon go for Protect, the Spiky Shield, Indeedee, Follow Me to try and make sure the Lunala at all costs stays safe. No terrestrialization again from Gio, and now with this Meteor Beam, Lunala is gearing up to try and take this Chi-Yu down. Special attack is raised, Power Herb is used, and the Connect comes on through. Chi-Yu, this poor little fish, has no chance at standing up to that.
The little fish that couldn't, unfortunately. Chi-Yu really didn't have a shot there. The Ogerpon going for the Spiky Shield means that it didn't even get the chance to redirect it. But the Lunala also getting, you know, protected by that Follow Me from the Indeedee, but Ditto does come in here, and this is exactly what I meant earlier. When this Ditto could kind of copy this Lunala, now you have the special attack boost. So Gio, it purposefully was not terrestrializing that Chi-Yu to let it survive something like a Meteor Beam, so it could get knocked out and copy this Lunala immediately. So a smart play from Gio there that might allow this Lunala to take over this game.
some Dittos that we've seen have been that choice scarf, which would then be obviously not so great in this very moment, but this one's with a focus sash, so it does mean that you are going to be good regardless, plus being able to just copy the Lunala. So I'm very intrigued with how this is going to be matching up. An attempt at a double, spiky shield, it fails. Now, how does this happen with these Lunalas? Overpond is gone. All the hopes down to Giovanni's stolen restricted. Doesn't even bring his own into the match. We're all on the Lunala train. Moongeist Beam into this Ditto Lunala. Right down to the focus sash. What are you going to do in return? That is going to be the biggest question. Expanding force. Is that damage going to be there for the Lunala? It is. Double KO comes on through.
So Gio does manage to take those 2 KOs in return, finally clears the Lunala and DD off the field, but unfortunately is down to exactly 1 HP remaining in his tournament life. And if Bezod's 2 last Pokemon have a way to damage this Lunala before it can get knocked out, he's going to be able to wrap this game up. We see the Landorus and the Ogerpon, especially now that the terrain has gone down. I do believe it's actually impossible for Gio to come back. The Expanding Force is no longer a spread move, and there are no spread moves available to this Lunala now. So a simple Ivy Cudgel and Earth Power should be able to finish this game off and lock up a top 4 spot for Bezod.
1 HP, 1 turn of Trick Room. A very sad Ditto onto the opposing end. The double KO was nice, but hey, it would be crazy things to happen, but we're gonna play this out all the way to the end. We're gonna get to see the Terastallization into that Ghost type, and you have 1 opportunity to see how much damage you can do onto the opposing end. Moongeist Beam into the opposing slot. You got that little boost with that Terastallization as well, and into the Ogerpon. Done.
Just 1 more KO for the road, right? You want to make it a 1-0 instead of a 2-0. You got to respect it.
All right, there we go. Earth Power. That 1 HP is gone. Bezod, congratulations. Top 4 now here in Vancouver. What a breakthrough performance. Not only for Bezod, but for this Lunala. Like, both of this is incredible.
And just what a well-played match overall, too. We kind of talked up the speedier capabilities of this team in Team Preview, where, is Lunala and DD, which likes to go for that Trick Room, but there is also the fast mode of the team that can function very well with the Tailwind outside of it. But Bezod said, hey, this is actually like the perfect Trick Room match, so I'm just going to head for Trick Room immediately, and Gio can't stop it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, this Lunala, like, sometimes you see Lunala, you're like, why don't we see this more? And sometimes it's like, oh man, but like, that definitely made this restricted look so strong. You get the Meteor Beam, but even without that pressure you put on the very first turn with the, am I going to Trick Room? Am I just going to Expanding Force? Both options were so bad for Gio, and we saw that there wasn't really too much of an answer into it. This damage stacked up so much. You get a single turn wrong, the Gio gets absolutely cooked, and even like this one little option on the Indeedee, like you have the Cornerstone Ogerpon, great, it's so low health, you can just take it out. So it was a cool little swap up to see the restricted dropped it, so you can just steal a restricted, but unfortunately just did not do enough in the end.
I really did like that play from Gio where you kind of bait the Meteor Beam into the GU and force it to get that +1 special attack so you can then bring in the Ditto and take advantage of it yourself. It just happened a little bit too late into that game, I think, to really make use of it, because at that point you were down to 2 Pokemon remaining to 4, and I think if you maybe got a double or even a triple Spiky Shield with your own Ogerpon, maybe you had a fighting shot there, but unfortunately just didn't have that in the cards for Gio.
It's still top 8, so that is great performance. With, again, both, like, we've been so focused on the Lunala because that is the quote-unquote more quirky of the 2, but Koraidon also, like that, seeing this Koraidon in all these different modes, and the fact that this has been a team that Gio has stuck with from the get-go in this regulation, and then being able to break through, showing that, hey, like, this old Koraidon still does have tricks, I think was really, really well done, so.
Certainly doing the Dallas scene proud, so congrats, Gio, on your top 8 finish, and sure, we'll see you in more top 8s later on down the road, but it is Bezod moving on to the semifinals of the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Man, I'm curious how much practice other people have into Lunala.
Yeah, probably not much.
Ooh, that is exciting. Is there a possibility that we see Lunala in Vancouver?
About a 25% chance, huh?
That is some great math, dude. Thank you so much. You know the weather and the math? Like, what can't you do?
I'm so good.
What can't you do? No, this is actually just really cool. I'm still kind of like wrapping my head around this team at some points, but to be able to see the amount of pressure that this does, the Lunala stacked up very, very well. And I know that there is a tier list that Rose and them did earlier. I can't remember if Lunala was on there. I'd have to imagine, given Lunala's past results, it was pretty low on the list.
Yeah.
But I'd be curious to talk to them to see if they're going to reconsider after what we just saw.
I certainly would have been putting it in B, maybe C tier if we were talking about it before this event, but that showing was really impressive from that Lunala, and so I'm willing to hear it out, you know?
Yeah, we're listening, Bezad. We're listening, all right? And I think that's cool, too, that after all the time with Regulation G, we're still getting to see that, okay, there's still a little bit more here. There's still these restricteds that they just haven't found that right 6. They haven't found the right mode, so that's awesome. This format's been cool.
Of course, yeah. It's really cool that we got more time with this regulation as well, because most of the regulations we've had, only 3 or 4 months or so of meta development, but returning to this regulation, seeing what people picked up from the last time and what they can come up with from here has been a really, really unique kind of exercise in team building for a lot of players. Roaring Moon also something that's been picking up a lot recently as well. We saw it win San Antonio in the Tang Mirror finals, but it's been making its way onto different teams throughout this tournament that we've seen on stream, and this Lunala, I think, a really great partner for it too.
Yeah, 100%. Being able to see all these different things with the team, like I'm excited to see the next match because I want to see those different options like this Roaring Moon, or maybe even see that fast mode at some point.
Yeah.
But it makes sense that when you are looking at a team that's so fast that we only saw Trick Room.
True. It just made a lot more sense for the Trick Room mode in that match, and that's kind of the strength of Lunala, is it's a really big threat in or out.
Yeah, 100%. Like this Lunala, I'm still just trying to get over it. This is just super, super cool. So we're just waiting to hear on words on everyone the interview is ready, because I know that there is a crowd out there cheering for Bezad, which I think is just super, super exciting too.
Oh yeah. That's the best part of these events as well, is late in the tournament, most people are still in the venue are here to watch the late parts of this tournament. We've got Go, we've got Trading Card Game, we've got VGC all in their top cut portions. And so it's really cool to have that energy out in the crowd where everyone's here to support their friends. We heard plenty of cheers throughout the day so far too, so we only have some more high stakes action coming for you.
It's only just gonna get more and more loud for the crowd as well as more players oh, okay, oh wait, there's a Lunala in top 4? Okay. And
yeah.
Everyone's here to cheer on their friends. So that's one of the really exciting things about the Sundays at these events. Obviously we see at the ICs and stuff, because it's all just on one day, but even with the regionals, as everyone finishes up their own competition or finishes up with their side events, I know there's the cups that happen on Sundays as well.
Yep.
Everyone just joins into the stage. Gotta cheer everyone on.
Great experience, always a ton of fun at regional championships, and so if you got one in your area coming up, maybe everybody preparing for next season, highly recommend you come join us one weekend.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a little late in the season now, but it's still fun to come out and compete. It's just if you're looking for your Worlds invite, you gotta win an event. But is that a couple of games away from potentially doing just that? And they're already standing by with Rosemary now for the post-match interview.
All right. Thank you so much, Sierra and Jake. I'm here with Bezad, who did just win that top cut match to make it even further in the competition. And so what's going through your mind right now? This is so far into a tournament, and now you're within striking distance of getting the title.
I'm thrilled. I've been putting in so much work. Most people will not know me, but silently in the background, I've been working really hard. And I think I've gotten really good at this game, and I'm just excited to prove it on stream for the first time, and excited to play my top 4 match.
Well, I'd love to get people to know you a little bit more, because I did some digging, and even though you haven't been playing Pokemon for super long, you've got some amazing accomplishments. Not only have you been able to get day 2 at every single Regulation G event that you've played, but you've also used different restricted. So even looking at San Antonio, I think it was Calyrex Ice Rider, right? And then at Indianapolis just last season, you were using Calyrex Shadow Rider. So tell me a little bit about that. How do you come up with the teams that you decide to play at every event?
I think Reg G, there's a couple different approaches, but for me, I'm more excited by the opportunity of getting the call right? It's kind of like a cyclical meta where whichever, which is the restricted, that's gonna be that's gonna have the pop off at the upcoming regional. And I enjoy trying to kind of get that right versus just some people, they'll stick with the same team for months and months, and they're just a ride or die. I kind of cycling through and thinking each new event I attend is a new kind of problem that I'm trying to solve. So yeah.
I love that approach because you're right. I think in a regulation like Regulation G, a lot of players have been talking about how mastery is rewarded for you to be able to get success. But I think you're proving it in a different way that yes, you can have mastery in a short amount of time, but sometimes it also comes down to the restricted call. So going back to look at your team that you're using for this event, Lunala, where in the world did you land on this Pokemon when stocks have been pretty low?
Day after San Antonio, like that flight home Monday after, I finished pretty well. I was 17th with Calyrex Ice, and I saw the Tang team do really well with this like tail room concept with Ice Rider, which no one had been doing tail room with Ice Rider, and then I just started thinking that like you can see my team's like very similar, like 4 of the same pieces, maybe some different sets, but I immediately thought that like Lunala could be like a different way to approach a similar build, and I thought that Expanding Force was like size spam was really well placed into the meta. I was calling Rillaboom stocks going down for Vancouver. I didn't attend UIC. I'm sure that it's a bit of a different regional meta, but for this call for Vancouver, I knew that would be my next event. I knew that I thought that this team would be a really good call, going for like size spam tail room.
Well, it's been great, yeah, definitely so far to be able to get you a top 4 here. But when even just looking at the Lunala, I think one of the unique aspects of your team is that you don't just look at Lunala as a supportive piece. It does have that amount of damage output in its own right. And do you think that's maybe why your Lunala team has been able to find success in other areas where other Lunala teams haven't?
For sure, yeah. Lunala, I think historically, I didn't play, but looking back at past formats, it was definitely like in a dual restricted format, kind of like this supportive restrictive, set up Trick Room, use Wide Guard for like your other big damage dealer that had like some powerful spread move, like a Groudon or Kyogre or something like that, Xerneas. But in this format, this is single restricted, and you need your guy to do damage. So I knew that if I was going to use Lunala, it could not just be like a kind of supportive role. And I didn't like these kind of like slow, calm mind setup, like fake out kind of strategies revolving around Lunala. I wanted to go fast, so I went for Expanding Force.
I love it. What are some of the matchups that you've been maybe not as comfortable with? Is there anything actually that has maybe caught you off guard for the Vancouver meta?
There are. It's not a perfect team. I tried to pass it around to some friends, and it was notoriously difficult, I think, to get right. When to bring Lunala, when to drop it. It's not perfect in everything, obviously. I think that's why it's not like a top 8 restricted, right? It's like you really got to pick your battles. But overall, I would say it's been really strong at this tournament.
Any other shout outs that you'd like to make for people that have helped you outside of just the people that allowed you to prep?
Yes, I'd love to. I'd like to shout out my family first and foremost. They're so wonderful, and their love and support means the world to me. I'd like to shout out Jonathan and Kiana, who I'm rooming with here, and then Jonathan again for helping me so much with prep. Additionally, Michael, Brandon, everyone in the Peak, as well as the entire NorCal local scene for providing so much practice and like camaraderie and friendship in this scene.
Beza, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on your performance in that last match, and wishing you the best of luck in your next one. Now we are still underway with our top cut here at the Vancouver Regional Championships in the Masters Division, but I did get a chance to check out our winner in the Junior Division, so let's see what they have to say.
Hey Pokemon fans, I'm here with the winner of the Vancouver Regional Championship in the Juniors Division. We've got Brooks. Brooks, congratulations. How are you feeling after winning the whole event?
It still doesn't really feel real. I'm super happy though, super excited to finally win. That was it's crazy.
How long have you been playing competitive Pokemon?
This is my second season. I started last fall in Sacramento. Sacramento last year was my first regional, and I went 0-3, didn't win a single round.
And now look at how far you've come, right? Was it always a goal of yours to win a regional championship?
Yeah, it's been a goal of mine since I started, and feels good to finally get that regional championship.
So you used Shadow Rider Calyrex in this event. How'd you come to use that restricted Pokemon?
Shout out to my coach James Evans, who told me he built this team that I'm using like at 4 a.m. the day of EUIC. And then I really liked the team. So I tried it and liked it, and now just stuck with it and played it.
So how much practice have you had with this team?
Not that much. I don't know, but I think I've had enough and practice and support to win.
Well, you definitely got that because you won and you got that awesome medal around your neck. And in that finals, you were playing against Cameron, and Cameron had Koraidon. So how did you prep for that matchup?
It was definitely, I played him in Swiss, and I won, so I knew basically what to do, but he also adapted well, and then I feel like I got really lucky in game 3 with a rock slide and a sleep powder miss that kind of gave me the game.
But you still ended up winning at the end of the day, and hopefully we get a chance to see you at another event. Do you have another one coming up?
I'm going to Atlanta, so that's going to be my next regional.
Oh, well, that's great. Do you think you're going to run the same team back, or do you think you'll try something new?
I'll probably slightly change this team, but stick with CSR.
Seems like a good fit for you. Brooks, any shout outs that you'd like to make outside of your coach, James?
So yeah, my coach James Evans, of course, for the support and coaching. My family, my mom, my dad, and my brother for all their support, bringing me to these events. And shout out to Joe Matisse, who gave me my first team just so I could start playing VGC. That was really what got me into this.
Well, congratulations again, Brooks, and we're excited to see you in Atlanta. Now we've got more Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the 2025 Vancouver Regional Championships. That was a great check-in with our junior champion of the weekend, but now we must make progress towards crowning our winner in the Masters division here. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined once again by Scott Glaza, and we have the pleasure of casting our first top 4 match of the weekend coming up soon.
Going to be a lot of fun. I think we have a pretty eclectic mix of teams in the top 4 there. It's feeling a little samey at the beginning of yesterday, but boy, this is a fun ending.
You know, eclectic is a really good word for it. I feel like you went and looked up those high point words that have extra value, but you're absolutely right. You know, we have 4 trainers remaining. Alejandro and Alex will be up first, followed by Bezod and Chase playing in the following top 4 match. But all of these trainers have really taken their own approach to Regulation G. They're playing their own games. They're playing on their own terms. And you know, we saw just how well that did for Wolf Glick at EUIC a couple of weeks ago. Now it's time to figure out who's going to win. And because these teams are so eclectic, it does make me wonder if we're going to run into more just hard matchups where you sacrificed maybe some of the utility you'd have from the more traditional approaches so that you could do cool things.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting. Yeah, they have it's like all of these teams have kind of cool tools, but it's less obvious than normal to me, at least how the teams match up. It's definitely one of the things where if one of my friends had been making one of those teams, oh, they're cooking, I'm like, it smells like something's burning. But no, it turned out it was great. Everything was fine. They knew what they were doing.
For sure. So here we have Alejandro on the left-hand side of your screen versus Alex Chin on the right-hand side of your screen. The only emotional support Pokemon is going to be that Landorus Incarnate, but certainly one of the more powerful Pokemon, making it into our top 12 of the unrestricted usage here in day number 2. Just to give a little bit of a recap as we move forwards here, Alejandro we saw in top 8 running a very unique, very hard Trick Room team. And And Alex, we haven't had on stream just yet, having their own approach to Terapagos.
Yeah, we've seen an awful lot of Terapagos today, although mostly has struggled on stream. It has felt like this is a very different sort of team where the others are kind of all the very slow-paced, calm mind sort of strategy. And it looks a little different this time.
A lot different, honestly, is what I would call that, but we'll get into that in a moment. Let's go ahead and break down Alejandro's team first. If you're just tuning in, haven't seen his top 8 match earlier on, this is a Calyrex Ice Rider team with Imprison. So it does not have Protect, but it can shut down opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. There is no opposing Calyrex Ice Rider here, so Imprison could be used to stop Trick Room on a Farigiraf, but really, Alejandro is going to be forced to focus on dealing damage and maybe leaning a little bit heavier on Indeedee and Hatterene with the Psychic Terrain, Expanding Force combination. There's also that Torpal as well with Choice Specs, the Fire-type Terastallization, and Eruption can do some big damage. And I guess maybe we might actually see Decorate on Smeargle for this one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch this match. I feel like we didn't really get to see everything this team would do in a normal matchup in the last one, just because, you know, when you're in a one restricted format and you can imprison all of your opposing restricted Pokemon's moves, it's very matchup warping, right?
Oh,
Where,
yeah.
there's just so many things that had to be answered on this team. I think the matchup is a little more neutral this time, which should be a lot of fun to see kind of how Alejandro plays maybe a more normal matchup.
For sure, and honestly, if you're looking for a normal matchup, you know, yes, Terapagos with 2 fake out users, you know, the pivoting, all that stuff, that would be what would be anticipated. And I guess Terapagos is a normal type Pokemon, so you can give yourself that. But Alex Chin has done a very good job of putting his own spin on Terapagos. You know, yes, you have that Pokemon on your team, but it's holding Choice Specs. It has Hyper Beam. It has Dark Pulse and Earth Power. I mean, those, even when Choice Specs Terapagos was a thing at NAIC, those are some very unique picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the same way that mine, I guess, was built in game. I gave it to Dwee's brother to use at a local, and he never gave it back. So it's an unwanted poster now. But yeah, I mean, I think it feels like a throwback, right? Where it's a little different direction than the Terapagos teams have been going, and definitely has a lot more immediate offensive pressure. I think it would have been interesting either way, I guess, to kind of see this particular matchup because you know, they're not the same sort of answers we saw Terapagos kind of folding to in our previous stream match. But I think this is all really interesting where you know, the weakness of the other version of Terapagos is kind of, as we saw, if you don't get Calm Minds going, it doesn't really do any damage. This one does a lot more. I think especially the non-terastallized Terra Starstorm is a lot more threatening here. Obviously, you know, Hyper Beam, you don't want to have to click it, though it does one-shot quite a lot of things, so it's kind of a funny way to close games, but definitely more of a last resort. And then Dark Pulse could actually be pretty impactful in this matchup, given all the Psychic-type Pokemon.
Not only that, the Farigiraf as well has Foul Play, and we've seen that this weekend take out Calyrex Ice Riders in one hit. And what I would love to sort of dive into as we're waiting for these trainers to get started, there's that juxtaposition of Alejandro in his previous top 8 match went for that turn 1 Terastallization on the Calyrex Ice Rider twice in a row. If you lead the Farigiraf, you're going to force that Terastallization, but then Terapagos now can hit super effectively with Terra Starstorm if it locks in its own Terastallization. And it seems like there's going to be a lot of counterplay to sort of figure out that situation for both these trainers.
Yeah, I think it's very likely we do see that. Farigiraf, I think it's pretty critical in this matchup.
Yeah.
I think also critically, too, with the Choice Specs Terapagos, I think it's much more important not to get your Terra Shell broken kind of needlessly, where you really do want it to actually do something. So losing it to fake out is pretty disappointing. With the Indeedee on the other side, you know, there's I guess another avenue toward avoiding that sort of outcome. I really like Farigiraf for a lot of reasons. This matchup, I think also having your own Trick Room, even if you don't ever actually click it, just makes things a little bit more complicated for Alejandro, and I think that's important too. Maybe the Pokemon I'm less expecting to see is the Whimsicott, just because the Psychic Terrain really does mess with a lot of what it can do, and there's some other Pokemon like the Hatterene on the opposing side of the field that just makes it not very effective. So I think maybe Alejandro has a little clearer game plan as far as what Alex is likely to bring, but actually executing against it will not be nearly as simple.
The other thing that I find interesting about Alex's team is that I'm getting like flavors of the team that Justin Tang and Shiliang Tang used to finalize San Antonio just a couple weeks ago with that Ogerpon Hearthflame, the Urshifu, and the Landorus in particular. I think those three are very unique. It's a Fire, Water, Grass core, but the Landorus is also there there, so maybe also add ground and flying in there. Very powerful Pokemon, can hit very hard, can provide their own support to each other depending on the situation. And I think if Alex feels comfortable navigating around the speed control that Alejandro brings, I feel like those 3 Pokemon in particular, you know, maybe only pick 1 or 2 of them depending on the situation. Again, lots of board pressure for Alejandro to worry about.
Yeah, I think a fun end of it too, kind of as both players try to figure through this matchup, is
Yeah.
that like, no one else is really using anything like what Alejandro is using, where not that Alex's team is like super standard either, but I do think to me this is a tough team preview against Alejandro, where it's just like there's so many different ways that these Pokemon kind of like have obvious synergies that it makes a lot of things seem like they make sense. Kind of to your earlier point too, I do think the terrestrializations are going to be very critical in this matchup. They were a little quick with them the last time we saw Alejandro, both him and his opponent, right? And I think some of that was just the tempo of this matchup. Terrapagos really wants to lock into that Terra Starstorm and just feel like it's getting good value. Maybe even not terrestrializing itself until like you kind of have the game on lock. So making that easier is definitely something that would be beneficial to Alex. So I do think you got to be very deliberate about when you terrestrialize at this one. You don't have to be afraid of hitting the button. You just need to know that you're making your best choice when you do it.
For sure, and I want to just echo what you mentioned about team preview and how critical this is for this game. Alejandro's team is the kind of team that you think you know what it's going to do, but you don't really know what it's going to do. And yes, you do have the team sheet right in front of you, but even then, there are so many different ways he can approach this matchup that, like the key beats, like there's going to be a fake out probably, there's going to be a trick room probably, there's probably going to be some redirection, but what order do the pieces come in? How does it all play together? That makes it so difficult for Alex to honestly just guess that information right off the bat. I think Alex is forced to lead very defensively, and we mentioned this when we were talking through this matchup earlier. I almost want to see Terrapagos in the back for Alex, just given that it is that Choice Specs variant. It doesn't need time to ramp up on the field. It's almost safer if it's in the back. You can feel out your opponent, and then you can figure out, okay, when exactly do I switch it in?
Yeah, I think some of the trouble with that is like, I guess like the offensive part of Elite is what's interesting me, because you do want to be pressuring some damage early. Giving up a free trick room of his team could be really scary. And then I assume we're going to see one of Ogerpon or Farigiraf as lead. They both kind of have some great value here with like some useful utility moves, and both of them immune to Smeargle's Spore.
Both of them immune to Spore, both of them going to be threatening big damage on that Calyrex Ice Rider, and only the Farigiraf making its presence known on the field next to the Terrapagos for Alex against, once again, that Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider lead from Alejandro.
This is kind of what I was expecting for game one. So Smeargle might not be hugely excited here, where I think maybe most other combinations of Pokemon, Smeargle would be in a little bit better of a spot here. In this particular situation, it's really just follow me and decorate that are reasonable options, although both are good. You can try to Spore the Terrapagos, which does at least mostly slow it down. Kind of forces a switch in that spot, perhaps, but the trade-off of that is you're then ignoring the Farigiraf, who potentially is going to get a immediate foul play off. And but hey, we've seen Alejandro likes terrestrializing early. Maybe just immediately do that to get rid of the foul play weakness.
For sure. I mean, if you're positive that your opponent is going to terrestrialize their Terrapagos, though, you might want to try and go for some redirection. But there is no terrestrialization. Spore connects with Terrapagos, putting it straight to sleep. But that does mean this Calyrex Ice Rider could be taking damage from the Farigiraf. It's actually Psychic Noise connecting with that Smeargle for a good amount of damage. Now this Calyrex Ice Rider, free to do what it wants, essentially unpunished, will go for the Glacial Lance, will break the Terra Shell ability on the Terrapagos, meaning future attacks will do more damage, and gets a nice amount on the Farigiraf. But the speed is still in Farigiraf's favor, so there is a threat of a foul play now in play.
Yeah, I think on this turn, you really have to follow me. You get pretty good value for not doing so on the previous turn, as long as we don't see a one-turn sleep here, which could potentially be somewhat disastrous. But otherwise, you're looking pretty good. If Terrapagos sleeps even for a single turn, then you kind of get to take advantage of the next turn. Smeargle would love to be knocked out here and allow a free switch, which would likely prevent Terrapagos from ever acting in this first game.
Well, it will remain asleep for this turn, and the foul play from Farigiraf will not pick up the KO on the Smeargle, as that is not a Pokemon known for its attacking power. Trick Room set up now, so Calyrex Ice Rider free to do what it does best.
Kind of a air quotes critical hit there, where pretty sad damage with foul play. But I mean, you love that if you're Alex, where you don't want to pick up that knockout anyway. Now, Smeargle in a position where I think if it's me, I probably do knock it out this time with Psychic Noise, just hope for the wake up, because I think you could deal a whole bunch of damage if you do, and it looks like at least Alejandro considering an option where he doesn't risk that happening, tries to get a little more offensive pressure, because yeah, I mean, Smirgle's not doing a whole lot here, and you know, you gotta get these trick room turns as advantage as possible.
And that's the issue, I think, with having Smeargle as your lead, is that there's just so much passive presence that it has on the field. It really cannot go on the offense, and as a result, you're forced to switch around. Certainly, you have another Follow Me user with that Indeedee, and the Psychic Terrain will be nice to block any priority attacks if Alex has any in the back. For now, though, that Glacial Lance will connect with both of Alex's Pokemon and fall short of a KO on both those Pokemon. Here comes Foul Play into the Calyrex. It's super effective, but unable to pick up the knockout. Can Terrapagos do it? Terra Starstorm now into the opposing Indeedee and also falls short of a KO.
Oh, so that's really interesting. I think if that's in the Calyrex slot, maybe you get the knockout instead. Important chip damage to the Indeedee because it's now in KO range, but now you have to kind of stall up this Trick Room, and I think you maybe gotten to a position where if you can survive Trick Room, get Terrapagos back out, then Terrastalize, you probably just win the game. So now the timer is up. Alejandro really needs to win the game before Trick Room expires.
For sure, and some good information for Alex that the Foul Play probably would be a better tool to use after the Calyrex has gotten a KO or two. We do get our first Terrastalization from Alex. I believe this is onto that Terrapagos. So now the Terra Starstorm attack will be dealing spread damage. Could potentially pick up a double KO this turn depending on how the attacks are targeted, but we'll have to get through the Calyrex Ice Rider first. And we saw Alejandro lock in Helping Hand plus Glacial Lance. I imagine this is a double KO.
Yeah, it's really scary. I mean, if it's not a double KO, he probably wins the game right, or his opponent probably wins the game right here, but Terrapagos going down easy. Critically at the Frograph, that one definitely didn't matter, and that double knockout is huge.
Yeah, so Alejandro really playing his game throughout this game number one, able to utilize the Smeargle's presence on the field as enough of a threat to get the Trick Room on the field when it's needed and not earlier. And I feel like that's a big adaptation compared to what we saw from him earlier on in the day, where he was going for that turn one Terrastalization, where he was going aggressively for those Trick Room plays. And with Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Urshifu now in the back for Alex, is like you just said, as long as Trick Room's allowed to stay up, I think that's going to be a pretty comfortable lead for Alejandro.
Sort of an interesting position in the sense that, like, well, you know, if somehow you can't attack at this Calyrex, you know, you're threatening a lot of damage, at least there's no more Psychic Terrain, but I just don't know how you do enough now. I'm not sure I'm seeing the vision in this one.
Yeah, I do also love how Alejandro, now that there's no threat of the Terra Starstorm on the field, immediately locks in the Terrastalization on this Calyrex Ice Rider. Just on the off chance the Ogerpon Hearthflame is able to connect an attack against it. Now with its fairy typing, doesn't have to worry about any big fire type damage from Ivy Cudgel. Spiky Shield though will be used on that Ogerpon to avoid damage this turn, and Follow Me from Indeedee will allow this Calyrex Ice Rider to stay safe. Aqua Jet, the move of choice from Alex, will pick up the KO onto that Indeedee. We'll get a little bit of chip damage from the Rocky Helmet to break a potential Focus Sash. And now that Calyrex has 2 attack boosts from Chilling Neigh, this Glacial Lance is going to do a lot of damage. Is still technically resisted on this Urshifu, but certainly would threaten a knockout next turn if this turn doesn't take it outright.
Yeah, still a ton of damage there. At least you're getting that first knockout, and you know, again, this is not like the most offensively gifted team outside of the Calyrex, but really looking like a nice spot for Alejandro. Still some Trick Room to stall out here. You know, the Ogerpon has just used its Spiky Shield, so if it doesn't get a second one on this turn, very likely to see it getting picked up by the Calyrex as well, and then there's just such a huge numerical advantage.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about Game 2 in this position as well, just given how far behind Alex is at this point. I'm curious if he's running through any potential adaptations. Doesn't seem like he has the right tools to stop Follow Me and a Trick Room at the end of the day.
Well, the Spiky Shield failing here, likely to see a double knockout, and Calyrex is going to get all 4, I think.
Well, it's gonna lose its partner Smeargle first, unfortunately, to that Aqua Jet, but I think you're absolutely right, Scott. Calyrex Ice Rider, Alejandro did the job he needed to do. He kept the Calyrex Ice Rider safe, and while it looks like there'll be one more turn here that Ogerpon able to hold on, I think that's some really good information, actually, for both these trainers moving forwards in this matchup. But You know, it's 1 versus 2, and we do get to see the reveal of Alejandro's final Pokemon in that Gallade. So Alex is leaving this matchup with as much information as he can get, but ultimately still no win condition in this position.
Yeah, I think a valuable non-scoop though there, because I agree, I was expecting a knockout, so learning a little bit, I think, about how this Ogerpon is trained. But all the same, both these Pokemon are going to be able to get an attack off. You only need the one, Ogerpon going down, and Alejandro wins game 1 here.
It makes me wonder how exactly Alex can adapt going into game number 2. I mean, knowing that Ogerpon can take those heavy hits from the Calyrex Ice Rider does open up a lot of opportunity, but you do still also want the Terapagos to have Terastallization available to it. But if you were to decide, okay, Fire-type Ogerpon Hard Flame, you also get the +1 attack boost from Embody aspect. I mean, that seems like it would have been really beneficial to have. Maybe you can almost power through Alejandro's lead a little bit more aggressively with the Ogerpon and, I don't know, the Urshifu as well.
Yeah, I think like I was a little surprised to see the Spore on the first turn, because to me it seemed like a little bit greedy. I think the reason why it wasn't is kind of what we saw later there, where like I'm sure Alex also saw like, oh, you know, if I can switch Terapagos out safely and just stall through Trick Room, I can win the game. The problem was that with the Pokemon he had in the back, he kind of couldn't do that.
Yeah.
The Ogerpon wound up being a little bulkier than I was expecting, and then maybe that would have allowed it potentially if that had switched into the Terapagos slot. But I think that just kind of the weakness of this team in general, where there is not a whole lot of defensive staying power, right? So
yeah.
I think you probably have to punish the Trick Room setup a little bit harder to have a realistic chance at this one.
For sure. I think what I want to do, now that I'm thinking about it, is see Alex lead the Pokemon he had in the back and have the Pokemon he had in the back in the lead. Because can you imagine if Farigiraf came out onto the field after all those attack boosts were up and that foul play connected with that Calyrex Ice Rider? I mean, even if Terastallization was on the board at that point, it had so many boosts. That was going to do so much damage, but it's still a Terapagos out in front for Alex, but this time it's going to be the Ogerpon Hearth Flame on the field next to it, with Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider out once again.
Okay, so I kind of like this adjustment. Like I mentioned before, I felt like you kind of have to lead at least one of the 2 Spore immune Pokemon here. Ogerpon perhaps a little bit better at that in the sense that you're really threatening a follow me away, threatening to follow me away the Spore. So, you know, there's still the option of trying to go for that Spore in the Terapagos, but I think it's more obviously dangerous in this situation, so you're less likely to see it. Potentially could also follow me away a Decorate, which would be extremely funny, but, you know, a little bold move.
Yeah, a bold move. We'll have to see if it works out, and I think Alejandro is really questioning his approach in this game as well, because, you know, what we've seen and what the team implies is, you know, okay, this is a follow me Trick Room turn. We get the follow me here, so that's step 1 for Alejandro, moving closer and closer to the finals. Ivy Cudgel connects with that Smeargle, brings it down to its Focus Sash, and Terapagos, we know it's going to attack, so it is going to get the KO there. It looks like it locked into Terra Starstorm, so Smeargle doing its job, taking one for the team and clearing the way for Calyrex Ice Rider to set up Trick Room once again.
I think this is sort of an interesting position if you assume that Alejandro has the same Pokemon as the previous game. You know, DD not nearly as powerful as it would otherwise be in this matchup, because you can just remove that Psychic Terrain. I think because of that, we see Gallade coming out here instead. Not quite the Trick Room Judo you're used to using, though. You know, we've seen previously how much Terapagos enjoys playing against fighting-type Pokemon, and here is one once again here to ruin its day.
Yeah, it doesn't have close combat. Instead, Sacred Sword is going to be its move of choice, which does have a bit of a weaker base power, so that could work out to Alex's advantage. There's also still that Ogerpon next to the Terapagos as well that could go for Follow Me. You know, obviously you'd love to land a Fire-type Ivy Cudgel against an Ice-type Calyrex Ice Rider, but given the fact that Trick Room has been up on the field, you really have to play carefully here.
I think a big one too is when you choose to Terastallize the Terapagos. Not seeing it yet, would love to be able to stall out long enough to remove a Psychic Terrain.
For sure. There's the Glacial Lance, will break Terra Shell, will also connect with this Ogerpon Hearth Flame. We saw how much damage it did with the boost, and without it, honestly, it still does a really good amount. Sacred Sword will pick up the KO on Ogerpon.
Pretty easy knockout there, but Terapagos is going to do a pretty serious amount of damage in return. We'll have to see what it chooses to hit.
It chose the Gallade, which is able to hold on with its health in the red, but definitely within range of a Aqua Jet, so that's something that Alex could send out on the field if Urshifu was in the back of his party, but instead it's that Farigiraf coming out to play.
Farigiraf's a lot of fun here. Sort of interesting speed interaction where you're really not totally sure which of the two of them is going to be slower. It's a big deal if it's Gallade, lead, right? Where I think then there's a huge advantage for Alejandro. But if not, there's an interesting spot for Alex. Also in a situation now where, again, at some point you need to terastallize this Terapagos. Now that it's not being protected by redirection, it'd be tempting to use it early, right? As much as you'd like to remove the Psychic Terrain, you also get drastically better stats and a more powerful attack when you do terastallize. So, there's no point in waiting to remove that Psychic Terrain if you lose before it comes out in the field.
For sure, and I think the other key thing as well is just how much damage the Gallade could threaten down onto the Terapagos, especially now that Terra Shell has been broken. And Alex is actually going to switch it out, so we will not get the reveal of that information just yet. And Alejandro taking this opportunity to terastalize in front of a formal Terapagos, very tight onto the Calyrex Ice Rider. That's a very interesting choice, a bit of a risk, but Alejandro certainly has the momentum on his side here. And goes for Imprison as well, so trying to stop Alex from reversing Trick Room. Sacred Sword into the Urshifu does a good amount of damage, but Foul Play into the Calyrex is now resisted and does nothing.
Yeah, that's, wow, you see a big, huge difference the amount of damage done there, but does at least get in a position where Gallade is in check. However, this does allow for a pretty easy switch, so we'll have to see if there's really any meaningful reprisal.
Well, that's going to be even tougher now that Ndidi is on the field, bringing with it the Psychic Terrain, so no opportunity for Aqua Jet on that Urshifu, and unless it goes for a Detect this turn, it will just be knocked out by the Glacial Lance on this Calyrex Ice Rider. So it's really Farigiraf's game right now to win, and unfortunately, without the ability to retwist the dimensions, without access to Protect on it, or the Terapagos, Alejandro, as long as he has a couple more turns, is really in a comfortable spot to find his way into finals.
Yeah, so now I guess we see sort of a clear path where the Terapagos is going to come back out in the field. You kind of have to terastallize here and just hope that you can survive. It is much healthier than it was in the last game and will, again, have increased stats after it terastallizes and changes its form. But, the helping hand, Glacial is kind of the only realistic play on the other side. So it's just going to come down to how these Pokemon are trained.
It's going to come down to how these Pokemon are trained. We saw just how bulky the Ogerpon Heartflame was on this team. Is the Terapagos bulky as well? I mean, admittedly, with choice specs, you can afford to invest a little bit more in bulk. You know that you're going to have that special attack power already there, but a +1 Glacial Lance is quite a tall ask for this Pokemon to take. On top of that, we do get the Helping Hand boost as well. So here we go, here it comes. We know it's gonna connect, we know it's gonna do damage, and it's a double KO. Alejandro Terrazas taking this hard Trick Room team, Calyrex Ice Rider, all the way to the finals here in Vancouver.
Now, what a dominant set there. Just never really looked close, right? Where the Terapagos is, had so much potential power, but just never really able to stop the Trick Room, and then was never able to survive long enough to swing. We get to see that beautiful terastallized form, but never did get to see the bigger Terrastar Storm.
One of the things about Trick Room is that people, if you're not running Trick Room yourself, you typically only bring one or maybe two ways to counter it. And with Alejandro's 4 Trick Room users, I think you basically cover all your bases, and it's really just like a mix and match of, oh, well, your counter to Trick Room is Farigiraf. Hi, I am in prison. That works. Great.
Yeah, and it's, it's one such again, where I feel we've had kind of a lot of matches like this weekend where like, I don't think Alex did anything like super wrong there. It just didn't feel like he had the pieces to pull this off. And Alejandro played it wonderfully, where did such a good job of avoiding really leaving any real danger for the Calyrex. Played Smeargle even perfectly this time, where we saw the first game where it's kind of a little bit messier, kind of see some of the tricks in Alejandro's team. This is a very pure Trick Room game, right? It's use, follow me, let the follow me user get knocked out, get set up in Trick Room, knock things out.
I also forgot, honestly, how much damage Gallade can do. I know that we saw it make its rounds on the best of one ladder in game, especially at the beginning of the year back when we were still in Regulation Age, but being able to see it deal that much damage with Sacred Sword to that Ogerpon kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, it did enough damage where it just the game was kind of just over as soon as I entered the field. And, I thought that was kind of interesting because I was kind of thinking that maybe that would be a weakness in the roster that Alejandro was bringing. It's like, you don't have something like that Torkoal or that Hatterene that's kind of like known for dishing out big offense, but the Gallade did just fine on its own. And Alex is kind of hosed either way, right? Like, well, I can stay in and let Terapagos get knocked out, or I can switch out, get Ogerpon in a position where it can't possibly survive, and then because Terapagos can't protect, it's going to get knocked out when it comes back out anyway. I think he kind of did what he needed to do to at least have a shot at it, but in the end, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, I feel like if I were to look at this regional championships overall, we've really entered this meta of game. Like, I mean, yes, we're playing in a meta game, but it feels like to me these matches are being decided at, you know, what was it, 7:30 in the morning yesterday when you had to lock in your team sheets? It's very different than what I would expect at an international championships or a world championships where you try to bring all your tools. I think these trainers in the top 4 really have picked, I like this team, I'm comfortable with this play style, I'm just gonna do it really, really well, and it's just paying off for everybody.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind too is, we commented at the beginning of this game that perhaps these teams are a little more eclectic than we're used to seeing at this point in the tournament. I think the weakness of that is like, like if you think of like the Miradine team that won Worlds, right? It has a lot of options in different matchups, right? And like, I think it's a little bit better when it doesn't have an advantage, at least staying in the game and maybe, taking some from a disadvantageous matchup. These ones seem a lot more binary, right? Either like they have a really good matchup or a really bad one. And, I think we kind of saw with Alex there where like, well, if he could somehow survive the trick room, he'd be a good shot, but there's just no way to do that with that roster, right? And it kind of came down to it, as you said, they kind of won or lost the games when they were designing their teams rather than how they battled one. I think that's kind of a trade-off you have to make when you're deciding how you want to approach the event, right? Like, do you want to have a higher percent chance or a lower percent chance to definitely lose every matchup, or like to definitely get your wins when you do have the advantage? It seems like players kind of just chose to be a little more volatile this time, and I can't say it didn't work out if you get to the semifinals.
And not only that, it's working out for multiple of our semifinalists, which is also something that's very unique to this tournament. And I would love to take some time to figure out just how exactly we got here. But for now, I want to congratulate Alejandro Terrazas once again on making finals here in Vancouver. He'll be facing off against either Behzad or Chase, who are our next 2 top 4 competitors. And we're going to take a quick break while we get them set up to battle. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this next match.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I'm here with our Senior Division Vancouver Regional Champion, Charlie Kim. Congratulations. How are you feeling after getting a championship medal?
Thank you. I feel really good because after Toronto, I really wanted to win in the finals, but I wasn't able to. So being able to win here feels really good because it's the 2 Canadian regionals.
And are you Canadian?
No, I'm American.
But it's still pretty special to travel to Canada, huh?
Yeah, Vancouver looks really nice, and going into the tournament, even though I may not have made J2, I was still really happy because I got to come to the city.
Did you get to do anything fun here in Vancouver while you've been here?
Not really. We didn't really go anywhere special. I got to see my friend Isa, so I'm pretty happy.
It's great when you've got your friends. Now for this Vancouver Regional, you are playing Ice Rider Calyrex. And so talk to me a little bit about how you landed on your team for this event.
So I didn't really want to do any more building because I just came back from EYC, so I just decided it might be a good idea to just use my EYC team and make a couple adjustments. One adjustment in particular I wanted to make was switch from Draco Meteor to Dragon Pulse on Raging Bolt. I felt that not dropping the special attack from Draco Meteor and not being able to miss, most importantly, was going to be a big factor in the tournament.
And did that come to help you this weekend?
Yes, I think Dragon Pulse in prep was a lot stronger into my top 8 matchups, and not being able to miss felt really good.
And in your finals, you played against one of our top senior division competitors as well, Justin Miranda Radford. Now, is this the first time that you two have played against each other? Were you nervous at all going up against a player like Justin?
We've played before. I was still nervous, but I felt like I would still be able to win. And I just stuck to my game plan and knew how to play the matchup.
And that matchup included that Shadow Rider Calyrex. So how do you approach the difference between Ice Rider and Shadow Rider?
So Shadow Rider inherently is always going to be probably the worst matchup for Calyrex Ice Rider, because Calyrex Shadow Rider is the strongest special attacker in the game. It could wipe my board in one turn, and it's just faster, and I've set up a trick room to get value out of my Calyrex. But I built my game plan around Landorus and Urshifu up front because I knew it could apply pressure, and he wasn't leading Calyrex, so because of my Pelipper. So if I could win the trade in the early game and get Urshifu positioned in the end game, I think I could win.
Well, it's awesome. You came out victorious at the end of the day, and now you've got the regional championship medal. What's next for you, Charlie? What's your next event?
My next event is Atlanta. I don't know if I want to win the event. I think I just want to go and see my friends. But yeah, I'll just try my best with Ice Rider.
Well, thank you so much, Charlie, for your time. Congratulations again on your regional championship. Are there any shout outs that you'd like to make before we let you go?
I'd like to shout out my friends, specifically Connor for helping me prep the matchup before my match, Issa for being a good friend, and then Matt, Wilfred, Icy, Crispy, my family. I'm probably forgetting someone, but shout out to you too.
It's a lot of people that you've got to prep in your corner, but Charlie, thank you again, and we have more Pokemon action ahead.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
It's been a great day of competition so far here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. One finalist has been determined and one top four. Two more hopeful players trying to see if they could be the second one to be one step closer to being the Vancouver Regional Champion. Sierra Dawn, Ickmuller, I am so excited for this match. This has been such a fun top cut as well in top four because it's always like there's all these big names, all these different stories, but this is all these different players that have been around, but looking to really create that story, which I think is a really, really cool storyline to be able to follow as that starts off. Like this could be, whoever wins this could be the next person that we talk about for, I don't know, the next few years at every event they go to from now on.
This has got to be the top 8 in recent memory that has the fewest number of players that have won a major before. James Beck there at the bottom, the only trainer that had won a regional level event or higher, and immediately got knocked out by Chase, who we're about to see fight Behzad Muntazir in top 4 as well. And it's really cool. We're going to get to see a first-time regional champion in just a few minutes, and that's exactly what I live for here.
It's really, really cool. So heading over to the stage, these are 2 finalist hopefuls to try and get there. And Behzad is someone that we saw in that top 8 match, but for Chase, who took down James Beck, that is no easy feat. So for Chase Rumsey, I'm really excited to see what they're capable of.
Exactly. I know Chase is a Portland local and doesn't have a great regionals finish under his belt just yet, but top 4 here in Vancouver, all that really matters right now is you've made it to this point. Doesn't matter what you've done at tournaments before, and now he's going to get to face down Behzad Muntazir for these trainers' first shot at making it to a regional finals.
My favorite thing is when you see the accomplishments list, and that accomplishment is what they're doing right here,
exactly.
right now. That always you know, it's cool either way. You either get the list or you're like, wow, okay, this is really, truly that breakthrough performance. And with a team that is so strong and so capable, Behzad on the opposing end, who we saw in top 8, this Lunala team, such a great call into this meta, this adaptation, and going up against something that's pretty tried and true like Miraidon. Like, I feel like all the pressure's on Chase here. How do you counteract this Lunala? Because I know Miraidon, well, Behzad's going to give that the proper respect heading into this weekend.
Absolutely. This is a team composition that we have seen a lot. Of course, did win the World Championships, but has been very popular since then. The choice for the Ursaluna, something different that isn't too common on this team. But quick look at Behzad's team first. We saw it in our top 8 match. It is that all-powerful Lunala with the Meteor Beam Power Herb set, accompanied by the Ogerpon Hearthflame, Landorus Incarnate, Indeedee, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Roaring Moon. And I wonder if we're going to get to see some of that fast mode for this match.
Yeah, with this Lunala and this Indeedee being such a powerful core, that's the one that we got to see in the top 8, but it's not the only thing this team offers. And Rosemary had talked to Behzad and talked about different modes for this team, and yeah, Lunala works great in certain situations, but when you have attackers like this Roaring Moon and Urshifu, that restricted could be left at home, and the other powerful threats on the team can make that difference. Eyeing up into this matchup, I am looking and curious if we are going to see the fast mode in comparison to that slow mode, or where exactly we're at. Because for Chase's end of the board, well, there's also the 2 different modes you can go for. So how do you decide which one is truly right for this matchup?
I think you have to consider what you have at your disposal that can help out against that Miraidon. You've got Landorus that's immune to electric type attacks. You've got Ogerpon that resists them. You've got Indeedee that can shut off that electric terrain and deactivate the Hadron Engine ability. So I think all of those Pokemon are going to be pretty important. And then you have to wonder, you know, are you willing to drop that Lunala? Maybe you are. Maybe you can, you know, kind of mix your opponent up by, you know, revealing your Urshifu when they think Lunala is the last Pokemon and that's how you win a game. But of course, Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain, also a very, very powerful tool that a lot of Miraidon teams aren't super prepared for. I think only that Farigiraf is the resist, of course, on top of that Incineroar. So a lot of cool options here for Behzad. We may get to see some of the newer stuff that we didn't get to see in top 8 here.
Yeah, Lunala, even though it might not be the most powerful restricted, it still is a restricted. So things like those Expanding Forces, even if you don't get that special attack boost from that Meteor Beam that you would maybe like before you start going with attacks, that Expanding Force just by itself can do a considerable amount of damage. So especially when you have the Shadow Shield to not really be taking the most damage back. On the opposing end, in terms of the broadcast, this is the first time we really get to see what Chase Ramsey has, and what we have is a lot of these good stuff Pokemon. And loud cheers from the crowd here. I love to see that energy. We have this Miraidon, this Whimsicott, a couple of these really strong, really fast Pokemon. But then a couple of, you know, these slower options. You do have this potential Trick Room mode. You have this Farigiraf and this Ursaluna that I'd be looking to make a lot of headway with these headlong rushes.
There's some cool Terra type choices here on this team as well. Ursaluna is Terra Poison. A lot of times you'll see something like Ghost as the defensive Terra of choice, or even a Terra Normal just to boost the power of those facades. But Poison here meant to resist fighting type attacks, which can come in very handy. And of course, if you're not opting for Terra Ghost because you don't want to give yourself a weakness to that Astral Barrage or something like a knockoff or anything of that sort. So Poison being useful defensive there. And Incineroar is also Terra Dragon. Terra Dragon is something we got to see a lot kind of earlier on in Scarlet and Violet when Ogerpons were often kind of the biggest offensive threats in any game. It's a very useful defensive typing against those Fire, Water, and Grass type Pokemon. But here, Dragon, maybe not the most useful of Terra types in this specific matchup. So I think Incineroar might want to be sticking to that Dark typing to take on that Lunala a bit better.
If we see some more of those faster offensive threats from Behzad, and we see the Rapid Strike of Shifu and the Hearthflame Ogerpon, it could then maybe fare well there, but that's also then you have to see whether Behzad even wants to play for those Pokemon first before utilizing, hey, maybe this Incineroar would be good. But I think Incineroar could even just be a good call in here with a couple of these move options that it has. This Incineroar, since it is the Assault Vest for Chase, actually has that move coverage that we're not seeing on all these Incineroar sets lately. Sometimes these Incineroars, well, the only real offensive threat is a knockoff, but this one has a Flare Blitz knockoff and U-turn, so can really put in a lot of work.
U-turn can be really nice here. Parting Shot is usually the pivot move trainers opt for on their Incineroars to lower those stats of those offensive Pokemon. But U-turn here allows you to pivot out on Lunala while breaking the Shadow Shield, which come in very handy, especially since Shadow Shield is such an important ability for Lunala. Instead, though, we have a Lunala and Didi, that same lead combination from Bezod, going up against that Incineroar and Miraidon right off the bat.
And it's going to be a battle of the trains, but Indeedee being the slower of the two, the Psychic train is going to be the one that sticks around. So no priority, no fake out for Incineroar. So that's going to be something going into this turn. Now, when we've seen Izod in the past, it's, okay, do you want to go for the Trick Room or do you want to go for just the straight up attacks on the first turn? And when you're staring down an Incineroar on the other end with a Meteor Beam, it's kind of tempting.
It really is, especially considering neither of the Pokemon on the field can protect. So if you do go for the Meteor Beam right off the bat, you get that guaranteed damage. And right after I said you maybe don't want to terrestrialize that Incineroar, we do see the Terra Dragon, which should allow it to take this Meteor Beam much, much better.
There is nothing more that players love doing than proving that Gaster is wrong. Terra Dragon comes out, make sure this Meteor Beam doesn't do too much, but still with something like that Helping Hand, that is going to be some damage coming out. Volt Switch, Miraidon gets to pivot out. So we will get an opportunity to see a different Pokemon that Chase has for this match if it is one of these slower options for Frigoraph. So if there was a Trick Room on this turn, the Frigoraph could fare well in those environments or reverse it. But with the Helping Hand, you know that this Lunala was on the offensive. Meteor Beam, special attack is raised, the Power Herb activates, and the move connects into the Incineroar. Have to see how much damage this will do. Thanks to the terrestrialization, not nearly as much as you wanted to knock off. That's a fantastic trade. Lunala down on the first turn of the match.
You are very happy with that trade if you're Chase. You don't get a huge amount of damage off with that Miraidon, but breaking the Shadow Shield is very important, which means that even without the item, you know, the knockoff's base power is lower when the Pokemon it's targeting doesn't hold a held item, but because Lunala is double weak to that knockoff, it is still enough damage for the KO immediately. There is no threat of expanding force throughout the rest of this game. You kind of don't need to worry about the terrain wars anymore, because even if Psychic terrain stays up, there's no expanding force. There's no Psychic type attacks. All that happens is you can't use priority moves, and I think that is only just a fake out on the Incineroar, so a really, really strong start for Chase.
And seeing the other two Pokemon that Bezod has brought to this match, this Landorus and the Ogerpon, neither of these two fared too great in a Trick Room, or at least when you're staring down the Frigoraph and the Incineroar, definitely not. But then when the Miraidon comes back in, that's something that can start to deal damage. Sandsear Storm with the double connect. Incineroar did take a lot of damage from the Meteor Beam. So, Incineroar, you've done all you needed to do in this match. You can rest easy now. But I was talking about this Miraidon being fast. That Frigoraph is still okay with that, which I think gives hints of what Chase's fourth and final Pokemon is.
Yeah, it's got to be that Ursaluna, right? You got to have something slow enough to take advantage of that Trick Room. And here comes that Ursaluna. The only problem being you didn't get Ursaluna on the field before the turn ended, so you do have to wait a turn for that Flame Orb to activate and for that Guts ability to be in play. And in the meantime, this Frigoraph might take a whole lot of damage from another Sandsear Storm. You really can't swap it out, because if it takes you switch with the Rhydon, it takes a ground type attack, it goes down.
At least it is the slowest, so it gets a little bit of damage first, but since the Frigoraph, it has so much that it wants to do and not nearly enough move slots, it doesn't have Protect, so no way you can keep that Pokemon protected. And I think a lot in this match is going to come down to this Ursaluna. Now Chase is forced to be bringing in this Miraidon here, and of course these Miraidons with the choice specs, that isn't one that can protect either, but the Flame Orb, the Ursaluna is now burned. It's just how much momentum can it do in these upcoming turns.
This is kind of where Trick Room comes around to bite you a little bit if you are a Chase. It is really nice to have your Ursaluna attacking first, and you do have the Earthquake for some spread damage, but unfortunately, if you do want to opt for the Earthquake, you do have to hit your own Miraidon, which you don't really want to do. And of course, Landorus being a flying type Pokemon means that there is no potential for spread damage on this turn. Landorus and Ogerpon can both score one-hit KOs on this turn if left unchecked, again, because the Terra was already burned on the Incineroar. So Woodhammer and Earth Power into the Ursaluna and Miraidon, respectively, would be enough for KOs.
Landorus with the Protect, so if Chase does target down into this Pokemon, nothing's going to happen, but it is just the double, so it's going to be okay. Burn a turn at the Trick Room, have a little bit of an idea where Chase is looking to be targeting. Facade, dumped into the Landorus. Facade can do so much, makes sense. Draco Meteor, also nothing, so just a information gained sort of turn.
You do get to see what the Miraidon has locked into for the remainder of this game. It is holding that choice specs item, and since there are only 2 Pokemon left on Chase's side of the field, you cannot possibly swap it out. And now again, you're in a position where this Ursaluna can only damage one Pokemon on Bezod's side of the field, and the Pokemon that goes left unchecked can knock out the other, but the Follow Me here ensuring that Ogerpon's the one that survives the turn.
And now Facade, this is going to be a lot of damage since there is a status. So Ogerpon, the follow me, the sacrifice to make sure it's just this Landorus to try and clutch out this 1v2. Not going for the Sandseer, we're double instead. Earth Power, make sure Miraidon does go down. So now you can just protect on this next turn to try and burn another turn and then go into the situation of being the faster Pokemon again. But yeah, I was mistaken actually. Indeed, is there. So we're still at the 2-1 and you can still do a follow me Seer.
Yeah, exactly. The flying type on Landorus coming in really handy here because, again, that spread damage that Ursaluna can get out with Earthquake actually only damages the Indeedee in this case. So as long as you go for Follow Me, you can guarantee the Landorus does not take any damage. And with Trick Room expiring in the next couple turns, between an Earth Power and a Protect, you should be able to finish it off with one final Earth Power at the very end of this game. So a nice, well-played game from Behzad so far, just to take advantage of that Trick Room that Chase tried to set up immediately.
Before, when we've gotten to see, it's like the support of like all around the restrictive. In this case, the Landorus is the only thing that he's protecting. That is, of course, the hit into the Indeedee, the Follow Me, Landorus, re-attack into the Ursaluna, Earth Power, all the damage that is needed. It has had one step closer to finding himself here in the grand finals.
Very back and forth game. A really strong start from Chase, of course, with that knockout on the Lunala early on. But that probably goes to show how comfortable Behzad is playing without that Lunala. You know, we got to hear that there are scenarios where it might not be the most important Pokemon on the team. It kind of did its job, essentially baiting out that terrestrialization from the Incineroar immediately. And so once that happened and he knew that, you know, maybe I can just kind of win the game with my Landorus and my Ogerpon later on, especially after Chase did set up that Trick Room, it became a pretty linear path to victory.
And that Trick Room was a weird one to go around because when you have the Ursaluna on the team and that's something you want to be making sure is, well, set up for the best possible chances,
yeah,
well, then it seems obvious to go for that Trick Room. But when you're bringing your Restricted, which is the fastest Pokemon in this match, oh, well, one of them suffers at the cost of the other. So I'm then curious as where the adaptation is for Chase. If he wants to lean more into that Trick Room and slower mode, which then is a deficit for the Miraidon. Or maybe if the Ursaluna is going to be left at home. The Facade was nice, but there was all these powerful, like, there's all these redirectors and powerful hits that still took your Pokemon down. You just didn't nearly get enough done in this Trick Room time.
We didn't see Behzad prioritizing setting up Trick Room himself in this game, so maybe that indicates to Chase, okay, I can maybe swap out Ursaluna for something like Whimsicott, where I can get, you know, the Tailwind going, make sure that I have speed advantage on all of my Pokemon instead of, you know, picking essentially between either Miraidon or Ursaluna, having a free path to get some attacks off. But that's also doesn't mean that Behzad can then just like turn around and set up Trick Room again on his own. Again, like the Lunala and the Indeedee, which are most likely coming to these games every time, especially that we've seen, you know, every game Behzad's played on stream. As soon as you set up Tailwind, Behzad has the option to just set Trick Room all on his own. And so you kind of have to be prepared for that no matter what.
I definitely think if you want to lean into the faster Pokemon, that there is a world where you don't even need to go for a Tailwind. If anything, I'd be looking at Whimsicott with the damage mitigation with that light screen, but then you can't use the Encore because the Psychic Terrain's there,
yep.
And then the only damaging moon would be the Moonblast. So you do think that you need that survivability. The Whimsicott can also just be kind of a dead slot in other rights to where another Pokemon would have been more useful. So I'm curious to see where that change is, but from the get-go, it's not in the lead as we're running it back. Restricted, be restricted, Incineroar and Indeedee for the support.
You know, run back in the leads, and like we saw earlier in this match, the Psychic Terrain will remain up, which is a huge benefit for Behzad here. You know, the Indeedee cannot be faked out by Incineroar because of that Psychic Terrain. The boosted spread damage, expanding forces are immediately on the field, but of course this Meteor Beam still threatens huge damage into either of these targets, especially considering, again, there's no Protect on the field. You want to make sure that you're using that Moongeist Beam at a time where you can guarantee damage from it instead of just the boost.
Where this is going to be interesting is that first turn that Indeedee went for the Helping Hand for a Meteor Beam that didn't get the KO on the Incineroar, and then that left the Lunala susceptible to that knockoff after already taking a hit from the Miraidon and just getting KO'd on that very first turn. So knowing that there is that threat of the Terrestrialization on that Incineroar, you could then even go for that Follow Me on the first turn to keep the Lunala safe if you want to make sure that Restricted gets to be sticking around.
Not going to happen, though. We saw the Helping Hand lock it, and we are committing to full damage here in this second game once again. Terrestrialization coming out again from the Incineroar. Going to be that Terra Dragon and prevent the rest of Chase's Pokemon from terrestrializing for the remainder of this game. I think this Incineroar might not get exactly what it wants, though. I think we saw a different play from Behzad.
Helping Hand, so anything can hit into this Lunala. But first off, the Volt switch. So if it is the Meteor Beam target into that slot, whatever is switching in is going to be on the wrong end of that. And a chance to see if Chase did, in fact, want to try and switch up those remaining 2 Pokemon that he has into something that's a little speedier, or is going to be sticking with the same game plan. Ursaluna brought in a lot sooner in this match. Meteor Beam now. We'll get through all these animations, the usual, overflowing with the space power, get that special attack raised. But the Meteor Beam, most likely targeting into the other slot, it is a connect. And that Ursaluna, how much will this do?
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a fantastic swap. Knockoff, well, Lunala is gone, and Chase just, that's a fantastic position for this turn 1, and the Ursaluna is going to get that Guts boost with the Flame Orb at the end of this turn.
I think you get a little bit more out of this than swapping in the Farigiraf because you do immediately get that Guts activation. But now that this Landorus is going to hit the field, it's going to have a pretty nice Sandsear Storm here. You know, it's not really threatened a lot by either Ursaluna or Incineroar because it is going to be the fastest thing on the field. No Trick Room set up just yet, and you really can't, again, swap in that Miraidon because you really don't want to be taking a Sandsear Storm for its troubles. Ogerpon here, also a great option for Bezad because if you want to, reset the terrain to Psychic after the Miraidon returns to the field, you need the Indeedee off the field on your bench, ready to swap in at any moment's notice. And so I think this is a really proactive switch from Bezad.
Indeedee is out. That Psychic Drain can come back a little later for Ogerpon now to hit the field. I'm curious where the targeting is going to be on Chase's end. If you do think that there is the possibility of this Protect. If you're behind, do you make that risky play and target into the other slot or try and keep the spot honest? We're going for none of the above, making sure this Ursaluna also has that longevity. You turn for Incineroar to pivot. Ogerpon just takes a little bit of damage, but now do we see the Miraidon come in or that 4th Pokemon?
It's tough. Miraidon kind of wants to come in now to threaten damage onto this Landorus. But if Miraidon does come in, you do have to worry about this Follow Me coming out from Ogerpon. You have to worry about this Landorus being able to fire off a Sandsear Storm, maybe get a couple of knockouts. And again, you cannot Terrastallize this Miraidon anymore because the Incineroar has used it up. So if Sandsear Storm comes through here with some help from the Follow Me Ogerpon to make sure the Landorus doesn't take any attacks, we could see a big double KO.
With the Sandsear Storm, it's not the most accurate, but you're definitely put in the best position possible going for this turn. Ogerpon, center of attention. Draco Meteor is connecting, and Ogerpon is taken down. The Ursaluna, if you can make it past the turn, will have a free shot at this Landorus, but that's going to be the if. We have to look at the connects. We have to see the damage. There is going to be a miss. Miraidon avoids. Ursaluna is taken down, so the Landorus makes it by, but at what cost?
A rough break for Bezad there, but I think if you had to miss one, it maybe is better that it's the Miraidon. If you don't hit the Ursaluna there, you just get knocked out by a Facade and the game pretty much ends. But now that Miraidon is on the field at -2 special attack, you bring the Indeedee back in, which means that you get the Psychic Terrain reactivated. You do have the option to Terrastallize still if you are Bezad, so you can make your Landorus no longer a flying type. I do believe it is the poison typing, so it will be touching the ground, which means that Psychic Terrain can protect it from a fake out from this Incineroar, and you make sure you get damage off on this next turn, and then you can maybe use that Landorus later on to KO this Miraidon. And it's locked at -2, and it's locked to Draco Meteor, so it can't really Volt Switch out, reset those attacks. And if you're able to get off an attack here with Landorus, that could be what you need to get back into this game.
I love the little call out there of the situation of, hey, this Landorus is gonna maybe fall victim to a fake out on the other end, but that is also committing the Terrasalization to that Pokemon. And if Chase is trying to maybe switch the Miraidon out and then put it back in, well, then the Landorus can also get hit with a more reliable move later on. So I think this is going to be a really important turn for the momentum of the match and where that Terrasalization is spent. And if you think the Miraidon's sticking around, a Terra Fairy Indeedee makes a lot of sense, but that Miraidon is gone and out of here.
I think that makes sense. You kind of need that Miraidon to KO the Landorus later on, and it's not going to be doing that anytime soon with that -2 special attack in the Psychic Terrain. It is the Indeedee Terrastalizing, though, will become a Fairy type, so Landorus no longer able to Terrastalize, kind of preserving that ground typing to take on Miraidon later on, which makes sense. And Indeedee also bulking itself up against this Dark type Incineroar.
This could also be huge, too, if all of a sudden the Draco Meteor is the only thing that can go for the Landorus. If this Indeedee doesn't get taken care of, that's going to be game done. Sandsear Storm, double connect, Flare Blitz from Incineroar into the Indeedee. That's going to bring it down to just below half health. So another hit at that Pokemon taken down. You do get the recoil with that Rocky helmet, but now Chase, both of these Pokemon have taken a lot of damage. And again, if you need this Indeedee out, because if you are stuck on the field with only that Miraidon, it'd be a little bit of a tricky situation. You're not going to get that damage output you need with that Dazzling Gleam, and you can't lock in anything else, because then, well, then you can't hit both targets.
And the Terra Fairy actually might be a big offensive boon here for Bezod as well in this Indeedee. It does have the alluring voice attack, which might allow Bezod to go for the single target Earth Power into that Farigiraf and make sure that you're not missing, but Sandsear Storm connects 2 KOs.
We don't have to worry about missing moves or any of these other possibilities if we just make sure every one of these Sandsear Storms lands double KO onto this turn. And Indeedee doesn't need to go on the offensive. Now, when we look at the speed tiering, this Brick Room, this is going to make sure that once this Miraidon hits the field yet again, it is the slowest thing around. We've seen how much damage this Landorus is doing, and Miraidon with this Choice Specs has no way to make it past these turns.
Really, really smart Trick Room there, especially knowing that if that Sandsear Storm connects, it's pretty much an instant win with that Trick Room. Even if you miss one of those targets, I think you're totally fine. You've still got Indeedee around to protect this Landorus if you need.
And Indeedee now the helping hand. Landorus is already going to get that damage. The crowd is cheering the Earth Power to take the KO. And with that, Bezod Muntazir is in the grand finals here in Vancouver.
What a performance there. Just a really expert piloting of this Lunala team. Even against a team that can reset the terrain, take away that psychic terrain, take away that expanding force. And we even saw both games. Lunala went down on turn 1, knowing exactly the pieces that he needed on his team to win that match. Being okay with giving up that Lunala so early on just to set up the rest of your team. Just an expert maneuvering there.
It's funny because before the match, we had talked how Rose had mentioned that Bezod had said, sorry, that was like such a weird chain that I didn't need to do it for any reason. Long story short, Lunala didn't always need to come to these matches. There were some really strong parts of the team anyways. And we kind of saw that in a different way. Lunala still came to the matches, but taken out early, but still a lot of pressure with the rest of the team, namely this Landorus, to really go through the rest. And there was the Sandsear Storm at the one point onto the Miraidon, but at the same time, it took care of the Ursaluna, which was arguably the bigger threat in that moment, threatening this facade. And you hit that one target of choice, and you're just completely set. And really great targeting, too, on that first turn. Once that Terastallization was spent on the Incineroar, that's something that could have been pretty useful down the line, but it was that tool completely eliminated. But there was just so much pressure, the fact that, well, you had to go for that or else that Incineroar is gone by a Meteor Beam.
That's exactly it. Even though Lunala didn't do a whole lot of damage throughout the course of either of those games, it immediately pressured that Incineroar with the Terastallization. And Incineroar is an important part of Chase's team. It's kind of the defensive, pivot, especially on this Trick Room mode, that you almost needed to Terastallize it. And Bezod, knowing that, essentially said, I will trade you this Lunala for the Terastallization, which means that now my Landorus is such a huge threat that it basically functions as my restricted in this match. Just knowing exactly, I need this piece in this piece, and I don't necessarily need this one, and I'm willing to give it up to give myself a stronger position down the line.
Is Lunala about to win the regional championship? I know I asked you last time, but we're actually just one best of 3 away.
Yeah, it very well might. Bezod's been playing incredibly well on stream, and surely throughout the rest of the tournament too, given what we've seen so far. And Alejandro's going to do his best to stop him, but I think Bezod's got a really good shot.
This is incredible. 2 really cool stories. Of course, Alejandro making the trip up here.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is like, there's a lot of international folks at this event. I mean, when Perrin comes out from overseas, you get all these people from the US, and to see the Mexico representative here in the grand finals is really, really cool. To then go up against someone who's paving their own way, has used all these different restricted, and all right, what's best for this meta right now? Hey, this can be really powerful, and getting that call right is really cool. There's sometimes a lot of discussion about these different formats and regulations, and maybe things being a little bit stale. Why don't people go up against the meta? And sometimes it's really hard to exactly pinpoint what that meta can be and where others are making the adaptation. So for Bezod to find such a fantastic team that really did counter the meta, huge applause to him.
Of course, huge congrats to Chase Rumsey as well. A top 4 finish at a regional. Really huge accomplishment and a great breakthrough for him on this stage. Hope to see him in the latter stages of tournaments down the line, but it will be Bezod Muntazir facing off against Alejandro Terrazas in the finals of the Vancouver Regional Championships. I cannot wait, Sierra.
I really, really can't either. When already the crowd was going nuts, and I'm so excited to go out there and join them for the grand finals. It'll be great. I'm really hoping that we get a game 3 on our broadcast, because we have definitely been missing those this weekend. And with the finals as good as the one that we have upcoming, every game, please, guys, for the content.
We do get to see a battle of the psychic terrains, too. That's not something we've seen in too long. We got the Expanding Force Hatterene against the Expanding Force Lunala going forward into this finals match, and that's kind of cool. We haven't really seen that before, I don't think.
Is Hatterene Gallade potentially winning the Vancouver Regional Championships?
Maybe.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And the fact that there is a team that can not just weather the trick room, but like is the trick room going up against the team that has utilized that mode so well. This would be really, really cool to see how each player kind of adapts to the other, because I don't think either of them would necessarily expect the other team coming into this event.
Yeah, they kind of have that advantage, both of them, in this match, right? Where, you know, your opponent probably doesn't have too much practice against your team, but that's kind of out the window now. As we get ready for our final match here in Vancouver, we're going to take a quick little break and get set up. Please don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, you know, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that, you know, there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess, like, I'm like in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars, and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day, and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of like gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. Like, we just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted. in Swish. I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaludon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basque Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. like, I can keep my cool during like a high stress situation, right? Like I don't like when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really like let it get to me too much. Like maybe like my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before, so this is my first one ever. It feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone win the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads to use, common lines, team comps, or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and you know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were to win my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2025 Vancouver Regional Championships. Now, it has been a long day with 10 rounds of Swiss, with a top cut of 24 trainers, but now only 2 remain. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Scott Glaza for our final match of the weekend in Vancouver. Scott, how are you feeling about it?
Should be a lot of fun, right? We're gonna have first-time regional champion here, a couple of exciting and unexpected teams, some great storylines. I think we can't lose.
You know, I don't think I was expecting to see Lunala in the finals here this weekend, but Bezod has shown us just how powerful of a Pokemon it is, correctly making the meta call, the meta prediction, Saturday morning, locking in that team before 7:30 a.m. Sometimes trainers cut it close, so I don't want to say just how close, but now finds himself on stage facing off against Alejandro Terrazas, who came all the way from Mexico to compete here this weekend with an insanely unique, very difficult Trick Room team.
Yeah, I think one thing to note in that bracket is you saw the scores of those matches. A lot of zeros for their opponents there. Neither of those trainers have lost a match in quite a long time, or even a game in quite a long time. So I'll be excited to see how this one plays out. Will we finally see the legendary Game 3?
I mean, it's been such a one-sided weekend with so many of these matches being decided at team preview, at the moment when you exchange those team sheets. It makes me wonder if we're in for yet another one of those matchups soon. For now, though, let's take a moment to look at these trainers' accomplishments. Just as a reminder, if you're tuning in for the first time this weekend, Alejandro made top 4 in Bogota this past year and made top 8 in Bogota, in Cancun, and in Cancun in the past. So no stranger to top cut, but certainly first finals appearance. And Bezod, his opponent, has only made day 2 in the past, but has made day 2 at every tournament he's competed in.
Yeah, actually, kind of a match of rising titans here, it feels like, where Alejandro has a very unique style that's been really powerful in these matches, and Bezod, I feel like, has star player written all over him. So somebody's definitely writing the legend today, but I think it's the finals that none of us are going to forget.
For sure. And Alejandro Alejandro's team of that Calyrex Ice Rider, Indeedee, Hatterene, Smeargle, Gallade, and Torkoal. All of these Pokemon are known for excelling in Trick Room, but there are little tricks that Alejandro put in the team to give him an advantage, especially Imprison on that Calyrex Ice Rider, able to shut down opposing Calyrex Ice Rider and opposing Trick Room users. Strategies we've seen him use already this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen him be very impactful over the course of these matches. Even when he's not choosing to have the Calyrex use Imprison, the threat of it really changes how the opponent plays, what Pokemon they're able to bring. We've seen that Smeargle lead for him very frequently, which has also kind of limited the opponent's options. We haven't been able to see a whole lot of lead variety against him. I think he has a really strong strategy that his opponents have struggled to adapt to.
For sure, and you know, with 4 Trick Room users as well on this team, we haven't seen him play some of these B or maybe even C modes just yet. But you know, looking at Bezod's team, looking at his opponent's approach to this matchup, Lunala has Trick Room on that team, Indeedee has Trick Room on that team. It's possible that because of the presence of those 2 Psychic type Pokemon, Alejandro's gonna have to mix things up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I think one thing that this team kind of has in common with Alejandro's last opponent is there are a whole lot of Pokemon that are going to take attacks from Calyrex super well. So if he does get set up and get rolling, it's going to be difficult to survive that Trick Room. And then, as we mentioned, the Imprison makes just flipping it a lot harder. You know, there are 2 bulkier Pokemon on this team that can use Trick Room, theoretically, but you know, previously when we've seen Alejandro in stream, his opponents have not been able to change Trick Room back around and disable it by using it in extra time.
Bezod Muntazir's team has taken inspiration from Justin and Shiliang Tang's approach to the San Antonio Regional Championships with that Hearthflame Mask, Ogerpon, Landorus Incarnate, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Roaring Moon, but swapping out the Amoonguss and the Calyrex Ice Rider for Indeedee and Lunala. 2 Pokemon that he said were predictions for this weekend. Those 2 Pokemon were the metagame call.
Yeah, it's doing very well for him so far. I gotta say, I feel like if there's Calyrex, then Lunala spot, I'm kind of, maybe you start getting that trophy, give it to Alejandro now, where it just seems like he's so powerful in that matchup. I think with Lunala instead, this is a much more interesting matchup. I do think it's going to be very interesting to see what Pokemon he chooses to lead and what Pokemon he chooses to bring. We saw in Alejandro's last game, the Ogerpon at least did a little bit better in the lead, so maybe we'll see him try that as well. But it's going to be a tricky spot here. I think it's going to be, again, important not to allow too much momentum. We've previously seen Alejandro's opponents not be able to bring that Landorus because, does not do super well against the Calyrex, nor does it do super well in Trick Room in general. So, again, this may be a strategy with limiting his options. We'll have to see. Maybe he'll figure out the secret sauce to come up with the victory in this one.
Well, with a deep breath from both trainers, we get started with game number 1 of the finals. It's Lunala and the Urshifu Rapid Strike on the field for Bezod versus Alejandro's Smeargle and Calyrex Ice Rider. Once again, sticking with that same lead.
So I think this is a little different approach than we've seen in Alejandro's other game. This is some much more aggressive offense on the other side of the field here, where maybe Urshifu going to try to just push through this Smeargle and get damage in Calyrex right from turn 1.
For sure, and the interesting thing as well is that the Lunala, yes, it could go on the offense. It's holding that Power Herb item along with Meteor Beam, which will boost its special attack up by 1 stage before attacking. Could also just try and reverse Trick Room. There's a lot of mind games on the field.
Yeah, there's also the option of Taunt, right?
Yeah.
A Taunt Trick Room start would be very passive, but potentially very devastating. So lots of fun options here with the techs that these trainers have chosen for their Pokemon.
Interestingly enough, Alejandro once again locking into that Fairy-type Terrestrialization on his Calyrex Ice Rider. Doesn't have to worry about any super effective Meteor Beams or possibly big attacks from this Urshifu, because you also have the Smeargle redirecting any attacks away, including the taunt from the opposing Urshifu. So Smeargle now will not be able to do much of anything in the future. Does take an Expanding Force from the Lunala, doesn't activate the Focus Sash, and Calyrex Ice Rider sets up Trick Room.
So we do see the situation once again where Smeargle is taunted, not going to be able to do a lot here, so it kind of forces the switch. So now on the other side of the field, you get at least one action to try to take advantage of that, where that Pokemon can't move. Do you switch against it and try to find your own way to keep an advantage on the field, or maybe do you try to double into this Calyrex and try to pick up some damage there? Again, one of the weaknesses of this Imprison set, there's no Protect, so it's not going to be able to defend itself.
For sure, and you also know that the Smeargle is probably going to either, accept being KO'd this turn or switch out this turn, and Alejandro seems to be following the same playbook that we've seen from him in top 8, in top 4. Does reveal Twitch Torkoal for the first time here this weekend in Vancouver on stream, and with it will activate the Drought ability to set up the Sunlight and weaken any potential water-type attacks from that Urshifu. Bezod now goes for Terrestrialization on the Lunala into the water typing, so it will resist any Glacial Lances from Calyrex.
As well as Torkoal's attack, so kind of getting one step ahead there.
Yeah, 2 water types in front of a Torkoal is the best positioning you can have. Calyrex does go for an Imprison, so while it's unable to do damage this turn, it will stop Bezod from re-twisting the dimensions back to normal. 3 Surging Strikes hits into that Torkoal will bring it down to just above half of its health, and let's see if Lunala went for that Trick Room. We're gonna have to wait a moment. It can't use it, so a great call there from Alejandro.
Kind of as you mentioned, we're seeing these same lines over and over from, it seems to work, right? No one's been able to break through this strategy. I think one of the great things about Alejandro's team is not only are these supportive Pokemon able to provide damage of their own, but all of them have some sort of field utility, right? We saw the Magic Bounce previously, and now the Drought paying dividends.
For sure. Urshifu now out of the field, and in comes Indeedee. So we'll take a moment to set up the Psychic Terrain, which will ensure that any expanding forces moving forward are now spread attacks. Weather Ball on Torkoal is going to be a Fire-type attack into the Water-type Lunala, not very effective. Glacial Lance, again, not going to be very effective against the Lunala, but at least its Shadow Shield ability was broken by the previous attack. And now this Expanding Force will do enough damage to knock out the Torkoal and bring that Calyrex down.
Some big damage getting dealt there, and you know, we see kind of a difference between this Lunala and some other restricted Pokemon we've seen. I guess, you know, it helps that it has the great type advantage with this water-type Terrestrialization, but boy, is it healthy after being hit twice compared to some of the restricted Pokemon of Alejandro's previous opponents.
And Alejandro also changing the script once again with Hatterene as that final Pokemon. Previously, we've seen him bring 2 Follow Me users. This time it was just the Smeargle.
Yeah, and there is a Follow Me user on the other side, right? Where, unfortunately, a bunch of spread damage likely to head the other direction. So, Indeedee not looking super effective here. And once again, another restricted Pokemon that doesn't know Protect. So, going to have to try to get through Trick Room without help from it.
For sure. Bezod taking a moment to think through this turn. It's worth calling out that Indeedee, it can't use Trick Room because of the Imprison. As long as the Pokemon that used Imprison is on the field, that's still going to be active, but can go for Follow Me. Could have also tried to go for a Helping Hand to boost up Lunala's attacks, but it's not going to have the opportunity to do that, as an Expanding Force is all Lunala needs to be taken down by the Hatterene. Of course, Hatterene will lose some health from its Life Orb, but a Calyrex Ice Rider is right in the back, able to deal that little bit of extra damage to pick up the KO on the Indeedee now. So Bezod down to his final 2 Pokemon, and an end to Trick Room is nowhere in sight.
Yeah, nice little failure to get that knockout too from the Hatterene, proving to be a great teammate in that play by leaving it for Calyrex to pick up that chilling Nay boost. And once again, Alejandro's looking really good here. No one seems to be able to break through this core. It's been very straightforward but very effective strategy, and this seems like the highest damage mode. You know, Torkoal not able to deal as much damage maybe as it could have otherwise since it got damaged on the switch in, but still pushing a ton of damage. Just Hatterene and Psychic Terrain doing tons of damage. And critically, it's the opponent's Psychic Terrain that's actually powering this Pokemon up.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I think that Alejandro made a great call in Team Preview to bring the Hatterene without his own Indeedee for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good here. And now, again, just a tough spot where these Pokemon both going to be able to potentially deal powerful spread attacks, but instead, Smeargle going to make it out in the field. Finally removing that Imprison now, but it doesn't matter.
Finally removing the Imprison, but interestingly enough, switching out the Calyrex Ice Rider that did still have a speed advantage, but Expanding Force does so much damage. The Ogerpon and the Urshifu are able to hold on, but can they find a knockout in return? Ivy Cudgel does manage to connect with the Hatterene, gets a critical hit for the KO there. That's 1 Pokemon down for Alejandro. Here comes that Urshifu now. Surging Strikes will certainly pick up the KO on Smeargle.
So suddenly getting interesting here, right? The sun's still shining brightly, which Ogerpon is all over. And hey, you know, unlike many of the other Pokemon we've seen, both these Pokemon are capable of using Protect moves. Neither of them actually know Protect. It's Detect on one and Spiky Shield on the other. But hey, it doesn't really matter anyway because there's no more Trick Room to stall out. It expires there, and all of a sudden, this game that looked so great for Alejandro, Calyrex is going to need to be able to survive for 2, maybe 3 more attacks. I guess 2 if we get the Trick Room up, or I guess just fire off the Glacial Glacial Lance don't really need it, but two powerful Pokemon facing it down. I don't know if it's going to be able to.
I don't know either. I mean, on the one hand, you are that fairy type now, so you'll be able to take this damage comfortably, but at the same time, the Sun is going to be boosting the damage from an Ivy Cudgel on Bezod's Ogerpon. Of course, has that higher critical hit rate as well, but it doesn't need a critical hit to pick up that KO. And Bezod is able to power through the Trick Room and win game 1 of this final set.
So I'm a little puzzled by the way that game ended out. It seemed like if there just been a Glacial Lance instead of a switch there, that might have been a clean ending. Instead, Bezod taking the advantage here and perhaps a big mental edge as well going into the second game.
For sure. I mean, you have to think about what the board position would have been like if we saw the Spiky Shield and the D-Tech from that Urshifu in that final turn of Trick Room. I feel like if you switch the Calyrex Ice Rider out, then you're maybe pivoting towards a follow me Calyrex Ice Rider endgame, where you only have to take one of those attacks and it's a bit more comfortable. But then at the same time, you know, we saw how much damage that Ogerpon did with the Sun Boost on Ivy Cudgel. It's possible that still would have been enough to KO the Calyrex, given how much damage it took.
Yeah, sort of a fun element of that game too is that both kind of handshaking their field effects there, where the Psychic Terrain that the Indeedee set up then being used against his teammates, and then in the very end, it was the Drought that Torkoal set up that Ogerpon was happy to take advantage of as it knocked out these Pokemon and won the first game for its trainers. So I guess both trainers gonna have to think through like what Pokemon they really want to bring, because those field effects can help either side.
Bezod also showcasing that his Ogerpon and that Urshifu Rapid Strike had a bit more natural bulk, which is what ultimately led Justin and Chiliang Tang to victory in San Antonio. You know, those Pokemon weren't really as attack invested as they could be. And with that Ogerpon able to hold on, especially in that critical endgame situation, that really was what gave him the advantage. And now as we start game 2, you have to wonder if that Ogerpon is maybe going to make a bit of an earlier appearance, but no, it's going to be that Urshifu and Lunala against the Smeargle and the Calyrex Ice Rider once again for Alejandro.
So I'll be really interested to see if the players opt to play this a similar way as they did before. I think both sides probably have things in this game they would like to correct. You know, last game that Lunala kind of walked into that Imprison on the second turn, so, you know, maybe you make a different move there. I think there's a bunch of different options on this first turn as well. Really fun little situation here, and, you know, I don't know if we'll get to the situation that we were at the very end last time where maybe the Calyrex made a bad read, because I think we'll probably see a few different permutations before we get there.
For sure. I mean, that's the nice thing about best of 3, though, is that you can't afford to make a couple of mistakes. You can't afford to feel your opponent's Pokemon out. You know, maybe are they as defensively invested as you think they are? Are they faster than you think they are? And I think for Alejandro, given how he seems to favor the same lines time and time again, being able to get that experience just tells him, okay, this is the one I need to follow. Now, here's a little bit of a difference, though. Fake out into the opposing Urshifu to break that focus task, stop it from attacking, and now Trick Room is activated. No taunt in play. This Smeargle now has options.
Yeah, it should be interesting. The trainers haven't really gotten to see a whole lot of Smeargle's speed stat, and even in the past matches, I don't know if there was a whole lot to learn, just because you know, we saw it was quick in previous games, so not really how quick. So I'll be curious if the trainers know the order the Pokemon will act in and then how they adjust because of it. You know, kind of a very game 1 feeling game 2 now without getting all the information revealed that maybe the trainers would prefer.
For sure. And I mean, the one thing that a lot of people like to do, especially when your strategy is keep Calyrex safe, is that if you know that you're slower than the Calyrex, you can try and boost its attacks via Decorate so that you have that extra damage going into this turn. I don't think the Smeargle wants to operate this way. It can at least redirect an attack away from that Calyrex Ice Rider, which will give it time to do something. But first, we're going to see a Terastallization on that Lunala, once again turning into a Water-type Pokemon, once again trying to resist the oppressive damage that Glacial Lance can put down on the board, and that's exactly what we see. It's going to connect with both of Bezod's Pokemon. It's going to do a little bit of damage to both the Pokemon. Gets a critical hit, but not necessarily very big. But the Lunala is slower than the Smeargle, which means now it moves first, and now Smeargle is knocked out before it can do anything.
Yeah, and there's no drought this time, so this Surging Strike is going to do a decent bit of damage.
For sure. It will get 3 hits on the Calyrex, and it will bring it down to just about half of its health. As it has not terastallized yet, I think this is honestly a pretty decent trade. Alejandro will get the opportunity to bring something in now without taking damage, but you have to wonder what Pokemon he picks.
So it's Torkoal. So again, in some ways looking similar to last time. You know, a little different deviation how we got here. The Drought going to activate once again, and this time Torkoal gets to enter the battle at full health. That is a big difference because now there is the option of just going the offense this Pokemon. The Eruption, the Terra Fire, and there is no Aqua Jet on this Urshifu. So not going to be a whole lot not available to contest the Torkoal just swinging away.
That is one unfortunate thing about Urshifu, is that it really was pressured to drop Aqua Jet in favor of having Taunt, which works great when you're faster. However, in this board position, Behzad is either forced to maybe burn a turn, you can go for a Detect to keep that Pokemon safe, but ultimately you are going to have to send something in to take a full health in the sun Terrifier Choice Specs Eruption. And it's not Miraidon numbers of damage, but that's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, Skirik is, there may be nothing on the team that can realistically survive the combination of these attacks, right? Again, this Lunala can't protect, so it's going to have to take a bunch of damage.
And Shadow Shield is broken as well, and Shadow Shield is one of those abilities that just is really cool when you have it active, but Behzad's team does not have ways to reactivate it, like we've seen with Rillaboom with leftovers on Terrapagos type teams earlier on. But here we go. There's that fire type terrestrialization. Torkoal is ready to do what it does best. It should move first if it's trained to be as slow as possible. It's gonna hit both of these Pokemon. It's gonna do some big damage, and it's able to take Indeedee out. Now this Glacial Lance is gonna be single target against that Lunala. It's below half of its health already.
It's gonna be close.
I don't think it's gonna be close. I think it's gonna be a KO. Oh no! It's able to hold on thanks to that terrestrialization. Expanding Force now will bring Torkoal down into the red, but it's able to take that Indeedee down, and I think that's a good step for Behzad in the direction towards winning this game.
Yeah, it's very interesting, though, because with Alejandro here, you know, the Torkoal looks pretty stylish with those choice specs, but being locked into Eruption at 15 HP is going to make it nearly useless until it switches out of battle. Even this greatly weakened Lunala might not be able to be knocked out by a single attack here. So some interesting situations, especially because, you know, we saw how much damage the Lunala did. Again, we're in a situation where if you could somehow get to a situation where it survives Trick Room and regains that speed advantage, it's definitely not just useless. And that is exactly what we see here as Lunala escapes. And we'll have to see, can its trainer keep it alive long enough to be able to come back out into battle?
Yeah, that Lunala just has a ton of natural bulk. Urshifu on the field in its place, gonna take this Eruption very comfortably thanks to its typing and thanks to how much damage that Torkoal has taken. But now Glacial Lance will also fail to pick up the KO on the Urshifu, on the Ogerpon. Sun boosted Ivy Cudgel connecting with that Calyrex Ice Rider for the KO for Behzad.
Oh, it's huge. Not only is that Lunala still in the back able to battle, but now this Torkoal can't switch out. It's going to be stuck using Eruption with so little HP for the rest of the game. This is basically a 3v1.
It is basically a 3v1. Maybe there could be a critical hit to get a couple more points of damage, but how much of a difference can that be? It's going to be down to the Hatterene. Admittedly, there is Psychic Terrain up on the field. However, both Ogerpon and the Urshifu have access to that Spiky Shield and that Detect. All Behzad has to do is find a way through the next couple turns of Trick Room to win the game.
Yeah, it's looking good there. I'd be interested to see if Eruption could pick up this knockout, but it probably doesn't even really matter, right? Even if it gets the chance to swing. You know, the Speedor here, Expanding Force going to go into some protects. Not much is going to happen, and time could be running out here for Alejandro.
It just goes to show how much having naturally bulky Pokemon can help you in these matchups where your opponent is able to consistently twist the dimensions, where they are able to bring out these heavy hitters time and time again.
And the twisted dimensions return to normal, so Hatterene's going to have to try to survive both of these attacks to get Trick Room back up before Lunala can come back out.
Well, at least the Surging Strikes will be weakened by the sunlight on the field. It does still get those 3 critical hits, though. But the big question is, how much damage will this sun-boosted Ivy Cudgel do? It connects with that Hatterene. It picks up the KO, and now it's just Torkoal standing in the way from Behzad getting his first ever regional championship victory. It will go for an Eruption. It's going to do some damage, but it's nowhere near enough.
They can't even finish out the Urshifu, and it's not even going to need the Lunala. We have a new regional champion.
We do. Behzad Muntazir showcasing the power of Lunala will be your 2025 Vancouver Regional Champion. And the crowd goes absolutely wild. Behzad mentioned earlier in an interview that he had some friends there out in the crowd, and just listen to them cheer. What an exciting finals match, and what a
great opportunity to crown a new regional champion here this weekend.
Yeah, I think he has an extremely bright future in this game. Not only did he play excellent throughout the course of this entire top cut, but he's been a really fascinating player. I think he's very thoughtful. In his interview earlier, he's played a variety of different restricted Pokemon to great results throughout the course of this format, and I think he's a rising star in this game. This might not be the only regional championship we see him win.
For sure, and what an amazing ability to recognize the benefits of having Lunala and Ndidi together on the team. Being able to recognize what the metagame looks like, what tools you need to bring, and being able to also have that little bit of a surprise factor as well, I think really paid off for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really bold read, too. Lunala not really a Pokemon that a lot of people were considering one of the top-tier restricted Pokemon, so to be willing to bring it and to win a regional championships with it, especially adapting a team that was kind of based around a different restricted Pokemon, a lot of really bold choices, but I think really proving how knowledgeable he is about the game, that all these choices paid off so well.
For sure, and shout out to Alejandro as well. I don't think it can be understated just how incredible it was that he was able to bring this team to the finals here in Vancouver. A lot of times you expect to see these weird Trick Room teams do very well in a closed team sheet, best of one situation like our grand challenges that happen online every so often, but here we were, open team sheet, best of 3, 10 rounds of Swiss, also top cut, and he made it all the way to the finals. That is such an incredible feat.
Yeah, especially because he looked just as dominant until the finals, right? And for a long time in game one there, I was thinking maybe we were going to have a different result to this match. Really exciting match, even though it only wound up going 2 games once again. And yeah, all the props in the world, where I think maybe even because it's such a linear team in the way that we saw it play out, it's even more impressive that it worked, right? Because I mean, if I think everyone wishes they could just kind of pilot their team in like similar lines every game, and usually you can't design your team in such a way, but it's not disrupted more easily by what your opponent's doing. So many of Alejandro's opponents just didn't seem like they could really crack what he was doing at all, and I think it's really impressive team construction.
It is, and it's a metagame call of its own. Being able to identify, I don't think people are bringing a lot of counters to X, Y, and Z, and then building your team around that, whether it's Lunala, whether it's Hatterene and Ndidi, Torkoal, Heart, Trick Room, is such a incredible call to make as a Pokemon trainer. I think that, especially since we've been around for a while, Scott, you'd recognize this. People tend to be good at team building or battling. It's really hard to find, sort of that Machiavellian person who can do really well at both, and I feel like that's what we saw in this finals.
Yeah, I thought what's really cool about maybe the way that team played out in particular too is that like some of these moves just like the reason why we don't see a lot of players do things like have Trick Room on 4 Pokemon or like really use Imprison at this level at all is that it's so easy for things to go wrong, right? We're very committed to a single strategy. I mean, how many times have we seen players try to use Imprison and then like their opponent read the play and did something where it didn't work out and it just looked silly? Every time that we saw Imprison, it was hugely impactful. So just great job by him to kind of like guide his opponents into the lines that he wanted them to take.
For sure, and congratulations to all of our top 8 players here in Vancouver. An incredibly diverse top 8. You see the Lunala, the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Miraidon, the Terapagos, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and of course the Koraidon rounding out our restricted Pokemon choices. Just goes to show you, even though we've played so much of Regulation G, there is still a ton of innovation to be found. There is still so many different ways you can approach playing this game, which is so exciting.
Yeah, and a lot of different ways could have worked, right? Maybe if the bracket's a little bit different or a few matches play out differently, maybe we see different restricted Pokemon on top. That 9th to 16th range too. I know there's a couple other restricted Pokemon that had their journeys end there, like Kyogre. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways to get things done here, and yeah, I think it's a kind of an inspiring group of top traders where I don't think this was the list of Pokemon that anyone was expecting at the end of a tournament. I think that's really fun.
I think so too, and especially to have this diverse list after EUIC, I think it's just really motivating. I think a lot of times, especially as we near the end of a format, people can get a little bit tired of seeing the same 6 teams time and time again, but with all of these Pokemon doing incredible well, with all of these different team compositions doing well here this weekend, I think it really sets us up for an exciting Atlanta Regional Championships in just a couple of weeks, where there is still opportunity for innovation, where there is still opportunity to just have a big breakout performance, and I cannot wait to see it. But for now, shout outs to our 2 finalists and the reveal of the all-important champion portrait. Behzad must be very, very physically strong as well to balance that heavy Snorlax on his head.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's really showing how powerful his brain is. That, it's able to hold up that mighty Pokemon.
He may not have a Calyrex on his team, but he certainly has a big noggin.
Hey!
Okay, thank you for humoring me on that. But Alejandro as well with that Buddy Torkoal there. I do not think this is the last we'll see of either of these two trainers. I'm also very scared to potentially hit Alejandro in the next online tournament, as I know there's another one of those scheduled as well in the future. So yeah, what a great weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be curious, if Alejandro shows up next year. We kind of saw with those accomplishments, just repeated success at the same events, right? So if he comes to Vancouver next year, I think everyone should be concerned about seeing his name across from theirs because, he does it in pairs, apparently.
For sure. And I also am just very happy to see how excited the crowd was in that finals as well. I think it's always great when you can have that, big championship accomplishment with all of your friends and your family cheering you on, whether it's in person, whether it's online, and being able to be a part of that is something that's truly unique to Pokemon. So I really hope that both Alejandro and Bezad were able to take those moments with them as they move into what is now our award ceremony, which I believe Rosemary is on the stage ready to kick off. So let's not keep these trainers waiting any longer.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Scott, and thank you everyone for tuning in to the Vancouver Regional Championships for 2025. Now, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome to our stage our finalist at the Vancouver Regional Championships, Alejandro Terrazas. I know it is difficult to fall just one match short of the win, but you were able to improve on that Bogota top 4 result. So how are you feeling?
Lograste hacer un mucho mejor resultado que en Bogotá. ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo en este momento?
Estoy muy orgulloso de mí y de lo que he logrado hasta aquí. Entonces, estoy muy feliz por el resultado.
I am really proud of myself. I'm feeling really happy about the result that I got today.
The matchup was hard. You had your hard Trick Room on the Calyrex versus the Trick Room option on the Lunala. So what was your game plan heading into this match?
Estuviste contra un Calyrex Trick Room, que es como lo contrario a lo que estabas manejando. Entonces, ¿cómo fue tu pensamiento durante la pelea?
Desde que vi el top 8, pensé que el Lunala era el que más me causaría problema y pues sí, fue con quien jugué la final. Y sí, sabía que iba a ser algo complicado ganarlo.
Since I was on top 8, I was looking at Lunala giving me a little trouble. So I was already going through with that on mine.
Were there any specific things that you were looking at outside to try to get the win? Were there any tricks that you think you could have pulled off?
¿Estabas pensando en alguna estrategia en específico para justamente ir contra esto?
Sí, hice el game plan, pero no resultó tan bien como lo esperaba.
I had a game plan, but it didn't work out.
It was a tough opponent, but you are such a great competitor at the end of the day. So, Alejandro, where are we going to see you next?
Hiciste un muy buen trabajo y que de aquí para dónde vas a ir.
Mi próximo evento sería el regional en Monterrey, en México, y ahí estaré participando también.
Perfecto, buena suerte. And any final shout-outs that you'd like to make before we let you go?
¿Quieres hacer algún llamado a alguien en la oportunidad que tienes ahorita?
Pues no, solo decir que viva México.
Not really, so just viva México.
Well, thank you again, Alejandro, and congratulations. And now, please join me in welcoming and congratulating your Vancouver Regional Champion, Besad Muntazir. Besad, when we were talking, you were saying that Lunala, you wanted to try to have the right call for the event, and now you've accomplished that. So what's going through your mind right now, knowing that you did and accomplished what you came here to do?
Validated. I feel really validated. I mean, there are so many times where you have, I think, ideas, Pokemon you throw in the builder, you think oh, this could work, and it's the process of going through, building a team, testing, refining it can be such an uphill battle. It can be so punishing to to get the big result with a Pokemon that I thought would be like the call that many people were doubting, were underutilizing. I'm ecstatic about it.
You are going to be one of the first people to ever put Lunala on the map as a single restricted to win a regional championship. Do you think this Pokemon has the potential to do it again? Or was this just the call for Vancouver?
Lunala's time is coming. It just needs another restricted, I think. But for now, in Reg G, I'm not so sure. I think this team was a really fantastic call for this tournament. It's hard to say how the meta will continue to shape going forward.
Well, your opponent also had a similar call to you, Expanding Force, having a great space in the meta, but you were able to use your own, especially for those single eliminations. Were you nervous at all having to think about, oh, do I actually set up something for Expanding Force for them?
Yeah, I would say this team is pretty macro focused. Like what beats Expanding Force is pretty obvious. It has like clear immunities. It has a Pokemon that's like super popular in Rillaboom that turns off terrain and makes it like no longer a spread move that does way less damage. So really like managing, like taking out those key threats, like in order for Lunala to sweep, kind of keeping the bigger picture in mind is like it's super important for this type of team.
And especially having to navigate around the opposing Trick Room turns as well. And with the knowledge that your opponent does have access to something like Imprison to shut off your own avenue to reverse it, how did you keep yourself in check to reach the goal of being able to get to the end game so that your Urshifu could finish the job?
Yeah, I definitely did not play, I think, around the Trick Room turns and the Imprison perfectly. Obviously, I couldn't stop it from going up, and I didn't have an opportunity to reverse it, but once I was a little bit on the back foot, I just tried to play safe, get the damage down where it needed to go, and stall as many turns as possible so that Urshifu and Ogerpon or whatever I had left in the end game could clean up.
Well, Behzad, with this win, you have earned an invite to the World Championships this year. Are you ecstatic to go play?
Yes, I'm super thrilled. I've been chasing. Maybe you didn't see my name, but I think I'm just barely in the top 75 as of like prior to this tournament. But to have it secure, to just have that auto invite is, it's beyond. I'm beyond words, I think.
You have so much support for you in the crowd. We could hear everybody with the Behzad chants as you were playing out that final match, and even now celebrating your accomplishment of making it to the World Championships. Any final words for those out there supporting you?
Shout out you guys. Love you. Thank you for your support. I started attending live events January of 2024, and at the same time I went to like my first local, and the NorCal local scene was just so welcoming, so kind, so much fun meeting new people. I really like enjoy my time playing with them and making new friends, and I'm so glad that they're here to support me. Yeah.
What an amazing journey. You just started playing a little over a calendar year ago in competitive Pokemon. You're now winning your first regional championship, and we'll get the chance to see you at the World Championships later on this year. Behzad Mutazir, give it up one more time for your Vancouver Regional Champion. And now we turn it over to Sierra and the casters in the lounge to close out our Vancouver Regional Championships for 2025.
What a fantastic event this weekend. A new regional champion crown with a new restricted. Great stuff. I know you guys did a tier list earlier. I actually went and grabbed that. And you guys disrespected Lunala so much, you didn't even bother to put it on the list. So I am here to right that wrong right at the top.
In our defense, we weren't the ones calling the shot. That was Rosemary who was queuing up the Pokemon to talk about.
I think she dropped that one on the floor. So.
Yeah, I don't know,
okay,
just saying.
We raised it up all the way to the championship too.
It certainly earned its spot. What a commanding performance from Behzad all weekend. And Lunala's really showing that you can't really count it out.
At any point, that is so incredible. As a player whose story we have not gotten to dive into at all, with a restricted Pokemon that was pretty just kind of thrown to the wind by a lot of players. Lunala has not been in these discussions for the top restricted or as frankly, a viable restricted, and to be able to show that it's not just a Pokemon that's capable of being brought to an event, but to win is amazing, especially to, I know this whole weekend has been full of 2-0s, but a Grand Finals 2-0 as well, like that's strong.
Just so well played.
Yeah, it honestly felt like it was Bezod's game to win at the end of it. You know, he had all the Pokemon in the right positions. He had all the abilities to make sure those Pokemon did what they were supposed to do, and that's just the call of a great trainer.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting because, yeah, I mean, I don't know that we were necessarily wrong that, you know, I don't know Lunala is the strongest of the restricted Pokemon in a vacuum, but it was definitely the right call for this event, right? And I think all the respect in the world for being willing to select that instead of one of the, well, like, conventionally considered powerful Pokemon where the bet really paid off.
And Vancouver wasn't the only event that we got to crown a champion at this weekend. There's sometimes a couple events that happen at the same time. So, Arleza, congratulations to Bruno winning the event with Koraidon. This is a different take than we've gotten to see with the most recent winning of Koraidon teams. But wow, what a run.
Looks pretty similar to the team that we got to see Geosiski use this weekend too. So another run from Koraidon, and the Trapagos got the, you know, that's probably one of the worst Trapagos matchups you could run into is that Koraidon. So unfortunate for the little turtle, but a great performance from Bruno.
And it just goes to show you, even though Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Shadow Rider are constantly like 1 and 2 on the usage stats with Miraidon somewhere in the mix, at the end of the day, any restricted Pokemon, given the right tools and given the right matchups, could take home the crown.
With the power of friendship, with your favorite restricted Pokemon, you too can win an event near you with Cosmog. Maybe don't actually roll up to an event with Cosmog, but there is still events that you can compete at this season if you want to try and see if you can make your restricted of choice work. I think since Toronto, every time my friends are like, what Pokemon should I play? I've actually sent them a Lunala team. They didn't take me up on it. I don't think they're ever going to get the opportunity now. It took till Vancouver for it to win, but still a couple of regionals here. If you want to try and roll up with Lunala or any other restricted, only a couple more events and opportunities to try and get that invites for the World Championships at Anaheim at the end.
Yeah, just 3 more regionals leading up to the North American International Championships to conclude the main portion of our season here in North America.
And when we're looking at Europe region, next event that's going to be happening is Stockholm. And we know that there is a lot of skilled trainers in EU and UK. We obviously come over here this weekend. We just had EUIC and super excited to see who and what Pokemon is going to come out on top over there. And if their meta is going to be influenced after what they got to see here this weekend.
For sure. I mean, you have to wonder if they're going to be responding more to EUIC versus this tournament, just given how unique things were here in Vancouver. But at the same time, I would love to see just crazy teams as we round out Regulation G in this metagame.
Yeah. Yeah, and up here for North America, we got a regional sooner rather than later. Super exciting stuff. We are going to Atlanta. There is a huge aquarium there that I am super excited about. I'm sure a lot of players are. That's always the first thing to check. You check out the food and you check out the local aquariums. But on their opportunity here to show your stuff, get some points, get some money, and maybe earn yourself an invite.
Our final Regulation G regional as well here in North America. So if you are sitting on a cool restricted Pokemon meta call that you haven't gotten the chance to use that, that's going to be your last shot.
And there's still opportunities to be signing up for events, but there's also just a different variety of ways you can be attending these events. You can go on ahead and try and compete, become a champion. There's also side events. There's also spectating. There's vendors. There's hanging out with friends. Like Scott, we've heard a lot of people talk about attending locals, these friends he's made, all of that. That all starts here at these type of events.
Absolutely, and I think it's fun to, once you get to this tier events, to kind of succeed together. So it's a more fun to go on a journey with your friends.
Of course, if you're maybe a little bit more of a homebody or the next couple events aren't quite in your scope, there's a lot of opportunity. Stay tuned along, looking at /Pokemon on Twitch and for YouTube. And of course, YouTube has the VODs if you want to go back and catch all of the great action this weekend. If you're missing that Pokemon action, because we're done pretty fast today. Like, there's still going to be a lot of action for the Pokemon TCG and Pokemon Go. So make sure to check out those broadcasts. But wow, Vancouver's already done for us. That's so strange.
What a weekend it was too.
Is there an aquarium nearby that we can go check out?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, yes.
But no, it's honestly, I was surprised at how quickly this weekend went, and I can't wait to see just what the other games are going to end with.
It was a great day of Pokemon action here, and I'm so sad it comes to an end, but definitely make sure to go check out the other games or go back on the VOD to review it all. On behalf of all of us, Rose Production, thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time, trainers.
hope.